On the paper, only one name was written in ink Ashto. The man in uniform did not even turn around. He pronounced a dry verdict. The boy leaves home and becomes the ruler of Oberstein. A mute shock froze in the young man's eyes. Reality turned out to be harsh. Arriving in his new possessions, the mage Ashto saw only endless wild forest, so first of all he had to look for water and a safe shelter. Throwing the bag over his shoulder, he set off into the thicket. Fingers folded, a search spell and a thin magical thread instantly indicated the way to the nearest river. The water issue was resolved. It remained to set up camp and stretch the remains of food at least until morning. He knelt by the shore and dipped the flask into the clear stream. Suddenly the boy froze and sharply raised his head. A flock cried out alarmedly in the sky. A moment and the shore before him was cut by sharp black strikes, forcing the mage to instinctively jump back. Panic boiled around. Animals and birds massively fled from the invisible threat. Cold sweat ran down his forehead, and Ashto laughed nervously, finally realizing that he had been appointed ruler of a deadly forest. And this is part of the Great Balog, the greatest kingdom on the entire continent. A nervous smile instantly vanished, giving way to cold concentration. Ashto was born the second son in Estria, the most powerful military family of the kingdom. His brother Ludger became the youngest military commander in history, and his younger sister Sherry earned the title of the strongest mage in her very first year of service. The brother destroyed enemies with lightning, and the sister controlled ice and had a record mana reserve. The parents were infinitely proud of them, and Ashto himself sincerely rejoiced for his relatives. But his own gift turned out to be different. The test delivered an unexpected verdict. Instead of destructive power, he received nature magic, absolutely useless for the glorious warrior lineage. The young man studied desperately and even earned a doctorate in herbology, but outstanding mages still outplayed him in intellect. Exhausting training did not help. Ashto remained mediocre both with swords and in sorcery. The father simply stopped noticing him, and sincere praise from Ludger only repeatedly reminded him of his own worthlessness. The kindness of the older brother brought pain, and Sherry, who in childhood never left his side, now hardly spoke to him. He could only smile sadly at his own thoughts. Watching his sister with his eyes, the young man frowned. She had been sent a marriage proposal again, although she was still just a child. A bright flower sprouted from the ground as if the only warm words from the past, which said, "His magic is beautiful." Moody warmly and smilingly raised the flower to him. She had always been kind to him. Ashto remembered her gentle gaze every time she praised his rather boring magic. She was the first to see the boy at the doorstep and joyfully congratulated him on his doctoral degree. The childhood friend remained his only support in the hardest times. The boy carefully opened the box with the prepared pendant. It was then that he firmly decided to propose to her. Her bright smile dispelled the last doubts. He was going to wait until adulthood and run away from home. He did not care about his own ordinariness, as long as Moody was nearby. Ahead, a peaceful life of a city herbalist was already visible side by side with her. The decision was made. Suddenly, his world was torn in half. A stern man in uniform informed in an icy tone that Moody was engaged to Ludger. Ashto clenched his fist until it cracked, desperately forcing himself not to hate his own brother. Their marriage was meant to strengthen the power of two military families and forever erase the young man's dreams. The young man entered the office and could no longer bear the thought that the girl would become his brother's wife. A drop of sweat nervously rolled down his cheek. He loudly called his father, barely choosing his words. He didn't even turn in his chair and coldly cut off, "Get out if you have no business here." The scratch of the pen abruptly stopped as soon as the boy asked to be forever erased from the Estri family. The conversation turned to the dreadful forest, teeming with vile monsters. From the darkness emerged the name Oberstein. A powerful hand heavily fell on the table. The father had given these lands to him. It was a forgotten land, where other races once lived and now complete obscurity reigned. The head of the family turned to the window and gave the last order, to leave the house and become the ruler of Oberstein. The bitter truth struck below the belt. The father expected nothing. He had prepared the papers in advance to quickly get rid of his son. The boy froze in shock. Complete darkness. Thus he was officially expelled from the Estri clan, but he quickly suppressed his emotions. The tools were ready. It was time to clear the new territory. The boy slowly made his way through the forest. He dreamed of a quiet life, growing herbs and working the land, having what was so lacking in the kingdom. Even the thought of his own small shop, without customers, warmed his soul. Suddenly he froze before an immense, gigantic tree. A wide smile flashed across the face. The perfect foundation was found. He barely tapped the ground with his stick. Golden sparks of magic swirled in the air as he begged the spirits of the ancestors to respond. Closing his eyes, he gathered all his will into a fist and sent a call to nature. The tree answered from the trunk suddenly popped out a tiny wooden little man. The boy leaned down to the silent little one and immediately named him Deravyashka. The creature sat down among the grass and greeted joyfully. The little one happily squeezed his eyes shut. As soon as the command to get to work was given, Deravyashka ran circles around his legs like an unstoppable ball of energy. The boy seriously pondered the choice of materials for construction, when suddenly he felt an impatient tug at the edge of his cloak. The boy looked around the treetops and aloud admitted, they needed a home, but chopping and building everything by hand would take an eternity. Suddenly, the little wooden creature tugged his cloak and confidently pointed somewhere deep into the thicket. Ahead rises a forest with perfectly straight trunks. The boy looked at the little helper in surprise and was finally convinced that he perfectly understood human speech. When he came closer, he joyfully recognized the species. It was a sturdy fib of tree. A relieved smile flashed across his face. The little one closed his eyes contentedly in response. Time to get to work, he resolutely rolled up his sleeve. A moment and invisible blades swirled around the thick trunk. The boy released magical cuts one after another, swiftly wielding the magic wand. With a dull roar, the giant fell to the ground, and the mage sighed wearily. He contracted inwardly and calculated how many more trees his strength would last for. The wood turned out to be much denser than usual, so he had to burn incredible amounts of mana. But despite the fatigue, the work continued quickly. Soon only smooth stumps remained in the clearing. The forest silence was torn by a loud crack. The boy weakly collapsed onto the grass and regretted that he was still far from Sherry's mana reserves. He had felled only 5 trees and completely exhausted his own strength. Seeing the anxious look of his companion, he smiled wearily and reassured the little one. They still needed to set up a shelter for the night, but his eyes were closing, so he asked Deravyashka to keep watch. He muttered that he would close his eyelids for just a moment. The little one silently listened to his steady breathing. A sudden determination flashed in the eyes of the forest spirit. The boy fell soundly asleep in the shade. Clouds drifted slowly across the sky. A loud rumble made him twitch and jump on the spot. He was stunned. Tiny Deravyashka had barehandedly lifted a huge trunk above himself. The boy froze in shock, and the little one casually threw a log onto the already ready giant pile of perfectly stacked timber. The little helper struggled with all his might, lifting the giant log by himself. The young man joyfully hugged the little one, not believing in such incredible strength. Suddenly, a guess flashed in his mind. From the gentle stroking on the head, the creature even squinted with happiness. The boy lifted Deravyashka high above his head and confidently declared that with such a friend they could handle anything. Work boiled, quick snacks, tireless logging, and nights in the hut merged into one continuous marathon, until a giant bare wasteland appeared in the place of the dense thicket. Surveying the scale of the deforestation, the young man nervously laughed. He had clearly overdone it. He commanded Deravyashka to stop. No, it was time to build a house. The gathered timber would be more than enough for a dozen buildings, but he carelessly accepted the consequences. Suddenly, a sharp rustle sounded from the thickets. Deravyashka froze above the water, intently peering into the bushes, and the boy asked anxiously what had happened. A cold sweat broke out on the young man. He instantly drew his weapon and shielded the child with his body. Their loud logging operation predictably attracted monsters. His fingers gripped the handle until it cracked. The boy quickly aimed his weapon, but the stranger sharply dropped her hands and assured him that she was not an enemy. Sharp ears peeked out from under the cloak. The elf girl awkwardly darted with confirmation, and the young man froze in shock. A girl emerged from the thicket and greeted him warmly, introducing herself as Elmenath High Elf. Ashto calmly replied that he was preparing a place for a dwelling right here. Nearby stood a pile of freshly cut logs. The boy introduced himself as the ruler of these lands, and Elmena asked in surprise if he was not a man from a kingdom somewhere outside. Ashto apologized for the noise, and the girl just laughed. The last few days these sounds had whispered to her that an encounter with a mad monster was near. And then the boy finally realized she was a true high elf. He blinked confusedly and repeated again that he just wanted to build a house in the clearing. Ashto tensed mentally. He did not understand what a representative of such an elite was doing alone in the remote forest. Ordinary herbalist elves were seen by everyone, but the high ones were considered so rare that meeting them was like seeing a mirage. Elmena carelessly blurted out a secret. Their hidden settlement was very close. Outsiders would definitely be stunned. Hearing the question about the reason for her travels, the girl suddenly broke out in a sweat and nervously looked away. An awkward pause hung in the air. Elmena tried to put on a show about the great mission of her mighty race, but the truth turned out to be pathetic. She drank the entire secret alcohol supply of the elder, and he angrily banished her from the village for a whole 1,000 years. A funny pause ensued. The elf awkwardly tried to justify herself. Blushing with shame, she admitted, the elder simply banished her for eating the supplies. The boy skeptically measured her with his gaze, sharply doubting the greatness of this high elf. He was about to brush it off, but the girl suddenly offered her help in construction. Ashto thought deeply. Realizing that she meant no harm, he sighed and agreed. The girl winked and spun a whirlwind in her palms, boasting of her skill in wind magic. She joyfully whispered about the found free housing, forgetting that Ashto was standing very close and heard everything. The elf smiled broadly and sincerely thanked for the shelter. He extended his hand in response and officially introduced himself Ashto, ruler of Oberstein. A firm handshake. The work immediately heated up. Magical blades of wind easily tore down massive trunks. In a few days, a whole pile of perfectly even logs had already grown in the clearing. He hovered over the book. Elmina turned out to be much more useful than he expected, and now she could be entrusted with not only construction. Pointing to the wasteland, he asked the elf to magically dig a large pit for the future reservoir, and she immediately agreed. He looked at the map and explained the plan. To break up the fields and bring water, because the first step to survival is a stable supply of provisions. With enthusiasm, Elmina struck with magic and instantly tore a giant crater in the ground. He only swallowed nervously, realizing that her mana reserve was simply colossal. But the euphoria quickly faded. He understood that without extra hands and skills, knowledge alone would not save them. Suddenly, a small fluffy spirit climbed onto his shoulder and quietly offered help. The little one looked extremely determined. The young man sighed, releasing anxiety from his chest. The brought food supplies were mercilessly dwindling. If only it were possible to find qualified craftsmen, they would not have ended up in such a dead end. Suddenly, the silence was broken by a rumble and a desperate cry for help. Grabbing a shovel, he rushed confusedly through the bushes toward the source of the sound. Running out into a clearing, he was stunned. Dwarves stood before him. Elmina froze in shock before three bloodied bearded men who barely stood on their feet, leaning on each other. Breathing heavily and spitting blood, the leader croaked a plea for medicine. Their squad had been attacked by a wandering monster. Ashto jumped onto the path and rushed to the girls, who helplessly bent over the wounded man. He immediately commanded Elmina to find water and led everyone to a safe clearing. They quickly set up camp among the roots of the giant trees. The boy exposed the stranger's back. The skin was mercilessly torn by deep marks from claws and fangs. Elmina brought a full bucket and sincerely wondered how an ordinary person had wandered into such a thicket. The wounded bearded man, pale, breathed heavily and stared tensely at his rescuer. But the young man ignored the suspicions and resolutely rolled up his sleeves. Clenching his fists, he promised that he would not let anyone die. The work boiled, water, healing ointments, and direct infusion of magic into the man's chest merged into one continuous process. Empty vials quickly lay beside the bucket. A quiet sigh of relief rolled over the clearing. The bandaged strongman managed to sit down and bowed his head low as a sign of gratitude. Ashto smiled warmly, but sternly ordered the patient not to move for at least a week. The man introduced himself as August, the leader of this squad. Eventually, it turned out, in all this fuss, they never introduced themselves to each other. The rescued girl sincerely thanked for the help and told how after a difficult escape they came across an elf woman. At the very thought of the past threat, they shuddered. Without the help of this lady, the riverbank would definitely have become their grave. Then the dwarves took the floor. They were peacefully searching for ore in the Oberstein forests until they encountered a monster. In response, the boy only awkwardly looked away. His story was too long. Silence fell. When the bearded man asked what such a young man was doing in this wilderness, he shyly blushed. The conversation had to be continued with drinks. The boy admitted, despite all the hardships experienced, life here, far from the kingdom's orders, turned out to be free and not boring at all. The gnome crossed his arms over his chest and plunged into thought with concentration. A loud slap on the knee made the young man flinch. The bearded man made a decision. Rejecting the pleas to rest, he jumped up and thundered in a loud bass voice. He got his comrades on their feet. The gnome struck his chest and solemnly swore. From now on, all the strength of their elder generation would belong to the young man. This was payment for saved lives. While the boy blinked in shock, new allies were already busily calculating the construction of a dwelling and a real forge. The young man fell to his knees stunned, just realizing that real elder gnomes were before him. Wait, came the confused reply. He tried to calm the legendary race. They were eager to build a house right now, although the young man begged them to first take a week to rest. Ordinary gnomes stared in awe at their mighty ancestors. Nearby, a tall elf woman froze with her mouth open. The boy exhaled wearily through his teeth and could not understand why such incredibly rare races appeared here one after another. A small leaf-shaped creature tilted its head in confusion. He embarrassedly admitted, yes, he really asked for help. Finally, the boy joyfully tossed the baby in his arms, deciding to attribute everything to simple luck. A giant sprawling tree towered above them. A brief moment of silence. Meanwhile, on the terrace of the luxurious mansion, a stern man with an eye patch calmly read papers. Suddenly, he froze. The sheet in his hands trembled nervously. The man sharply jumped up, frightening the servants, and shouted in shock, calling for his father and demanding an explanation for this letter. The bearded man sharply turned around, asking confusedly what had happened. Instead of an answer, a girl and a young man in a formal suit looked at him gloomily, until the names Ludger and Sherry echoed in the silence. The estate of the Estri aristocrats impressed with its scale, as did the fame of its owner, the Crimson Commander Eisen, whose power on the battlefield equaled the strength of 1,000 warriors. But now this legendary warrior sat in the office, drenched in cold sweat, and confusedly asked what had happened. The air was torn by an outraged girl's scream. Someone demanded an explanation of what had happened. Ludger and Sherry burst decisively into the room. The girl slammed both hands on the table with a run-up, barking how he even dared to ask about it. Ludger loomed over his father and demanded explanations why Ashta was kicked out of the house. The commander tried to calm them down, but the young man cut him off. He would never marry Moody. He angrily blurted out that since childhood everyone knew about Ashta's feelings for this girl, and the father not only trampled their relationship, he also threw the boy out the door. Sherry blinked in shock because she heard about some wedding for the first time. Eisen reluctantly explained that the engagement had not yet been officially announced. The son's hand gripped the back of the chair firmly and harshly. Ludger pressed, demanding an answer why this was hidden from Sherry, and the mighty commander only pitifully bleated. The girl finally lost patience, grabbed her father by the collar and began shaking him fiercely, threatening to freeze him alive until he gave in. Silence prevailed. A death darkness hung. Under the luxurious chandelier, a heavy sigh sounded. Ludger nervously reminded his father that Moody's sister was his adjutant, and Luna Maria would hardly be happy with such a son-in-law. The young man wearily bent over the table, flatly refusing to play this political marriage and call his own subordinate his bride. He burst out shouting and demanded to stop this madness. Sherry interrupted the argument. The girl coldly explained that the organization would never support a forced union. Ludger faltered confusedly, recalled Ashto's sudden departure to Oberstein, and reproachfully fixed his gaze on his father. And he only laughed loudly and declared that that was exactly why he had given the lands to the boy. The man relaxed back in his chair. It turned out that after the news of Ashto's engagement, he himself wanted to leave the Estri family. The son's doomed groan sounded again. Sherry squinted slightly and joyfully said that she was taking a vacation for about 20 years. The father was thrown up in horror. He paused for a moment and promised to cancel the engagement, while the cunning Ludger was already wooing the girls and suggesting going on a trip together. The youth cheerfully planned their escape, openly ignoring the panicked cries of the stunned head of the family. The exhausted bearded man only quietly groaned, dripping with sweat from his own helplessness. The man looked coldly at the gloomy blonde and dryly asked what she needed. A heavy sigh sounded above the mansion's roof. The wind lazily drove the clouds over the treetops. The boy froze, blinking in shock. Before him stood a new 2-story house, and the elf girl was happy now they would no longer have to squeeze into a hut made of roots. At his remark about the needed week-long rest, the dwarves just waved it off. In 3 days they had already fully recovered, and 4 more were enough for construction. The bearded man matter-of-factly stated that soon their friends would gather here. They needed to erect a few more buildings. The boy looked at the house and shuddered in thought. Those older dwarves with their wild regeneration completed a month's worth of work in just a few days. The master added that he planned to summon all the traveling relatives and set up a full-fledged base here. He smiled broadly and promised to take care of the boy, although the boy only nervously sweated, realizing that no one had even asked for his permission. The dwarves solemnly declared that from now on they would take care of him until his very death. The elf girl cheerfully suggested calling her acquaintances as well, and after that the young man sighed resignedly and allowed them to do whatever they wanted. While the girl sincerely admired the talent of the craftsman, he followed behind, not understanding how everything had so quickly gotten out of control. Having come to terms with this chaos, he knelt down, split the earth beneath his hands with magic, and admitted, "Dividing duties is really convenient, and this place suits them perfectly." The boy looked satisfied at the slope. The magic had wonderfully loosened the soil. Farming skills wasted in battle finally came in handy. The boy was already imagining perfect garden beds and his dreamed own greenhouse for herbs. Suddenly a voice sounded. He turned sharply and saw a strange plant creature on the ground. A bizarre leaf slowly floated before his face. He scratched the back of his head in confusion, thinking that he had just imagined the words of a wooden plank. Nearby, a spiky tail quietly twitched. Soon the perfectly even garden beds were already ready. Waving his wand, the boy enthusiastically released natural magic over the sown seeds. Energy saturated the earth and green shoots instantly broke through the soil. The harvest will ripen many times faster. Now it was the greenhouse's turn, and he decided to entrust this task to August. The boy was already licking his lips in anticipation. Plants grown by magic had always been much tastier. Only the details with the carpenters remained to be agreed upon. Having found a familiar gnome master, he immediately ordered the construction of the building right next to his new beds. On the hill, a fresh wooden frame stood lonely and tall. The bearded dwarf estimated the amount of work. He would build the greenhouse in 2 days, but was there any point without the main material? Their sighs were interrupted by an elf girl, who did not understand why her friends suddenly became so discouraged. She cut in immediately. What they were looking for could not be found in these parts even with a torch in broad daylight. August shrugged. He wanted to cover the new beds, but there was a catastrophic shortage of glass. The boy began to explain the principle of the construction. The walls must let the sun through but reliably block the wind. Glass, the girl blinked, apparently hearing this word for the first time. While the master complained that without a transparent coating the seedlings could not be protected, the elf thoughtfully bit her finger. Suddenly her face lit up. There was no real glass here, but she knew the perfect substitute. They were ordinary slimes. The gelatinous semi-transparent monsters trembled amusingly. The dwarf immediately got to work, skillfully rolling out the pliable mass on the board. While August in the background was catching the nimble slimes with difficulty, the elf revealed the secret. They harden when heated, forming a strong, transparent sheet. The boy sincerely admired her wisdom, and the girl proudly lifted her nose. After all, she was not an ordinary elf but a higher one. A transparent plate of solidified slime flashed in the palm, cleaner than glass and much stronger. The young man clenched his fist and enthusiastically promised to build not only a greenhouse, but also a new spacious house. With surprise, he touched the transparent wall. The idea to use slime instead of glass turned out to be brilliant. In a few days, the large building was ready, and the boy breathed a sigh of relief. He looked around and thanked his companion for the help. Together they managed much faster. They went inside and, looking around with satisfaction, examined the first sprawling bushes. The elf promised to quickly plant the entire free space with new shoots. The boy looked closely at the beds and froze. Even rare etheric and paralyzing herbs were growing here. The girl raised her finger instructively. Forest dwellers always knew best about the gifts of nature. The young man openly praised her huge collection. She laughed and reminded him that she had lived much longer than humans. And then the boy remembered her real age, over 8,000 years. Then the elf asked if he wanted to delve into the study of plants. While he was trying in his thoughts to grasp the incredible longevity of his acquaintances, she agreed to give him a few lessons, and playfully winked like an old friend. The elf eagerly asked about human plants, and all too gladly agreed to exchange knowledge. "Old friends, you say?" He only awkwardly smiled at his thoughts. Suddenly behind, without a sound, a massive scaly tail slid. The boy stopped abruptly and looked back, which greatly puzzled his companion. An invisible threat was already looming over their new peaceful life. All too anxiously admitted that he heard strange voices, although the girl did not catch a single sound. The danger was approaching closely. The elf carelessly attributed everything to magical fatigue, and they calmly moved on. Suddenly the ground beneath their feet exploded with black dust. From the fissure, something gigantic burst out with a terrifying roar, instantly cutting off their conversation about rest. A quiet day near the greenhouse was suddenly shattered by a powerful rumble. The boy froze over the garden bed. He cautiously peeked out from behind the hill, worried whether the greenhouse glass would hold. It was definitely not an earthquake. The young man looked with surprise at the source of the noise. A giant clawed paw landed heavily on the ground. The boy sighed resignedly. Branches cracked and a voice sounded from above, displeased, inquiring who dared to use mana here. A gigantic dragon towered before him, and at the mere sight the youth recoiled and fell to the ground. The lizard suddenly roared joyfully. He had already forgotten when he last saw a human. Noticing that the boy was trembling with fear, the monster blinked in surprise. The dragon excitedly recognized a kindred mage in him and brought his terrifying maw right up to the youth's face. Realizing that from fear he heard nothing, the beast sighed and in a bright flash transformed into a busty woman with horns. She familiarly tugged him by the collar, making him stand and talk after a long solitude. "Well, how do I look?" She smiled cheerfully while the youth remained completely stunned. The horned girl smiled carefree and said she wouldn't refuse some earth tea. The boy blinked in shock. A realization struck his mind. Before him sat the emerald dragoness Marshelago herself. A large-scale picnic with a bonfire was quickly set up in the clearing. The guest leisurely crossed her legs and allowed herself to be called simply Shella, while the boy's companions were in shock and gazed at the living goddess. He remained tensely silent, recalling myths about one of the 7 legendary creators of the world, before whom nations trembled. Meanwhile, Shella was already sincerely savoring the wine, and the hero awkwardly shook his head. The camp was literally teeming with new elves. It turned out they were relatives of Elmina. They rushed over with their belongings as soon as they received her letter. 2 strangers immediately and warmly introduced themselves as the High Elves May and Lunara. The boy sank hopelessly, feeling completely alien at this loud celebration of life. Moreover, he noticed that the number of bearded elder dwarves around suddenly increased. And then the guests joyfully came up with a new idea: to immediately plant a vineyard, build a brewery, and sow the field with wheat. They eagerly demanded to be provided with a constant source of alcohol, completely ignoring his weak reminders about the unfinished greenhouse. From such impudence, he finally lost the power of speech, only nervously sweating cold sweat. The companions happily left the construction to Ashto, promising instead to take on the hunting. Meanwhile, the horned demoness finally opened her eyes, watching the noisy crowd with satisfaction. She quietly sneaked up behind the boy and giggled softly. At that time, the other girls were already loudly chatting about a purely female night party. A calm silence hung over the trees. Ashto wearily sat down on the stone curb and, sighing, confessed to his little companion he was barely standing on his feet. Although his mana had increased after arriving here, there was so much work that he couldn't handle it. Sowing an entire field of wheat by hand was truly hellish labor, though the boy was sincerely grateful to his friends for the roof and food. Suddenly, Lady Shella appeared nearby, making Ashto jump in surprise. He complained that he had grown wheat and destroyed the vineyard, but had exhausted his mana to the last drop. The boy smiled awkwardly and excused himself. Due to fatigue, he hadn't even noticed her footsteps. The demoness quietly remarked that he had taken on too much, while he nervously counted his endless beds and greenhouses. She slyly touched her lips and suddenly offered her help. And already the next moment, with a sharp movement, she shoved something into his mouth, causing the boy to choke in shock. Ashto swallowed hard from her fingers, washing down with sweat, while the horned companion playfully giggled. She leaned in very close and checked if he had left anything behind. The boy listened to himself. In confusion, his body suddenly became remarkably light. The girl pronounced her blessing, although the exhausted Ashto only felt mentally. She was twisting him as she wished. She was already rejoicing in their perfect compatibility thanks to shared nature magic, while he was still blinking in confusion. Sparks flew from her delicate hand. From now on, his mana would not run out, and his magical power would rapidly increase. The space was illuminated by a soft flash. Nearby, a silhouette suddenly began to distort. Ashto lowered his gaze to his wooden companion and noticed that it had noticeably grown. The next moment, the boy froze in shock. The golem spoke. The little one joyfully jumped and rang out his own name. The girl burst out laughing sincerely and explained that Daraviashka evolved following the magic of his master. She smiled contentedly and accepted his warm thanks. Ashto happily hugged his favorite, whom he himself could not get enough of his new size. The horned girl playfully looked around and ordered him to return to work. She could no longer wait for new tasty drinks. The boy silently swallowed air. She carefully walked away under his confused words of thanks to her back. He slowly lowered his gaze to his own hand. Shock pierced him. Now he had more mana than Sherry herself. Power sparkled at the fingertips, and he literally felt how magic flowed powerfully through his veins. Familiar babbling came from below. The boy joyfully tossed his spirit into the air. The little one had grown, and now looked like a real human child. He tightly pressed him to himself, admitting that the consequences of the dragon's blessing were even a little frightening. Mana literally gushed from him like a spring. He rushed forward with his little wooden stick in his hands. Hardly had he wondered where this path would lead next, when an elf girl waved joyfully from the hill. Their vineyard was finally ready. The little forest spirit crouched in surprise and let out a sharp cry. The elf girl froze upon hearing about the blessing of the emerald dragoness herself, but the boy just nodded. It was time to test new powers. He felt magic bursting out of his blood while his friends examined his grown familiar. The young man sat down by the weak grape seedling to measure his current mana reserve. The single word "grow" triggered the spell. The shoot instantly shot upward. The thin stem began to fill with strength before their eyes. The bark cracked and the trunk twisted, thickened, all at a frantic pace. The mages looked up in horror, listening to the deafening crack of the wood. The young man smiled nervously. The seedling had grown into a tree in mere seconds. At that very moment, a heavy vine avalanche burst from above, and the elf woman cried out that he had poured too much magic. She desperately shook him by the shoulders, begging him to stop, while the young man panicked, realizing the flow of energy had no limits. The sudden rumble seriously alarmed the nearby dwarves. When everything calmed down, two shocked friends sat under the giant grapevine tree, still not believing their own eyes. The elf woman nervously laughed and grabbed the boy by the shoulders. His insane mana reserve was beyond comprehension. He paid no attention and sat down near the grown vine to assess the harvest. He squeezed a ripe berry between his fingers. It looked quite good. The girl behind continued fervently, arguing that such abnormal magic was a 100% consequence of divine blessing. The young man silently tossed the grape into his mouth. The companions froze, stretching the silence in anticipation of the verdict. The boy's eyes widened with surprise. The berry turned out to be incredibly sweet and just the right size. He exhaled in amazement. He had never tasted anything more delicious in his life. The elf woman's face instantly lit up with childlike delight. With an impatient exclamation, she quickly grabbed a portion for herself. Her cheeks flushed with pleasure. This grape surpassed even the best harvest from her native village. Her friend also tried it, and exclaimed in amazement that in all her 8,000 years of life, she had never encountered such a wonder. Even the stern one-eyed dwarf appreciated the taste, and calling it unfathomable, gave his assessment. After such words, the team's restraint finally broke. Everyone shouted and rushed to the vine, demanding their portion. The dwarf loudly announced a break, and immediately split everyone into two teams, one for making barrels, and the other for building the brewery. Then he returned to Ashto, and unequivocally declared that now all hope rested only on his plant magic. Meanwhile, the elf woman sent the children to the village to ask the elder to allocate as many grape seedlings as possible. Ashto froze in confusion. The girl happily finished him off with the news that they would have to grow absolutely everything, to the loud shouts of the dwarfs. She quickly overwhelmed him with new tasks. The vine needed supports, ropes, and endless work with wood. The young man glanced at the wasteland and wearily recalled that they hadn't even cleared the area of stumps yet. The elf girl just winked and assured that people would gladly come to help. Ashto ordered the children to bring at least someone free from the village, and they happily took off. He crossed his arms over his chest, ironically reminding himself that he had actually planned to quietly study medicinal herbs. The crowd before him burst with enthusiasm in a single impulse. Ashto looked up at the sky and barely smiled. He would have to accept this chaos. What does all this mean? A fist slammed onto the table with a crash. Somewhere far away, an angry man in uniform stared incredulously at the dismissal order, furiously reeling from such an unexpected blow. There was a quiet and cautious knock on the office door. The man was tense, pondering why the leadership had suspiciously quietly accepted Ashto's departure 2 months ago. His daughter Sherry appeared in the doorway, and he immediately burst out shouting, demanding an explanation for her sudden discharge from the army. The girl calmly replied that he would never have let her go, so she herself obtained the king's consent, and now she was officially a civilian. Sherry added that the story with Ashto became the main impetus for her. The father froze in shock. He barely managed to ask confusedly if he had heard correctly. The girl laughed sincerely and said that she was already 17, but she had not had time to enjoy her youth at all. The father listened with a blank expression as she voiced her decision to go on a journey. Sherry dreamily looked out the window. She had only been training all her life, and now she finally wanted to see the world. At the end, she playfully winked and added that she would take Moody with her, then cheekily asked him to put in a good word for them. The father roared with rage. He harshly reminded her of her status as the hope of the Istria clan and a powerful mage, refusing to tolerate these antics. The smile disappeared from Sherry's face, and she coldly ordered him to banish both Ashto and herself from the family. "I don't care about the Istria family name," the girl snapped, causing the father to freeze. She pierced him with a cold look and directly stated that she was furious because of Ashto's banishment. Sherry struck with a new accusation. The father secretly sent his own son to certain death in the Oberstein forest, full of monsters. She sharply reminded, for her and for Lou, a brother is not a blemish but blood kin. For a moment she froze. Lowering her eyes, the girl confessed, Lou already bitterly regrets his coldness towards the outcast. Her face twisted in pain. She herself was unbearably ashamed. While the mother remains silent, and the father is only concerned with meaningless prestige, the family is sinking. The man helplessly turned to the window and, sighing heavily, spoke his daughter's name. But Sherry flatly refused to continue living with this regret. With a sharp movement, she wiped away her tears. The father anxiously rushed to stop her. A dull thud of the travel bag hitting the floor put an end to it. Now he understood everything. Sherry boldly saluted. The brilliant ice princess Istria is no more. She is setting off on her own journey. Borodin desperately shouts after him, but the young man does not look back. He only laughs coldly, gladly accepting exile from the family. Behind him, the luxurious facade of the estate remains forever. In the high sky, clouds drift slowly. Suddenly, someone calls Moody from behind. The girl sharply turns around and lights up with joy. She runs up to her tall friend and blurts out an apology for being late. But the friend gently reassures her, saying she just arrived herself. The friend smiles warmly and joyfully calls out Sherry's name. Moody nods gently. The tall girl laughs brightly, burning with impatience before their joint journey. She immediately warns, ahead not only fun, but the blonde confidently accepts the challenge. Her face shines with unwavering determination. The girls set off on the road, and Moody asks aloud where her brother is now. The friend presses her hand to her chest, and sighs heavily, sincerely confessing that she terribly misses Ashto. Looking around, she suddenly quietly apologizes to Moody for such a long wait. Ahead awaited unknown lands and a bunch of dangerous monsters, so they had to prepare for the worst. Sherry guiltily lowered her gaze, regretting that she had delayed the day of departure for so long. The friend gently waved it off, but the blonde immediately interrupted her. She remembered the stubborn official who flatly refused to accept her request and wasted everyone's time. Fortunately, Ludger and Luna Maria intervened and quickly settled the paperwork hassle. The girls set off down the street with heavy suitcases. The friend reassured Sherry she herself needed time to dare to leave her family. Ludger surfaced in her memory recently. He had fallen before her in a deep bow. He came personally to ask her forgiveness for involving her in his father's foolish intrigues. The boy repented so desperately that he smashed his forehead on the floor until it bled, and this greatly angered Luna Maria. Recalling how the girl scolded the smiling troublemaker, she suddenly caught herself thinking, these two are a perfect couple. She smiled warmly. This whole situation will definitely only bring them closer, because Luna Maria had always admired this guy. Sherry happily grabbed her friend's elbow and cheerfully assured, happiness awaits them ahead as well. A broad, completely carefree smile played on her face. Sherry blinked confusedly, not knowing what to answer. Her friend smiled warmly and nodded, beckoning her to come along. She gently took the girl by the hand and pushed her forward. Looking back over her shoulder, she joyfully declared that it was time to set off in search of Ashto. Sherry enthusiastically agreed to find that fool who decided to leave them, while Ashto himself somewhere far away loudly sneezed, carefully petting a bizarre creature. The boy calmly tasted something from his garden beds until he was distracted. Her friend burst in with an anxious scream. They had unexpected guests. He froze in surprise. Before him stood a family of genuine horned ogres. Already in the house, he cautiously addressed the elder and inquired what they needed. The unexpected request for medicine threw him off balance. The burly head of the family politely apologized for the visit and admitted that they needed medical help. Hearing this, the young man immediately switched to doctor mode and bombarded them with questions about the symptoms. The ogres were confused by such sudden pressure. Realizing this, the herbalist smiled warmly, pondered his license, and gently asked to see the patient. His fingers touched the child's hand with terrible burns, and the diagnosis instantly became clear. For a moment, a focused silence fell in the room. Examining the wound, he reassured the parents. The little one simply burned himself with poisonous laurel, unpleasant, but not deadly at all. While the ogre was relievedly stroking his son, the young man confidently promised to make an ointment and a mixture. He immediately took out a mortar, glad that the necessary ingredients grew right under their noses. The elf woman warned anxiously, if not treated immediately, the girl's burned skin will start to rot. The father thanked for the examination and awkwardly offered payment, but the young man just waved it off. The young man kindly offered the family to stay until the child fully recovered and asked where they lived. The big guy lowered his gaze and muttered hoarsely, they had nowhere else to go. The boy smiled gently and assured, the main thing is to treat the burn now and everything will get better. The head of the family admitted, after the arrival of the new leader, they were driven out of their native settlement. When asked about the reason, he said bitterly, they are demonic ogres, hated and persecuted even by their own kin. The young man only silently sighed, in thought already used to constant crazy surprises in these parts. Legends called the demonic ogres avatars of demons. One such warrior weighed hundreds of ordinary ones. The ogres looked at him emotionally, realizing that these people were much kinder than the terrifying legends said. The boy suddenly froze. He snapped his fingers sharply and joyfully offered them to permanently occupy the free houses, almost bringing the ogre to panic. He did not understand why they were not afraid of their terrible reputation here. That young man calmly brewed a potion and defeated the guest with a fact. Proximity to the high elves and elder dwarves had long since taught the locals not to be afraid. The boy confessed confusedly that he was just an ordinary human, and hesitantly asked the horned giant about what he had heard. The latter warmly confirmed that before them were true elder dwarves, and respectfully inquired of the young man about his status. The ogre casually added that the woman was already over 8,000 years old, while the dwarves nearby continued their construction. The young man sighed. To him, their whole family already seemed legendary, and the guests looked around with the same shock at the number of mythical races. That's how it all happened. The family of demonic ogres received a perfect spacious house from the dwarves. The mother of the family was named Armo, and their children Norma and Shinha. The head of the family was the burly Balgild. On the way to the hunting grounds, he casually threw a phrase to his companion that ogres always marry relatives. The girl froze in shock, suddenly realizing Balgild and Armo were brother and sister. Balgild calmly drew his bow and explained, "Their blood demands strength, and the strongest offspring are born from close kin." Suddenly, from the rocky gorge, a giant fanged snake lunged straight at him. The ogre didn't even blink with one left-handed death grip. He grabbed the monster by the throat, while his companion froze nearby. The reptile instantly passed out. Ashto stared in amazement at the huge scaly carcass, while the dwarf nearby estimated how long this 20-year-old monster would last them. The horned demon only blinked in surprise for him. This was the most ordinary prey. The boy nervously chuckled, and somewhere behind them they were already demanding to start the feast. That very night under the starry sky, the dwarf was friendly hugging the demon by the shoulders. Since then, Balgild brought mountains of game to the camp every day, carelessly dropping giant boars right at Ashto's feet. There was so much meat that they had to build a separate storage, where the ogre women tirelessly processed the carcasses. Sitting on the garden beds, Ashto admitted, the demons had completely solved the food problem, although he felt a bit uneasy about such a diet. The tall glass greenhouse gleamed under the peaceful sky. The idol was broken by an elf woman. She joyfully flew in with the news that the vineyard had taken the village market by storm, and now professional winemakers were already being sent to them. Ashto barely managed to be moved by how rapidly their lives were improving when a loud scream rang out. With eyes burning with a fanatical gleam, the girl demanded to plant a new vineyard for all possible varieties. The boy sighed wearily. He flatly refused to break the laws of nature again with growth magic. The elf girl sharply loomed over him, and Ashto understood with regret. They were demanding not just anything but sorcery. He begged to at least just prepare the soil by hand, but the girl was already dreaming of wine. Her plan had long been set in motion, and there was no turning back. Ashto frowned and spoke aloud as if pondering. His family ruled Oberstein, but would the local races recognize this authority? The elf girl carelessly waved it off in her village. They had never even heard of human kingdoms. She sharply leaned toward the youth and said directly, "If he is the ruler here, let him make efforts for the sake of the inhabitants." The girl smiled slyly and admitted, at least this patch of land definitely belonged to him. Ashto calmly objected, "The forest has no master," but the elf girl reminded him that he was the one who settled here first. The youth froze. It turned out the locals had long considered him their lord. He awkwardly scratched his nose. The villagers awaited his permissions for construction, and the demonic ogres gave him spoils as a sign of respect. Suddenly the elf girl blushed, clasped her palms, and began tearfully begging for her own vineyard. The boy agreed to take on the preparation of the greenhouse, but flatly refused to exhaust himself with magic for a quick harvest. This completely suited her. The girl nodded happily and immediately revealed a new detail. Soon about a dozen vintners would come here to live. She stretched sweetly and dreamed of whiskey and wheat fields, while Ashto watched this drinking enthusiast with irony. The young man caught himself thinking, this noisy girl, it turns out, seemed surprisingly cute to him. Without giving him time to recover, the elf girl dashed off to look for builders, ignoring Ashto's outraged shouts. "Lady Shella," he exclaimed in shock after her, and the girl confirmed her real name with a smile. Shella leaned over the embarrassed young man with curiosity. Resting her cheek on her hand, she playfully praised him for caring about nature. Her face lit up with a smile. Honestly, these words pleased her very much. The boy nervously replied that he simply avoids magic that breaks the natural balance. Suddenly her fingers gently touched his neck. Ashto got confused, but remembered that he wanted to ask Lady Shella about the bestowed blessing. She gently lifted him by the chin and asked to be called only by her name. The girl reassured the boy about the power she had given him. Shella tenderly hugged him from behind. From now on his magic would not harm the land, but something else was more important. Now they are mentally connected, and all magical energy flows to him directly from her. After a long sleep, the release of frozen magic was felt. Shella's cheeks flushed with heat, and she admitted that this process gave her considerable pleasure, and Ashto was completely thrown off balance. She languidly pressed against his neck. The transfer of power really gave her pleasure. It freed space to accumulate new magic. The horned girl jokingly called him an innocent boy. Because of this, he blushed and feverishly hid his face. He babbled confusedly, trying to understand where the joke ended, and she just smoothly turned around and called his reaction cute. With a gentle smile, she explained, from now on he would decide for himself how to use her magic to protect these lands or to help Elmina. Throwing a carefree good luck, she set off. The boy froze stunned on the floor, and only one thought spun in his head: this person was really something else. Ashto carefully examined the horned girl's hand and reassured her the wound had healed without a single scar. She sincerely thanked the doctor, and the boy warmly hugged the little girl who was spinning nearby. Little Norma jumped onto his neck at full speed under the older girl's indignant exclamation. They were sharply interrupted by an elf woman with a child in her arms, who announced that May and Lunara had returned from the village. Another elf woman appeared in the doorway and asked Ashto to step aside for a conversation. She smiled embarrassedly and admitted that they had a problem. Ashto blinked puzzled. Norma's ears twitched, and the boy swallowed nervously upon hearing the joyful voice about grape wine. May quickly turned to him and dived into a broad smile in response. The wind quietly rustled the leaves on the trees. The conversation moved outside, near the walls of the house. May enthusiastically declared that she would plant an entire vineyard forest, boasting a pile of fresh seedlings. However, another elf from the crowd whispered anxiously that the real trouble was not the 10 new settlers at all. Ashto froze. Before him stood a whole crowd of unfamiliar catgirl maids in uniform, who respectfully called him master. The head maid with cat ears bowed respectfully, and informed him that from now on Ashto was their new lord. The boy was stunned. Before him stood as many as 50 girls from the Silver Cat clan ready to work faithfully in this settlement for his sake. They bowed low in gratitude, gasping for air from exhaustion. The elf quickly explained, this is a rare race that gains true power only in service to a human. For a moment, silence fell. She told their tragic story. Having lost their previous master to illness, the girls became outcasts and easy prey for monsters. Without connection to a human, their magic quickly fades so weak that they did not even have the strength to eat. The elf girl confessed that she saved them in the forest. She simply could not abandon the exhausted fugitives with a child to their fate. At the end, she added hopefully that these jack-of-all-trades would wonderfully help the dwarves develop the vineyard. Realizing the dubiousness of her act, she guiltily knelt before the shocked Ashto. He awkwardly only apologized. Ashto looked at the crowd of maids and understood how deeply life had crippled them. He closed his eyes and sighed heavily, silently accepting this unexpected burden. A cat girl timidly peeked out from behind the fabric. And what, he asked confusedly, exactly can he do to help them? The condition turned out to be ridiculously simple: he had to become their master. The boy only sighed and mentally said goodbye to the quiet life in the forest. Pressing his hand to his chest, he solemnly declared himself the new lord. The maids bowed their heads with relief, accepting his authority. Under their feet, a magical circle flared brightly. The contract was concluded. Ashto immediately asked whether he would now have to constantly command them. In response, the cat only squinted happily and herself asked to give the first order. He thoughtfully rubbed his chin. With a sharp wave of his hand, he commanded everyone to prepare. The maid clarified that later constant orders would not be needed, but now their nature requires direct leadership. Pointing at the house, the newly made master ordered everyone to wash clothes, take a bath, and finally get a good sleep. Then he turned to the elf May with a broad smile, ordered her to work just as diligently, and she gladly agreed. The elf Elmina joyfully saluted with her fingers. The vineyard is growing wonderfully, and she and the girls are ready to help others. Darkness. Ashto cheerfully watched the bustle while the carcasses of hunted boars lay in the background. Freshly washed clothes fluttered evenly in the wind. The elf girls took up hygiene and carefully washed the smeared cat girls in hot tubs. The neat maids with cat ears quickly got to work and carried baskets with apples and bread. In just a few days, a real town grew on the clearing with neat houses. Ashto admitted, the skill of the dwarves and the crazy speed of the silver cats made the perfect team, unmatched on the continent. The dwarf nearby kept praising the new workers, although they had appeared here only 3 days ago. The boy mentally counted his army: 10 dwarves, 18 elves, 4 ogres, and a full 50 cats. 15 more friends are coming to us, the bearded man joyfully thundered, and Ashto helplessly lowered his head in shock. His tiny settlement had finally grown into a huge village. The dwarf heartily slapped the young man on the back and reminded him that there was still a lot of work ahead on the farms, and in the forge no time to slack off. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a tall figure in a robe who unconditionally addressed the boy by name. The boy assessed the new workforce. Thanks to the silver cats, the dwarves were able to rapidly expand the lands. But he was haunted by suspicion. Could it be that those bearded men plan to settle here forever? His thoughts were interrupted by an unfamiliar elf woman in glasses. She confidently shook his hand and offered her family's help with the vineyard. She smiled warmly, introduced herself as Ashira, and apologized for being late, all because of the fuss with the fluffy helpers. The boy looked in wonder. Her aura noticeably differed from that of Elmina, revealing a truly wise and experienced person. And then Ashira sweetly asked to expand the plantations, about 20-fold, in such a way that left him stunned. The next morning began with a lively alarm clock, the joyful cry of a small silver cat diligently doing her job. The boy sleepily thanked the little one for waking him, and she proudly reported that it was her work. He sleepily tousled little Maya's head. Later, the senior maid Silmeria approached and informed that breakfast would be served soon. The boy shuffled down the corridor under the respectful gazes of his new wards. Covering a yawn, he recalled. At first he refused them, but they were so upset that he had to give in. At least not all 50 hung on him, as they had originally planned. Leaning over the sink, he finally accepted that the silver cat's leader and her little helper now lived under his roof. Seeing the luxurious breakfast on the table with country milk and chicken, the boy immediately realized it was time to start raising his own livestock. Since he could not accommodate the entire clan, the girls decided to send Silmeria and the youngest cat Maya to him. The boy once again begged the maids to forget the rules and have breakfast together, but Silmeria stubbornly refused to share the table with the master. Then he turned on logic. Together they would eat everything faster and clean up faster, and little Maya was already plaintively meowing from hunger. He smiled and patted the table. Silmeria sighed resignedly. The girls gave up. The boy quietly but persistently nudged the confused maids toward the chairs. After breakfast, Silmeria relaxed Maya's appetite, reminded her again of the tiny fluffy kitten that once lived nearby. These words struck the boy with pain. He immediately remembered how Moody carefully cared for that cat. He heavily leaned on the windowsill and looked into the yard. A bright thought flashed in his mind. Moody would definitely have befriended Maya. But his heart was gripped by sorrow. He no longer believed that he would ever see her again. A heavy silence hung over the tree crowns. Meanwhile, Silmeria and Maya were already traveling by train, fervently believing that next time they would definitely find him. With a warm, barely dreamy smile, she confessed that she really wanted to see him. A cozy rural house with a large greenhouse breathed tranquility. By the open window, Ashto was intently studying a thick botany reference book. Suddenly, a ringing voice interrupted him. The young man turned around gratefully. The cat girl Maya joyfully handed him a cup of hot tea. Sipping the drink, he watched with pleasure as the workers pulled a cart full of harvest baskets. The idyll was broken by joyful noise from behind the door. Memories moved him back a few days. Only bare wooden frames towered over the land. Then the scale of the future fields made him quite worried. But under Ashto's clear leadership, the new vineyard was prepared remarkably quickly. The elf girl in glasses briskly encouraged him to show everything he was capable of. Now the most important thing remained to awaken the seedlings with his own magic. Ashto stepped into the field behind the fence. A whole crowd had gathered, fanatically chanting words of support. The girls screamed with delight, and he only smiled awkwardly. They had turned ordinary agricultural work into a real festival. Ashto looked puzzled at the horned girl who appeared out of nowhere again. Lady Shella sharply turned around and enthusiastically pointed to the incredible scale around. She suddenly asked if he had noticed something important. And around them, a real celebration was raging. Burly demons and elves with children were carefree and joyful among the magical crops. Shella looked warmly at the boy and called him the hope for everyone in this place. They walked leisurely under the wooden supports of the future vineyard, while the girl talked about the impatience of the demonic ogres and silver cats eager to taste his wine sooner. For the elder dwarves and high elves, this drink was a source of life, and he had managed to create it in record time. Suddenly, Shella playfully jumped up to his very face and confessed that she too was burning with impatience to drink, and this made Ashto only laugh nervously. She sincerely beamed, prophesying to him the happiest and greatest days ahead. The boy smiled confusedly, wondering what awaited him now. Shella lightly poked him in the chest with her finger and commanded to keep their shared hope in his heart. Ashto smiled softly and nodded quietly. His gaze slid upward through the wooden beams to the bright sky. A head noise, clamor, and a joyful crowd of diverse creatures he had gathered around himself. The boy smiled awkwardly and admitted that he had gotten into a very unusual situation. The former pain from unhappy love and parental disappointment disappeared. Now people believed in him, and each new day brought only joy. A hand confidently took the wand. With excitement in his eyes, he gave the command to begin. At the wave of his hand, the vines swiftly shot upward, and the elf woman along with the old man exhaled in admiration. Looking around the vineyard, he firmly decided to do everything possible to live here happily. A brief moment of silence. Together with the girl, they leisurely walked along the rows of ripe grapes. The days were passing. Free time appeared and he plunged headlong into the study of herbalism. The little maid with cat ears was genuinely surprised. Could it be that the master really enjoyed just sitting with a book? With the start of the harvest, work in the greenhouse decreased so he could relax and drink tea at the desk. The boy smiled indulgently. He perfectly understood the logic of a child who simply wanted to play outside. He suggested Maya join the reading, and the girl thoughtfully pressed a finger to her cheek. The boy took a sip from the cup and disappointedly rubbed his chin. The drink tasted like ordinary warm water due to the fuss with the wine. He had forgotten about other recipes. He sharply raised his gaze. Real tea is needed. In imagination, a horned friend immediately appeared. She had long dreamed of a hot herbal infusion. Wonderful, he exclaimed so unexpectedly that the cat girl maid nearby even shuddered. The boy remembered the book from May with its hints and search magic, so finding wild tea trees would be easy. With enthusiasm, he leaned toward the girl and suggested setting off on a forest walk immediately. Somewhere deep in the thickets under a tree, a fluffy forest spirit sat peacefully. The ancient crowns of the trees intertwined so tightly that they almost completely hid the sky beneath them. The boy optimistically examined the flora, estimating how quickly he would come across leaves, and suddenly froze. His companion was already hanging on a thick branch right above his head. Just a moment ago, he was calmly walking along the path, admiring how untouched and uninhabited this forest was. The maid let out a clear gasp and carelessly fell down. "This is dangerous, get down," the boy panicked and rushed to catch her in horror. But instead of falling, the girl only gracefully spun in the air. The boy recoiled, letting out a frightened scream. He helplessly sprawled on the ground and muttered about the crazy acrobatics of silver cats, while the girl beast Maya blinked in confusion. Maya leaned over him and asked worriedly what had happened. Suddenly, there was a rustle in the bushes. Sitting on the path, he asked Maya not to scare him with such tricks anymore. His gaze stopped on the wooden familiar, which suddenly began to munch on the torn leaves. The boy froze sharply. The little one with stuffed cheeks chewed the greens impassively, ignoring his surprised exclamations. A page from an open reference book with a familiar sketch surfaced in his memory. He looked closely at the nearby thickets. Could this really be tea? His fingers feverishly rustled the pages of the book. It matches. He decisively grabbed the stick and commanded, "Carefully soften the soil to uproot the bush without damaging the roots." In a moment, he was already happily pressing a green bundle to his chest, dreaming of a tasty drink, while Maya enthusiastically praised her master. The forest burst into ringing laughter. The whole trio truly rejoiced at the sudden find. The young man clung with all his might to the rocky soil and commanded the earth to soften, while the maid with cat ears cheerfully cheered for him. Before them lay a sizable dug-up bush with carefully wrapped roots. Barely lifting the giant plant, the boy admitted with surprise that he had actually succeeded. But the weight turned out to be completely unmanageable. The little forest spirit anxiously offered help, but the young man stubbornly refused, although he trembled from the strain. He grits his teeth. If he has decided to live here, he must become stronger. Right by the greenhouse, the heavy load fell to the ground with a dull thud. The boy collapsed nearby helplessly, wondering how he even managed to drag this giant, while the spirit and the maid chirped with delight. To the girl's question about where they would plant the bush, the exhausted hero could only respond with a complaint about fatigue. He decided to break up a tea plantation near the vineyard, and at that very moment, the delicate maid joyfully lifted the giant plant as if it were a light feather. The young man lost the power of speech from shock, and the spirit happily jumped around. The girl called the boy to the race with laughter, and carrying the load in her arms, rushed away, leaving the stunned gentleman confusedly searching for how to thank her. He could only sigh long and watch the assistants with his gaze. And far from here, the strong walls of the great city already towered the border beyond which the lands near Oberstein began. The girl in the cloak quietly said a brief "thank you." The guard in heavy armor did not turn. He only gruffly advised to be careful. A second of silence. The heavy doors closed behind them with a prolonged creak. Only then did the fugitive convulsively exhale and nervously crumple the fabric of the cloak. Two figures hurried away along the old cobblestone road. Oberstein turned out to be gigantic, and due to dense checkpoints, finding the place of Ashto's disappearance was extremely difficult. Removing her hood, the blonde groaned wearily from fatigue, but sincerely rejoiced that the guards had finally seen clearly. Sherry nearby only smiled with relief. The blonde still thought anxiously about Ashto, while Sherry firmly stated their real journey had finally begun. However, doubts quickly dissipated. Absolutely confident in her own brother's strength, the girl triumphantly raised her fist and they decisively stepped under the forest canopy. Oberstein is a wild, unexplored territory of the Balog Kingdom, filled with deadly monsters. Two girls cautiously made their way through the forest wilderness. A sudden attack, Sherry barely managed to push Moody away from the strike of a snake's tail. A giant monster crawled out of the thickets. Sherry clenched her teeth tightly. She was prepared for dangers but did not expect to see such a beast after only half a day's journey. Moody, knocked to the ground, groaned quietly. Sherry realized they could not win and in despair shouted to her friend, "Run." She abruptly sprang from her place. Moody was paralyzed with horror and tears burst from her eyes. Sherry rushed to her and firmly grabbed her shoulders, demanding in a pleading voice to escape immediately. The snake made a lightning-fast strike. Sherry rushed forward and covered her friend with her whole body, taking the heavy blow. Realization stabbed Moody the predator was poisonous. The massive tail of the monster crushed the girl with deadly force. The wounded girl could not hold on with all her might and fell right onto Moody, instantly cutting off her thoughts about the long-awaited lunch. A horned family suddenly emerged from the bushes. The little one immediately pointed to the bloody stranger for his parents, while Moody blinked in confusion. The tall man bent over the victim and unmistakably recognized bite marks from a small snake. Moody tensed, carefully examining their dark skin and horns too large for ordinary ogres. When asked if she could neutralize the poison herself, the girl only shook her head desperately. Wasting no time, the stranger commanded his kin to carry the victims and asked Moody to bring the severed snake head. He acted decisively, ordered to follow them immediately because their village elder was a skilled herbalist. The horned ones readily and cautiously lifted the exhausted travelers into their arms. The squad was accelerating every moment and rushing swiftly to the settlement. On the streets of the village Moody, people froze in amazement. Here elves, dwarves, and representatives of the cat clan peacefully coexisted side by side. She, full of hope, clasped her hands on her chest. Ahead, the large house of the elder was already coming into view. The man's wife warmly smiled at Moody, assuring that her friend would definitely be pulled out of that world here. The girl was feverishly thinking about where to find the village elder. Her companion flew into the room without knocking, ignoring the outrage of the maid Silmeria, and from the threshold grabbed a question about the village leader. The girl threw open the door and shouted from the threshold that they had brought the wounded. Silmeria immediately commanded, "Carry the injured to the examination room," and one of the girls rushed to run after the elder. Hearing that the master was in the greenhouse, the girl hastily said, "They wounded not her the friend." They carried her into the empty examination room. On the bed, dripping with cold sweat, unconscious lay Sherry. Silmeria carefully examined the wound and confirmed it was a poisonous snake bite, so the reptile itself would be needed for treatment. One of the companions recalled that her husband had killed that creature and taken it with him, so the maid ordered to immediately bring the corpse here. In panic, the girls surrounded pale Sherry and begged her not to give up. While they were tearfully crowding around the bed, voices and hurried footsteps of the elder finally came from the corridor. The young man froze in surprise in the doorway. The girl sharply raised hopeful eyes to him. He stepped inside and silently met her pleading gaze. Ashto was struck to freeze. The girl next to him reported a poisonous snake had attacked them in the forest. On the bed lay pale and unconscious Sherry, and the boy simply could not believe his own eyes. Hundreds of questions swarmed in his head, but he dismissed them and firmly promised to save his friend. Ashto ordered the maid Silmeria to urgently bring hot water. An antidote could be made from the killed snake. Everyone rushed to act. The girl was quickly given medicine and helped to change clothes. Her breathing evened out. The boy exhaled with relief, sitting by the bed now the worst was behind. It was time for a serious conversation. He asked the maid to prepare the guest room for Moody. In the silence, quiet words sounded about how long it had been since they last saw each other. Moody smiled warmly and a little sadly. They sat next to each other, and Ashto quietly agreed. He blinked confusedly and still did not understand the true purpose of this sudden visit. Then Moody gently looked him straight in the eyes and confessed that they had come specifically for him. The conversation was exhausted, leaving a heavy silence between them. He nervously scratched his cheek and tried to lighten the mood, asking how he and Sherry had even gotten here. The boy blinked in surprise. He whispered her name in confusion and could not find the words. The girl tightly clasped her hands on her knees and quietly confessed. Despite everything, friends and her sister helped her a lot. The young man froze, stunned to hear that there would be no wedding. Ludger himself did not want this marriage, so the engagement was broken. He immediately understood. All this was only so that she could find him. "But it seems I am late," Moody said bitterly and immediately hid her gaze. The boy panicked, waved his hands, and feverishly swore that Silmeria was just his housekeeper, not what she had imagined. The girl only smiled sadly. He lives with such a beauty, so there is definitely no place for her in his life. He was completely embarrassed and awkwardly muttered that it was almost the same thing. Hiding his flushed face, he blurted out, "Why should I lie?" And Moody quietly confessed, "Right now she has absolutely no one." The tension between them finally dissipated, and the boy smiled warmly with relief. Moody blushed and replied to him with a gentle, calm smile. He warned that the story would be long, and asked if she was really ready to listen to it. That did not stop her. She asked Ashto to tell absolutely everything about his affairs and life here after he left home. The girl fervently assured that she wanted to know every detail after all. She also had something to tell him. Sherry was sleeping peacefully on the sofa. Ashto carefully pulled a blanket over her. Outside the window, a typical rural house was visible. The boy was sitting nearby, when suddenly the girl quietly started talking in her sleep. He barely smiled. Sherry opened her eyes and in disbelief called her brother, and he leaned over her, asking her not to make sudden movements. "Is it really you?" Tears burst from her eyes as soon as Ashto confirmed and assured, now she was safe. The girl, sobbing, threw herself around his neck, and the brother hugged her, quietly comforting her. After recovering a bit, Sherry looked around and asked where they were at all. Ashto stroked her head, said that Moody was also fine, and suggested having some tea. He awkwardly added that everything unfolded by itself, and he simply could not refuse. Sherry sat on the bed and exhaled through her teeth. It was because of this that she once left the family. While Ashto was tightening the bandages on his torso, she asked about their further plans, and he casually replied that they would stay living here. A rosy smile flashed on the girl's face. This time, they would be able to be together forever. Moody chirped happily, smiling carefree at the hero. Sherry, with a bundle of towels, calmly asked if she agreed with their proposal. The girl timidly peeked out from behind the doorframe and immediately received permission to enter. Suddenly, there was a knock. Someone brought tea to the master. Moody froze, eyes wide open with delight. She exclaimed emotionally, asking who this little one was, and the hero calmly introduced the housekeeper's assistant Maya. At the threshold stood a confused miniature made with cat ears, firmly holding a tray. The girls immediately surrounded the newcomer, greeting her warmly. Moody tightly hugged the cat girl in her arms and leaned on the hero, forcing him to confirm that she was simply super cute. She sincerely squeezed the confused Maya and, gently rubbing against her cheek, did not let go. The maid nervously hesitated, begging to wait. Moody's fingers enthusiastically buried themselves in the maid's silky hair, gently kneading her fluffy ears. Suddenly Maya shuddered. She had completely forgotten about the tea. The hero thanked the embarrassed assistant with a warm smile, and she blushed and meowed brightly in response. He hesitantly opened the door and gestured to invite the guests inside. Looking back, the boy glanced at the maid and asked if everyone was already awake. He apologized for the suddenness and introduced the girls. From now on, his younger sister Sherry and childhood friend Moody would live here. The maid quickly oriented herself and led the grateful Moody to inspect her new room. He introduced Silmeria to the guests, and the maid bowed reservedly to both of them. Fresh tea was steaming on the table, and an open work notebook lay nearby. The pen hurriedly finished writing her medical card. Sherry sat down on the bed and inquired about the records. Her brother casually replied that he keeps track of his patients' injuries and illnesses. The girl suddenly flared up and shouted indignantly, asking if he was hinting at her excess weight, while he awkwardly waved off the accusations. Sherry blinked confusedly, and her brother calmly stated that she had indeed gained weight. A warm, barely nostalgic smile flashed across his face. He admitted that his sister had changed a lot, and he had lost count of the years since he last heard her affectionate brother. The boy recalled their last brief meeting. By then Sherry was already commanding elite troops and was rarely home due to service. Sitting at the table, he straightforwardly said that her sudden decision to live together was a huge surprise to him. Sherry emotionally explained that the army took all her time, but she and Lou were constantly worried about him. She sharply blurted out that he was also to blame, causing the boy to flinch fearfully. Ashto froze. They had indeed grown apart, but the girls had never treated him with hostility. "Were you worried?" he asked confusedly, and received a firm confirmation from Sherry. The boy lowered his gaze, feeling a pang of conscience. Even revealing his magic, he stubbornly buried himself in books, proving to his family that he was worth something. Only now did he realize it was he himself who pushed them away. Sherry looked at him intently, asking if he finally understood now. Ashto quietly apologized to the girls for his long silence. He gently admitted his guilt, and Sherry called him a fool in her heart, reminding him of the path she had taken for his sake. They hugged tightly. Silence. Sherry blushed a little, sincerely happy that everything had finally settled. The girls smiled happily. They did not need all the details to finally feel at peace. After 3 days, she was finally able to get up. Lying idle had completely bored her, so she persuaded Ashto to take her out to the village. The girl smiled gently and threw on a cloak. Ashto anxiously checked if her wounds hurt, but she cheerfully assured him that she felt great. The boy remembered that first they needed to thank the ogre family for shelter, and called her to follow him. Meanwhile, the burly horned demon was chopping wood, and the little one nearby was shouting about a doctor and broken horns. Having found him, the girl sincerely thanked the giant for saving her and Sherry from certain death. The demon looked over his shoulder in surprise. She simply radiated with gratitude. A warm smile appeared on the giant's stern face. He was glad that the guest had recovered. His companion immediately started talking in a way that teased, boggled, and embarrassed the giant. Ashto could not believe his eyes. The strongest ogre demon in the village was standing there, awkwardly blushing. Suddenly the girl sharply turned around. Local children ran out towards her with joyful cries, endlessly happy to see her. The road led them to the village, where the rural lands and farms had noticeably expanded. Elmina looked at the new plantations in amazement, then stared in surprise at Ashto's unfamiliar companions. The elf girl bluntly said that the girl did not look like her brother at Alland, immediately received a remark from him. The boy proudly introduced the newcomers, his younger sister Sherry and childhood friend Moody. He showered his little sister with compliments, which greatly surprised Elminash. Had no idea that Ashto could be such a caring brother. Sherry happily thanked him for looking after her, while Moody only quietly and shyly greeted them. From the excessive flattery, Ashto's sister blushed deeply and, breaking into a cry, begged him to be quiet. Calmed down, Sherry gazed at the elf girl in fascination and called her a beauty, while her brother sarcastically remarked that it was only while she was smiling. Elmina smiled warmly and officially introduced herself, happy to meet the new residents. Ashto decided not to overwhelm the girls and postponed meeting the rest of the villagers for another time. He suggested finding August and the elder dwarves, but just then learned that August had just gone to get materials. A huge greenhouse rose before the guests, making them exhale in admiration. On the road, the girls were shocked to realize the scale of the place. Legendary dwarves, high elves, and even demonic ogres lived nearby. Then suddenly he stopped, turned around, and with maximum seriousness asked one last time, were they really ready to live here? The boy laughed sincerely and gratefully thanked the girls for their support. The blonde responded lively and enthusiastically, offered her ice magic to create desserts. He warmly welcomed the new residents to his village, and the girl joyfully thanked her brother for the new home. But in a moment she slyly squinted and suggested Moody move right into his room, causing the boy to instantly panic and blush. Moody walked thoughtfully through the village, tightly clutching a basket of baked goods. Sherry called out to her. The local girls praised Moody's culinary talents and suggested making something from the local grapes. She blushed warmly from the praise. As soon as she heard about the new batch, Sherry immediately took off her ice magic was definitely needed there. After a month in the village, Moody was gradually settling in and now was pondering how to thank everyone for their hospitality. The gaze slid over the empty wall. The girl sighed helplessly. Without useful magic and special utensils, she felt completely useless. Suddenly, the maid Maya rushed into the room with a cart and joyfully called out about tea. A confused come-in sounded after her loud entrance. Seeing her own tactlessness, the cat girl closed her eyes and cried out an apology. She was so upset that she forgot the main thing. Moody gently nudged her to put the tea leaves. Sweets lay on the table, but there was only water in the teapot. Maya almost cried from her own clumsiness, but Moody gently hugged her and assured her everything would be fine later. The girl took a sip and warmly thanked the maid Maya for the tasty tea. That one's ears twitched happily at the praise. Suddenly Maya seriously asked if the master really thought the guest was that important. The girl just closed her eyes and barely smiled. She remembered how he sincerely rejoiced at their decision to live all together, and how he got seriously angry when she arrived in the village with another guest. I knew it, she thought sharply, flinching suddenly. Ashto also became dear to her because he took such devoted care of her and Sherry. Maya loudly declared that everyone important to the master automatically becomes important to her as well. A little later, through the window, the girl noticed the second daughter of the Atwaite family. She ruffled the maid's hair with a smile, and the maid contentedly meowed. Rumors surfaced in her memory that the abilities of this child pale in comparison to her older sister Luna Maria. She recalled her own childhood, poisoned by the bullying of the eldest son of the Estre family, and bitterly wondered if this girl had shared her fate. After all, she now painfully resembled the second son of the same family. His sister Luna Maria and the eldest son of the Estre family, Ludger, were the same age, so they quickly grew close due to their situation. The girl sadly lowered her gaze, convinced that the boy was now having a much harder time than she was. A social reception in the garden gathered all the nobility. Luna Maria was terribly embarrassed in her festive dress, shyly waving off. Ludger warmly congratulated her on her birthday and assured her that the outfit suited her very well. The younger brother only watched their conversation on the bench from afar, like a shadow. He nervously clasped his hands together and in his thoughts begged for all this to end sooner. Suddenly Luna Maria sighed heavily and bitterly admitted, even if she ran away from home, no one would notice, but she cannot do that. The boy froze in surprise. The girl looked around confusedly and immediately realized that she was heard. They instantly recognized each other, two other children in their families, equally pushed to the background. Luna Maria covered her mouth in surprise, and a shy smile blossomed on his face. The conversation ignited by itself, and from that time they became inseparable. Together they finally felt like ordinary children. In childhood they often ran away from home, played in the city, and wandered the mountains together with their younger sister Ashto Sherry. This continued until they turned 15, until the time came to learn about their magical abilities. Having received a talent for nature magic, Ashto plunged headlong into study and almost stopped leaving the house. Explosion, Moody froze when she heard the verdict. It turned out that she had a rare gift specifically for explosion magic. The mentor strictly ordered her to develop these powers, so that she would become as powerful as her sister Sherry the Ice Princess. Since this magic was key for the army, the family's attitude toward Moody instantly changed. But this meant only one thing. She would have to study spells created exclusively for destruction and mass killings. She simply could not do it. The family quickly lost hope, disdainfully throwing out that with such a gift the girl was only capable of useless tricks. Moody silently swallowed the insults. Instead of battle spells, her notebooks were covered with drawings of innocent sparks. Weighed down by the burden of others' expectations, she wearily bowed her head on the table. Darkness. In the shadow, two figures coldly decided her fate. The girl would be married off to the eldest son of the Estrie family to squeeze some benefit out of her. The maid with cat ears peacefully snored, immersed in dreams of a distant past. The girl looked detachedly out the window. Twilight was already thickening beyond the glass. She blinked and only then realized when she had fallen asleep on the sofa, while the maid sat on her lap. Suddenly she was sharply illuminated. Here, without the high walls of the manor, the evening sky seemed much more spacious and clear. Silence. The maid on her lap sleepily stirred and opened her eyes. The girl gasped in fear from the surprise. The remnants of sleep instantly vanished. In a moment, a whole crowd gathered in the square around the old stone well. The elf girl asked confusedly what the gathering was about, but Ashto himself did not know. Moody simply called everyone together, promising to show something. The girl apologized to her friends for suddenly summoning them to the square late at night. She smiled. Exactly a month had passed since they arrived in the village, and it was time to repay the hospitality. Pressing her hand to her chest, she confessed that she wanted to thank them in her own special way. A magical wand easily spun in her hand. Waving it, the sorceress invited everyone to enjoy the spectacle. The crowd froze. A solitary spark swiftly soared into the darkness. The sky exploded with a gigantic firework, eliciting a sincere cry from the boy and the elf girl. Dazzling sparks blossomed right above the heads. Light cascades rained down like a shower. The spectators watched upward in fascination. The elves compared these flashes to flowers, whispering in wonder that they had never seen such beauty. The dwarf laughed loudly, pleasantly impressed by the girl's skill, and the beastmen squeaked joyfully. Then the boy realized this was the famous Moody spell called Shining Flame. Alito calmly looked at the sky. Who would have thought that the destructive magic of an explosion could be used exactly like this? Once the girl had failed to overcome harsh battle spells and created her own. Moody raised her hands, preparing the magic, while behind her they loudly urged, "Enjoy this unusual gift." The bearded man cheerfully commanded to bring drinks. Such a magnificent light show demanded a couple of glasses. The girl, with cheeks flushed from excitement, turned and asked Alito what he would say. The young man smiled gently and sincerely admitted that it was truly very beautiful. "Moody," he said quietly. Side by side they watched the bursts of bright fireworks, forever erasing the painful past and giving start to their new happy time. There were no more problems with food. The hens steadily laid eggs. The locals now brought him milk themselves as a sign of gratitude. As soon as Moody appeared near the barn, the children joyfully rushed to thank her for the treats. She smiled warmly at them in response. Since Moody and Sherry settled in the village, 2 months had quietly passed. The horned little ones gave Moody no rest, endlessly begging for fluffy pastries and crunchy sweets. While she baked for the villagers, Sherry cooled the products with ice magic and saved the workers with icy drinks. Together with the former maids, their company of 5 breathed new life into this house. Before, it seemed too big for the boy, but now everything fell into place. Each of their days was filled with smiles, but the night brought new worries every time. One problem still gave him no peace. Looking around the basement, he decided whiskey would suit his plan better than wine. The boy thoughtfully illuminated rows of oak barrels with a lantern. Suddenly, Silmeria grew silently behind his back, making him twitch nervously. The boy sighed wearily. The resident's relentless drinking was draining all his energy. The time had come for a secret experiment in the cellar. Together with the cat girl, he rolled a barrel there. The gnomes and elves had already worn out the bald spot with complaints about the lack of alcohol. The local brew was not yet ripe, so he decided to take a risk to strike the natural ingredients with growth magic. He honestly warned that he could not guarantee the result, but still allowed her to watch. The boy did not want unnecessary noise, although his companion was honestly surprised by this nocturnal conspiracy. He raised his wand over the small barrel and confidently spoke the spell. Sparks swirled in the air. Crack, the magic went out of control. The barrel swelled with a crash, filling half the room. While the mage blinked in astonishment, the girl calmly handed him a glass. The drink looked as if it had been aged for a dozen years. They silently stared at the wooden giant. The corkscrew quietly pulled out the cork, and the thick drink spilled over the edge. The rich color and aroma simply knocked them off their feet. It was the best wine of their lives, true madness. The cat girl froze in shock, hiding her confused gaze. The boy suddenly froze in surprise. He handed the glass to Silmeria and asked her to evaluate the wine. Taking a sip, he felt a soft taste with a tartness and a rich barrel aroma. The cat girl suddenly shuddered. The cat girl pressed to the glass, and a blush instantly flooded her face. The experiment succeeded. Silmeria blushed and breathed heavily, barely managing to utter an address to the master. Already the next day, he cast growth magic on all the village barrels. The elf girl shone with delight and promised to speed up her own plans. This greatly puzzled the boy. A few days before, a new guest arrived in the village. Footsteps nearby suddenly stopped. The elf girl laughed and refused to reveal her secrets, while the boy was busy expanding the warehouses. The young man with dog ears and his companion calmly called themselves hellhounds. The greeting from the muscular mayor Ashto threw the boy and Silmeria into an awkward stupor. The boy thought confusedly. The hellhounds disappeared many years ago, and this trio did not look dangerous at all. The exhausted young hound begged to be let into the village, where they supposedly give shelter to rare species from ogres to high elves. The host asked puzzledly where these rumors even came from. The boy spoke about a terrible epidemic that wiped out their kin, and he was sharply stopped. It turned out that rumors were already spreading about a mysterious man who collects monsters and develops wild lands. Here the rule was one: if you want to live, work. Gonchak joyfully blurted out that their men are first-class hunters, and the women so skillfully. He bowed low again, showered with pleas, and the confused young man in the hood finally managed to surrender. The refugees were immediately promised to have their own houses built with the help of local gnomes. From behind the hunter's back, a little girl timidly peeked out and tightly clutched the edge of his clothing. The master quickly assigned the newcomers. Hunters were sent to the demon Balgild, and the seamstresses were entrusted to Sherry. As soon as the assistants got to work, he nodded at the frightened child. "And who is this?" He was painfully explained that illness had forever taken the little Lara's parents. Hellhounds always appear in litters of 3, so one child is an absolute rarity. Suddenly the girl almost felt her legs hurt so much it was unbearable. Her brother panicked and rushed to her, while the maids chirped happily, "Their master will instantly heal her." The guest bowed low, begging the young man to take care of Lara while they are away. The child's leg showed characteristic dreadful burns from poisonous herbs. The baby trembled slightly. The young man grew gloomy. The poisoning turned out to be serious. Ahead of the girl awaited several days of strict bed rest. Seeing off the guests, he turned around and gently asked the little one if she had come from afar. The boy soothingly ran his hand over her head, promising a speedy recovery. The blonde maid silently watched this. Lara continued to cower fearfully on the bed. Suddenly, the fair-haired woman sharply leaned toward her, and with a broad smile repeated the master's question. Hearing about 3 months of exhausting journey from the north, the girl joyfully exclaimed that she was not local either. Her voice fell silent for a moment, and she recalled what hell life was for the beast people before they ended up in this house. The death of the former master almost broke her and her mother. Sadness instantly melted away. The maid fervently grabbed Lara's hands and assured her that their new lord was incredible, and happiness awaited everyone. "You will have fun too," she said brightly, and left the embarrassed child blinking in confusion. The boy sighed heavily, and at last a warm smile played on his lips. A tear burst from his eye when he, choked with emotions, exclaimed that from now on she could talk to him as often as she wanted. The girl with cat ears tightly squeezed his palms and quietly confessed. She was the only one in the group, she had no relatives, so there was no one to simply talk to. The boy's eyes lit up with joy, and he immediately and sincerely agreed without hesitation. The girl blossomed with a wide smile and cheerfully promised they would play to their heart's content as soon as he felt better. They stood shoulder to shoulder, holding hands tightly. Thus began the true friendship of two children who overcame sadness and found each other. Thanks to the Hellhound girls, fabric production soared in just a few days. The craftswomen tirelessly sewed everything for the villagers, from everyday clothes to the most diverse costumes. Stacks of finished items quickly multiplied. Meanwhile, the men trained daily with Balgold and continuously honed their hunting skills. The village quickly expanded around the great tree, and everything was going even too well. A long, peaceful bleeding stretched out. The boy froze, covered in cold sweat. The beast girl enthusiastically told that these are cow sheep, from them one can shear wonderful wool. The horned warrior did not understand the panic. He simply fulfilled the request and brought the animals for the wool. The boy snapped at the shout, pointing his finger at these fluffy monsters. The beast girl joyfully boasted that they have another dozen such beauties. The hero silently looked at her back, stunned by her complete lack of fear. He howled in his mind. Instead of one small sheep, they brought him a whole flock. And the demon carelessly waved it off, saying the beasts are tame and won't run into the village. The boy stood resigned before the massive pen, which had to be urgently ordered from the dwarves. He had no idea how to cope with these royal sheep. And in the greenhouse, a new surprise awaited him. He gloomily stared at the withered leaves, vainly convincing himself that the situation was not yet critical. Shella silently emerged from behind his back. The boy thoughtfully rubbed his chin while she told about her desire to grow rare herbs. From such a sudden appearance, his heart was pounding, so he barely squeezed out a greeting. Shella only playfully laughed and offered him new whimsical plants. She reminded that the elder dwarves had just built the perfect greenhouse for him. Strange bulbs and a thin shoot lay in his hand. The girl slyly winked, confident in her gift. And at that very moment, she vanished into the air, not leaving him a chance to even ask for any instructions. In a few hours, he had already settled into the new spacious building. The boy knelt before the pots and suspiciously stared at the eerie color of the planted sprouts. At first glance, the ordinary seedlings had such strange stems that he had never seen before. Curiosity sharply overcame fear. He was afraid to use the growth skill. What if this unknown flora turned out to be dangerous and got out of control? But temptation prevailed, and he leaned down to grow at least one bush. The boy concentrated and quietly commanded the sprout to grow, hoping not to overdo the magic. But in a moment, the crown of a giant tree exploded above him. On the thick branches, lush flowers instantly bloomed. He enchantedly raised his head and inhaled the thick, sweet aroma of rose petals. The tree shot up to incredible sizes and was densely covered with leaves. The boy was confused. He had planned to release only a little power. A large fruit peeked out from under the leaves, from which a strong, pleasant smell rose. Next to a quiet smile appeared Lady Shella, and he immediately asked her about the strange plant. The girl looked stunned at the crown and could not believe that the tree was already fully ripe. Shella explained that this was a legendary species bred by mages many years ago. The plant proudly called itself the Heavenly Peach. The boy listened enchantedly, and Shella playfully added that the tastiest wine in the world comes from these fruits. She received her seedling in ancient times, when mages were still called demigods. Holding his breath, the boy carefully reached out his hand to the branch with the peach. Walking through the bright greenhouse, the girl happily suggested picking fruits right from the branches. Leaning on a wooden post, she called the boy to not waste time and to taste the harvest right now without waiting for tomorrow. The boy thoughtfully looked at the swirling liquid in the jug and wondered if it would really turn into wine. The knife quickly slid through the pulp. To the question of how exactly to eat it, she only replied, "Cut the fruits." The young man skillfully crushed the fruits, a skill that remained from his time living in the kingdom. The girl playfully stretched and fed him from her hands, causing embarrassed protests. A deft move and a piece was already in his mouth. He chewed confusedly under her sweet, expectant gaze. Ashto insisted. The owner of the seedling should taste first, but she cut it, reminding who exactly helped it grow. The taste exceeded all expectations. Fresh, sweet nectar literally melted on the tongue and caused the girl to let out a satisfied giggle. Suddenly she remembered about care and ordered to definitely feed the leaves later with the mysterious tree water. Her gaze became serious. It turned out that this fruit grows exclusively in their greenhouse, which frankly stunned Ashto. She only slyly squinted and promised, after the feeding, a pleasant surprise awaits him. In massive jugs, wine from the Heavenly Peach gleamed. The boy with the horned companion contentedly licked his fingers, already imagining how everyone would gulp down this drink by the whole cups. Under the branches of the heavenly peach stood a barrel of fresh wine. Everyone froze in anticipation. The gnome could not believe that real alcohol could come from local fruits. The mayor silently took the first sip. The old man immediately pounced on him, shouting about his rightful claim to the drink. The taste turned out to be exactly what was needed. The girls also noted the sweet, light drink. The mayor calmly began to pour a refill. Suddenly, one of the hellhounds asked if the fruits themselves were edible. Hearing the affirmative answer, the little one began to beg for at least a couple. The mayor warned, "Do not eat raw fruits." He allowed to treat the flock and instantly irritated the elf's appetite. The young man laughed and allowed to choose the whole tree. The crowd joyfully erupted with cries, competing to demand a share for themselves and their children. The baskets were filled to the brim with ripe heavenly peaches. The light quietly flooded the spacious glass greenhouse. The little spirit joyfully asked who else wanted fruits, but the young man anxiously reminded they had only one tree, they needed to act more carefully. They had not finished speaking when the wooden spirit threw something, and the young man called out to him in confusion. The seed hit the ground with a dull thud. At that moment, tall shoots suddenly burst from the soil, causing the boy to exclaim in astonishment. Nearby appeared the horned lady Shella, amazed that an ordinary tree spirit gained such tremendous power just from eating leaves. The young man shouted confusedly at the little one, and in a second the child planted a whole clearing of trees. And the spirit only glowed with happiness and boasted that the leaves were exceedingly tasty. So he created a whole army of new seedlings of the heavenly peach. Shella quietly burst out laughing. She noticed that the boy sweetly distributed all his supplies, and he calmly waved it off. What sense is there in keeping everything just for oneself? Looking at the satisfied child, the young man suddenly realized the little one had grown quite a bit, and immediately suspected that Shella's own magic was involved. Then he was struck as if by an electric shock. He had directly forgotten to check his very first tiny seedlings, on which he had not even spent growth magic yet. Meanwhile, in the remaining pots, the leaves trembled restlessly, filling with power. The boy abruptly stopped in front of the large glass greenhouse, muttering confusedly, asking why they had come here. The girl smiled slyly and suggested trying the growth magic on two mysterious seedlings. After making sure the plants were not poisonous, the young man hesitantly spoke the spell. He froze, waiting with a slight smile. The soil in the pots barely noticeably glowed. The smile instantly disappeared from his face. The leaves barely weakly twitched. The boy awkwardly muttered that the plants were not reacting, and the companion gently advised to pour in more magic. This touched his pride, clenching his fist. He passionately exclaimed that he would give them all his strength. The young man fell to his knees and directed a powerful stream of energy at the pots. He strained with all his might, dripping heavily with sweat. The girl playfully leaned over and joyfully announced that the process had finally started moving. Hearing a loud rustling, the boy blinked in surprise. Exhausted, he lowered his head and began to apologize for his weakness, while the girl cheerfully reassured him. Suddenly, the seedlings exploded with massive vines. They aggressively burst out in all directions. The young man jumped back in panic, not understanding why they were growing so wildly since he had already stopped the spell. Ashto was stunned when, right behind his back, two bizarre plant girls suddenly appeared, Mandrake and Alron. Meanwhile, peaceful clouds drifted over the spacious estate. On the table steamed a freshly pulled from the oven ruddy pie. Moody and Silmeria shone with pride. This time they took a risk and baked it not from apples but from rare celestial peaches. A joyful bustle arose in the house. The maids were already anticipating the sweet treat, and a group of children ran shouting to wash their hands. The girls eagerly sorted through the basket of celestial peaches and dreamed of jam and new pastries. Moody quietly exhaled and finally felt the peace of home. Her friend smiled warmly in response, and immediately noticed that the master was returning just in time. A maid jumped out from behind the door and cheerfully commanded everyone, "Grab the plates and rush to the food." The girls happily turned to the entrance, greeting Ashto, and were already about to boast about the fresh pastries. But their smiles instantly disappeared, turning into complete shock. On the threshold, Ashto was shifting from foot to foot, and two tiny plant girls clung tightly to his pant legs. Two tiny plant girls joyfully hung on the master and loudly called out their names. The boy only nervously scratched the back of his head and laughed awkwardly. He had no idea how to explain this strange find to the household. Two girls covered only by green leaves shyly pressed against each other. And it all started a few hours earlier. The horned lady proudly presented these tiny ones and joyfully declared that they were mandragora and Alron legendary herbs. The boy froze in confusion. While his companion giggled at the success of her plan, he blushed deeply and stared at the strange creature. He muttered confusedly that he really saw leaves, but could not believe in their plant nature. The woman cheerfully confirmed his worst suspicions, and he screamed in shock. She smugly squinted, and the boy finally realized that before him was the source of legendary medicines, because magical elixirs were brewed from their leaves. According to legend, the drink from the Dragon of Wisdom himself could heal any wound or disease. The exact recipe was kept a strict secret, but the ordinary son of a noble quickly figured it all out. The leaves on the girls' crowns were the secret ingredient. Only 2 vessels of this potion remained in the whole world, securely hidden in the royal treasuries of the Great Balog and the Dragon Road. The tiny ones suddenly crawled toward him, and the boy panicked, begging Lady Shella for help, but she only openly savored his reaction. Mandragora and Alron joyfully embraced his legs and cheerfully sang their own names. 2 plant girls came to life and clung tightly to his mana. From the news that the little ones now considered him their real dad, he almost choked on air. The dragoness waved carefully goodbye, ignored his panicked excuses, and only advised feeding the children heavenly peaches. The door closed with a dull thud. He sighed resignedly while the kids happily hugged his legs. Already at the dinner table, he had to awkwardly explain to others how magic accidentally turned ordinary seedlings into living creatures. Nervously sweating, he tried to steer the conversation toward a tasty pie. "Now you are a father," the blonde teased him slyly and made the boy choke on the pastry. To her logical question about a free room for the children, he again desperately shouted that he was not a real dad. And then suddenly he stopped. While the little ones carefully devoured the treats, it suddenly dawned on him. There was no more free space in the house. On the second floor, there was no room to drop an apple, and housing 4 people in Maya's cramped room was a questionable idea. Only the first floor with the old living room and the medicine storage could save the situation. He gently placed his hand on Laura's head and kindly asked her not to even think about leaving their shared home. Lara lowered her ears guiltily and suggested going to the others, but the boy waved his hands in fear. He meant something completely different. The she-wolf girl shyly admitted that her wounds had finally healed completely. The hero thought aloud. Lara and Maya got along wonderfully, so probably they would have to ask August to build them a separate room. The girl opposite barely smiled and offered to house them in her place. The boy pondered. He only wanted to take the wounded Lara out, but hellhounds always come in packs, and she remained completely alone. He barely uttered a word when the girl called the mandrake with the Alrana to her, and they joyfully screeched with delight. The hero watched these embraces in confusion. The little ones had become attached to them much more than he expected. The girl tightly hugged the little ones and rejoiced. Her spacious room would finally not be so empty. The boy had no choice but to surrender. With a smile, he watched as one of the little ones fell soundly asleep, probably lulled after a hearty meal. The hero thanked the girls for their help, and they only gently waved it off, rocking the babies. Eventually they agreed. The mandrake would live with Moody, and the Alron would keep Sherry company. Several weeks passed, and the boy walked along the path to the wooden hut, greeting the elder dwarves they had also successfully settled nearby. The young man noticed. Recently, the number of buildings in the village had noticeably increased. Ashto looked up at the roof, where an old dwarf was bustling about. He exhaled relaxedly, and decided not to poke his nose into the construction. The elder dwarves would manage perfectly well without him. Besides, the boy had his own matters to attend to. In the settlement, 3 wine cellars and several other structures, the purpose of which was completely unclear, had already been built. A calm sunny day floated over the new roofs. Ashto's attention was completely captured by a glass flask with 2 green leaves. He could take only 1 per day, but the plant girls gave them away in an instant, making him seriously worried. Sitting at the table, the young man thoughtfully gazed at the leaves of mandrake and Alron. He expected a mysterious magical glow from the legendary ingredients, but they looked like ordinary weeds. Suddenly, right before the boy's nose, a huge folio landed with a thud. The heavy binding slammed onto the tabletop with a crash. A horned girl peeked from behind and cheerfully declared that it was time to start the research. Her enthusiasm was cut off by a plant girl, scared to tears. In panic, she told how the mandrake and Alron had just mercilessly torn leaves from her very own heads. Lady Shella appeared from behind so suddenly that the boy flinched. She only playfully called him a cutie. He awkwardly twitched and touched his hair while Shella laughed and assured him that everything would definitely grow back. The boy asked if the little ones were still playing, and the girl nodded calmly. He explained that it was better to let the children have time for fun rather than forcing them to stay close to him all the time. Shella sneaked up from behind and put her hands on his shoulders. The boy sighed and said that the little ones were now near the greenhouse together with Maya. She smiled warmly. The girl did not regret at all that she entrusted the care of them to him. Shella leaned in closely, and the boy nervously broke out in a sweat. He blinked in confusion. The girl changed the conversation to the village. She had just looked around and was convinced. Thanks to the elder dwarves, life there was thriving. Shella confidently stated that their settlement would only grow. And then she gently urged the boy to continue working diligently. The next moment she unexpectedly kissed him on the cheek. The boy blushed to his ears and shouted her name in shock, while Shella said goodbye with a cheerful laugh. He froze alone in front of the closed door. The boy sighed heavily, grabbed his burning face, still not understanding why she had come at all. The boy twisted an old book in his hands and wondered if Lady Shella had left it here. The massive binding attracted attention with its bizarre ancient ornaments. He randomly opened the pages. The gaze fell on the simple elixir recipe. Among the ingredients calmly lay the philosopher's stone, the scale of an ancient dragon, and a branch of Yggdrasil. The boy silently threw his head back. He collapsed weakly onto the floor. The dragon scale was exactly what he needed right now, but it sounded like a cruel joke. Suddenly the thought was abruptly cut off. He grabbed the folio and burst out shouting, "This is not a simple recipe at all, but a collection of legendary artifacts." However, as he read further, he found recipes for other medicines, and most importantly, precise instructions on where to obtain all these treasures. He feverishly flipped through the pages, but they never ended. The endless book pulsed with incredible magical power. He was pierced by a sharp realization, how lucky he was to receive such an incredible gift. Sitting at the table, he greedily read the entries about the ambrosia of eternal youth, and about fragrances capable of resurrecting the dead. Before his eyes appeared the image of Lady Shella, and he quietly whispered words of sincere gratitude to her. Dawn found him already asleep. The boy was peacefully snoring, resting his head directly on the uncovered secrets. Moody woke the boy. He fell asleep again right at the work desk. She smiled gently. He jerked sharply upwards, blinked confusedly, and could not understand how he managed to switch off at all. The girl only quietly giggled in response to his awkward apologies. She sighed and reproachfully slapped him for this silly habit, to immerse himself in work and forget about everything, but immediately added softly that from now on she would always be nearby and watch over him. Moody closed her eyes and sincerely rejoiced. After so many events, he had hardly changed. The boy quietly agreed, staring at the evening window. Suddenly, the walls shook from Sherry's furious scream. Dinner is already getting cold. Frightened, apologizing on the go, they hurried as fast as they could to the exit. The door creaked and closed, leaving only stacks of shelved books in the empty room. The young mayor watched the carefree sleep of the fluffy creatures. He was puzzled where his assistant had gone after working together in the greenhouse. Behind the fence, the giant sheep looked surprisingly soft and comfortable. The boy was walking through the village and suddenly caught himself thinking. The new houses had become significantly larger. Two horned demonic ogres were just coming out to meet him. The mayor squinted with satisfaction he had already forgotten when he last simply walked down the street. All his free time was devoured by Lady Sheila's thick books. Only when he was up close did the boy realize the true size of the giant Balgold. It was he who was going to check his traps. The giant's companion greeted the mayor warmly. Because of their frightening appearance, strangers scared people. They even avoided them. But for the village, these two had long become indispensable hunters. Impenetrable skin, immunity to poisons, and beastly strength fully justified their terrifying nickname as relatives of the Demon King. The conversation was suddenly cut off by a ringing child's cry. A small horned boy ran up to the mayor and proudly showed off his father's old axe. From today, he was also going hunting. The child easily swung the heavy blade, and the boy only smiled warmly, fully aware of the true kindness of these formidable creatures. Horned Shinha irritably complained to the mayor. His sister had completely worn him out with talks about mother's paired blades. Then the culprit herself appeared on the threshold, cheerfully declaring that the boy had been emotional since yesterday. She suddenly hung on the puzzled Ashto's neck and flatly stated as a fact, "He is going hunting with them." Norma painfully pulled her brother's cheek, ordering him, "Keep your tongue behind your teeth in front of the mayor." And then she abruptly turned back to the boy. From such pressure, Ashto was completely confused, and a mushroom comically peeked out from the top of his head. The girl leaned in close and threatened, "If he continues to sit at home without going out, soon he will really start growing mushrooms." Shinha tried to remind about the mayor's busyness, but Norma had already deployed her irresistible pleading eyes. Hearing that lately he really hadn't gone beyond his own greenhouse, Ashto uncertainly surrendered under the girl's victorious shout. The rustle of the dense forest canopy. Ahead under a massive rock loomed the unknown. A heavy hand fell on the head of the nervous Ashto. He was shown a trap right under his feet. Next to him stood a burly horned warrior. He calmly confirmed that they had arrived intact. The big guy just blinked in surprise. while the mayor trembled with fear, peeking from behind his back at the huge, terrifying pit. Two small horned demons enthusiastically reported that they had captured the prey. The group approached the edge of a huge chasm, surrounded by stakes. At the bottom lay a carcass of such size that it could easily swallow an entire house. Without hesitation, little Shinha slid down the steep slope straight to the dead giant. The older sister calmly gave the order to act, while the boy shockingly tried to comprehend what was happening. The puzzled youth asked Balguld what the little one was even doing, and Shinha just called out to his father who was already running to him. The little one threw his full weight onto the blade. With a sharp crack, the giant's severed paw flew into the air. The demons casually suggested cutting the carcass on the spot, and the youth automatically agreed. Shinhei rejoiced in the still warm blood of the monster, while the boy mentally scolded himself for his own panic against their absolute silence. As soon as the elder demon roughly slashed the flesh, streams of blood poured onto the ground. The young man jumped up at the scream. He hysterically began to explain that this fresh smell would immediately bring a crowd of new monsters here. And he was not mistaken. From the bushes behind their backs, the faces of a hungry pack of giant wolves already emerged. Shinha only snarled fiercely and jumped straight at the predators with a heavy axe, rejoicing at the chance to kill them all at once. The horned warrior calmly apologized to the mayor for scaring him so much. The boy nervously chuckled, trying to pretend that such a bloody hunt was a usual thing for him. But his body betrayed him. He weakly fell to his knees in the middle of bloody puddles and quietly muttered apologies. Looking at the sky, he admitted to himself. Thanks to the kindness of the locals, he almost forgot that he was in the deadly forest of Oberstein monsters, where people do not venture. Suddenly something rustled in the bushes, the giant tensed instantly, and the mayor was afraid that another monster would appear. But from behind the leaves, with a loud squeal, only a little girl crawled out. The big guy asked Balguld questioningly, but the boy himself did not understand anything. The warrior looked intently at the little one, examining her dark skin, white hair, and slightly different shape of horns. Balguld suddenly understood something. He anxiously leaned over the girl and checked if she was intact. The big guy saw the little girl's scraped knee and asked her to wait a second. The boy shuddered and quietly hiccuped. The girl could not bear the tension and bitterly burst into tears. Someone carefully treated the wound on her little leg, assuring that it would help. The boy anxiously looked at the crying girl with horns, having no idea that this little one had simply lost her parents. He gently asked her not to touch the wound until the medicine was absorbed. The little girl uncertainly waved her hand toward the dense thicket. The boy asked in surprise where she had come from, but in response heard only quiet sobbing. Suddenly a giant shadow loomed over him, and the back of his head was burned by the heavy gaze of someone. The young man was stunned. In front of him in the forest stood a 2-meter muscular savage, making the boy shockingly wonder if this was not a dream. The giant carefully picked up the little girl in his arms, and she happily told her father that this kind uncle had healed her. The little girl happily reached out to her father, and the young man repeated this word in astonishment, only then realizing whose father this giant was. Instead of attacking, the formidable giant bowed low and politely to the rescuer. The boy looked bewildered at the stranger, as if nurturing hope that he truly did not wish him harm. But the stern, stone-like gaze of the giant pierced to the bone. Stammering, the young man timidly asked if this was a demonic ogre standing before him. In a moment, he was already waving his hands in panic and shouting wildly, calling Balguld for help. Ashto carefully held the horned girl, marveling at her surprisingly quiet little voice. The giant ogre awkwardly admitted that it was the first time in his life he had seen someone of his own race. He frankly did not understand what his kin had forgotten here, and making the boy mutter confusedly, he himself remained without an answer. He even broke out in a sweat at the thought that an ordinary person calmly lives alongside these monsters. The second horned one tore the silent girl apart, grumbling irritably that this chatter would lead to nothing. Then the stern man suggested carrying the wounded little girl to their village and nursing her back to health over a cup of tea. He casually added that there were already plenty of high elves, dwarves, and representatives of other races there. With relief, I understood that the tension had eased and willingly allowed the giants to bring their relatives with them. But local hunters appeared before him, the ogre Balguld, his wife Armo, and their 2 children. The boy spread a wide smile and said his name. Little Isla immediately reached out to him. Ashto sincerely rejoiced that the child had taken a liking to him. Little Isla joyfully exclaimed her name and reached out to him with her little hands. Next came an unusually calm warrior named Diamdi. When the first giant introduced his wife Nemu and son Karinji, the boy could only nervously greet the new acquaintances. The little demon beckoned the girl to follow him, promising to lead her to the village. They jumped out of the bushes right in front of his father. The horned giant was stunned when he saw the living Isla. The squad moved deeper into the forest. An awkward silence hung on the road. The ogres silently carried the rescued on their backs, and the young man awkwardly followed. The big guy tried to lighten the atmosphere with a conversation about tasty local alcohol, and in response received only a confused, "I see." The boy still dared to quietly thank the giant for the help. On the go, they exchanged a few more phrases. The wounded were holding up cheerfully, and the mayor nervously joked, trying to hide the tension. But the giant's heavy silence quickly brought back the feeling of awkwardness. Suddenly, the ogre remembered rumors that the young man was gathering rare races around him, so he tensely asked about the source of these rumors. The giant briefly nodded, understood, and his face hardened again. "Mayor," the giant looked at him stunned, and the boy embarrassedly confirmed his position. His gaze dimmed. He admitted that he had no idea about the life of demonic ogres in those parts. Looking away, the young man added that they were expelled from the settlement just like the Balgold family. The ogre barely turned over his shoulder and, apologizing for the tactlessness, cautiously asked what exactly the Diamdi family was expelled for. A stern horned warrior without any hesitation directly suggested to them to move to the settlement with the whole family. The boy cheerfully picked up the idea. There are plenty of free houses, and the Balgold family has already settled there. He sharply turned to the confused Norma. The young man rushed forward, praising the friendliness of little Isla. He gently placed his hand on the child's shoulder and called her after him, deciding to give the children a chance to get acquainted. Bringing Isla to Norma, he joyfully announced that from now on this little one would live with them. The older girl awkwardly smiled in response to the request to be friends, and the little one shyly responded. The young man encouraged Norma, and she honestly admitted that she was quite nervous about the new acquaintances. Summoning her courage, she extended her hand for a greeting. Her eyes instantly widened with surprise. Isla, with a ringing scream, firmly grabbed her hand with both palms. The boy nodded with a wide smile to the stunned warrior. The children understood each other in a second. Both silently watched as the girls were already cheerfully chatting on the forest path. In the end, the young man carefully advised the ogre to invite Balgold for a drink, certain that their wives would get along wonderfully. He raised a finger and then realized, any little thing can turn into a profitable opportunity. A cunning smile flashed on his face. It was worth trying. The young man stared in shock. They were just going to talk. The blonde one swung and hit the horned opponent in the face, and while the guy panicked, clutching his head at this turn of events, the girl nearby cheerfully welcomed the start of the fight. A towering horned ogre loomed over the young man, stubbornly clarifying whether this ritual was really so important for their clans. The guy joyfully exclaimed that it was time to get down to business, and sighed with relief. It seemed these two would definitely understand each other. And it all started a few hours ago, when Balgold suddenly proposed to hold a special initiation ceremony into friendship. And then Ashto stared bewildered at the huge crowd gathered around. He nervously swallowed. The bonding ritual is great, but what is this dope for? Suddenly, a familiar elf girl jumped up to him and jokingly called him a recluse. Ashto Shiakavillo averted his gaze and admitted that he really should go out among people more often. He tried to deny his status as a loner, but the girl just laughed. She hadn't seen him for an eternity. Her eyes blazed with anticipation of the spectacle. If ordinary ogres amaze, then everyone absolutely wants to see the demonic ones. Meanwhile, the crowd buzzed, trying to understand why such a commotion suddenly arose near the slaughterhouse. Balgold stared forward sternly and intently. His opponent tensed to the limit and caught every movement with his gaze. The spectators held their breath as two mighty fighters faced each other on the trampled ground. "They are fighting," the elf girl shouted joyfully and pointed directly at the epicenter. Sweating cold sweat, the boy asked Elmina what exactly happens during the initiation ritual into friends, and she took it as a completely normal thing. Two mighty warriors faced each other, burning each other with fierce looks. A deafening explosion sounded. The blast wave hit the ears, and the spectators gaped in shock. The fighters simultaneously punched each other right in the face. Without conspiring, both turned around and sharply tore off their tattered clothes. Horned Balgold fiercely wiped the blood from his split lip and admitted that he hadn't let her go since childhood, and scarred Diamdi grinned back with satisfaction. Their hands touched in a deadlock grip, and their muscles almost burst from the tension. Roaring fiercely, they put all their beastly strength into a new surge. The explosive wave from their strike simply knocked the boy down and threw him through the trees. Scratched and disheveled, he smiled nervously. This was what true Ogriv friendship looked like. The battlefield became a continuous field of craters, and above them echoed only heavy horse breathing. The out-of-breath opponents struck their bloodied hands together. Diamdi and Balgold sincerely smiled at each other through bruises, deciding to celebrate the end of the fight with tasty beer. The crowd erupted with joyful cries. The ogres started a loud party that was to last until dawn. That very night, the settlement warmly welcomed the newcomers. Shinha and Korinji instantly grew close. They became like brothers to each other. The girls did not waste time either. Norma and Isla quickly understood each other, and Nema and Armo became inseparable friends after the shared ritual. The young man only swallowed nervously, listening to how the horned little one told with bloodthirsty delight about the bloody mess from the dragon's entrails. A few days later, another new building appeared in the village. The blonde boy with a forced smile admitted. Two families arranged a fierce competition in hunting, and now there was simply nowhere to put the piles of prey. The young man asked again about the building that was being constructed for so long, and heard. The ogres would definitely hold an opening ceremony and even stopped dismantling the game for it. Negotiations with the dwarves were postponed until after the opening was completed. It was urgently necessary to expand, otherwise the free space would run out in a matter of days. The young man looked at the unusual structure with interest, seemingly just decorated, but actually a real noble estate. He could only exhale in awe at its scale. The elf woman nearby calmly explained that the brewery actually stood next to the warehouse. He turned around puzzled and asked what then was the purpose of this giant building, and whether they had built another brewery. The girl proudly reported that they had already built 4 breweries, and the boy only silently prayed, "Stop already." Elf Elmina beckoned August to follow her. 2 dwarves emerged from behind and jokingly reproached their mayor for staying at home too long. They proudly declared that the senior masters had put their whole soul into this masterpiece. In front of the company stood a spacious wooden building, the first real village bathhouse. The boy stared at it in fascination, remembering how he used to wash in ordinary basins. He barely had time to be surprised when strong hands pulled his cloak. A burly dwarf lifted the youth and loudly announced the start of the celebration. The path inside was blocked by 3 curtains, men's, women's, and a separate mayor's. Elmina smiled and finished off the shocked boy with the news. The central section was reserved exclusively for him. August clung to the fabric in confusion. In his silent shock, it was calmly explained. This was his personal bathing area. The boy tried to refuse, but the girl was already cheerfully pushing him toward the entrance. The old gnome gently added that the mayor would do them a great honor by personally hanging these plaques. August clenched the curtain in despair. Such absurd privileges only crushed his attempts to become closer to the people. The elf woman smiled warmly and glanced over her shoulder. His gaze slid over the fresh wooden boards. Above the entrance hung a brand new sign, Mayor's Bathhouse. The girl joyfully spread her arms and loudly announced to the townsfolk that from now on the bathhouse was open to everyone. Akito smiled embarrassedly upon receiving the offer to enjoy it alone for now. Thick steam filled the spacious wooden bathhouse. The young man froze, impressed as he looked around the scale of the room. This bath was clearly not for one person. Somewhere nearby, the elf woman and the cat girl were already relaxing. The decor was impressive. It was even more luxurious here than in noble estates. Discarding the excess, the boy took a basin and prepared to wash. Carefully stepping into the water, the remnants of tension instantly vanished. He realized he would never return to the old life with wiping off with a wet towel. A deep, happy sigh burst from his chest. He understood. Comfort in the village arose only thanks to the efforts of the local residents. A warm smile flashed across his face. He would definitely have to thank them. Suddenly, the silence was broken by a loud splash of water. The young man grew even more sullen. All this time he had only been teaching the plants in the room, completely forgetting about the mayor's duties. Then a horned beauty appeared nearby and cheerfully agreed that it was really time for him to get to work. He just laughed and they continued to enjoy bathing together. Ashto blushed to his ears and shouted that Lady Shelley was not allowed to be in the bath, but she was just swooning from the hot water. She playfully assured that she would do nothing bad and suggested they just talk. The boy nervously jerked from his place, whispering that it would be better for him to go somewhere else altogether. Shella watched with a smile as he awkwardly retreated. Suddenly she asked if he had read the book. The girl declared that from now on this folio entirely belonged to him. Ashto asked confusedly. Shella explained, all the wisdom and knowledge from her own consciousness were embedded in these pages. The girl said calmly and evenly that the folio was made partly from her own body. The boy finally realized why the book seemed endless, and the girl proudly called it the Grimoire of Marcella, the legacy of the Emerald Dragoness. She lit up with a smile and confessed that she had given this gift especially for him. Embarrassed, Ashto sincerely thanked her. The young man hesitated. The book was clearly too valuable, but in response he only heard a request to use it wisely. And in a second he suddenly froze, only then did the true meaning of her words finally reach him. The boy looked around puzzled. She appeared and disappeared instantly. Soon the new baths became a real salvation for the locals. The bearded dwarf just laughed out loud. Their native baths were much larger, and this building could not even compare to them. Washing off dirt after hard work and going to a hot dinner became a daily routine for the peasants. The boy smiled, dreaming of bathing someday in the house of the elder dwarves. With pride, they told him about the natural hot springs, where boiling water bursts right from beneath the earth. Meanwhile, the elf woman took up brewing. Hops and wheat grew quickly thanks to a short growth spell. She triumphantly raised her fist, anticipating the taste of ale after the bath, and the next day the fields expanded. Thanks to Sherry's magical ice cubes, they finally got a perfectly chilled, refreshing drink. The elf woman opened the doors of the giant drink, where its scale frightened the boy so much that he froze. She playfully approached him closely and declared that after this, she no longer intended to sit in the room. The boy crossed his arms in confusion, but she slyly gestured that everything was fine. He noted her sudden kindness with admiration, and the elf woman smiled, reminding him of the personal bath built especially for her. She joyfully stepped into the water right from the drinking, while the boy was panicking and shouting that one should drink after bathing, not before it. Meanwhile, the new baths once again became the favorite place of rest for all the inhabitants. Silence. The silence was broken by an unexpected question about some cultural exchange. The elf woman calmly chewed the pie and nodded. Yes, she wants to establish a connection with the settlement of the High Elves. They were sitting at the table, and for Ashto this idea struck like thunder out of a clear sky. The girl quickly laid out the plan, to bring local relatives some local drinks as an apology and at the same time start trade. The boy skeptically reminded her that she was actually kicked out from there for drinking the elders' supplies. Because of this, the elf woman nervously broke into a sweat. However, she immediately shook off the shame and declared that she had long planned to export their wine and dwarven furniture. And the first markets for sales were supposed to be the High Elves themselves. She confidently raised a finger, persistently insisting that commerce with forest races would seriously boost their settlement. And then she suddenly changed her tone and plaintively asked Ashto to keep her company. The girl almost fell onto the table. From excitement, she was eager to treat her grandfather to the incredible local wine made from heavenly peaches. When asked about the distance, she casually waved it off. It was only about a week's walk there. Ashto seriously pondered, because they really had plenty of goods for exchange. The boy finally gave in and agreed. The boy thoughtfully lowered his gaze. In that village, there could be extremely useful seedlings and things never seen before. He suggested taking their peach wine, and visiting the elf girl lit up with delight, while he mentally calculated how to solve the locals' alcohol problem with the very same alcohol. The girl joyfully revealed that the village elder was her grandfather, who was over 100,000 years old, and made the young man shockingly digest this cosmic number. Ashto checked the cargo. Barrels of wine and bottles of elite alcohol were securely fastened on the cart. He asked the elf may to be their guide. These gifts should be enough to establish friendly relations. The company set off into the forest. The old path turned out to be too narrow for the heavy carts. It urgently needed to be widened. May was worried. They wanted to get there quickly, but the trail here was completely broken. Ashto just smiled mysteriously. A massive book suddenly grew in his hand. It was a grimoire. The boy explained that he received it from Lady Shella and leaned over the pages. He quickly found the needed spell. The text promised to move trees if they were simply asked politely. May blinked confusedly, not believing that magic would so easily open their way. If you don't try, you won't know, Ashto said cheerfully. He rushed forward and loudly ordered the spirits of nature to step aside. The ground shook, massive trunks rumbled apart to the sides, and before the stunned travelers, a perfectly even wide path opened. The girls joyfully shouted praises, and Ashto himself was in shock. His magic had just worked. Ahead awaited a path through the forest. Time to move. The boy cheerfully instructed the horned giant Balgild to pull their cart. Now the delivery of products to the elves will definitely go without any problems. Balgild eagerly harnessed himself, leaving the battles with monsters to his little son, while Ashto pondered confusedly why they even needed that cart at all. The squad moved forward. Along the way, Sherry did not stop, excitedly chirping about the incredible benefits of nature magic. She was glowing with joy. Ashto smiled gently in response. He simply liked helping the villagers. The thought of how his father would react to all this did not leave him for a moment. Jokingly, Sherry called him a real mayor. The boy even turned away and awkwardly asked to stop these jokes. Then the girl changed the subject and begged to read his book. He calmly handed it to her. As soon as the folio was in her hands, she lit up. It was the personal grimoire of the Emerald Dragoness. Ashto only anxiously called his friend by name, trembling with cold sweat and mentally cursing this dangerous artifact. Suddenly he stopped and looked around in surprise. Behind, the blonde woman was heavily snorting, trying with all her might to tear apart what she was holding in her hands. The horned boy snorted mockingly, but the girl sharply ordered him to look for himself. She irritably poked the grimoire forward. The cursed book stubbornly would not open. While the sorceress was futilely tugging at the binding, the young man suggested to the demon Shinha to test his powers. Shinha took the folio while the girl grumbled discontentedly. The pages were stuck together tightly. The boy firmly clutched the book, bared his teeth, and with all his might tore the cover towards himself. In vain, the local giant calmly lifted the book with one hand, and the stubborn Shinha remained dangling in the air. The young man thoughtfully rubbed his chin. The secret was revealed. Lady Shella had protected the grimoire, so it could only be opened by the chosen one. He calmly took the folio, leaving the exhausted demon to groan in disappointment on the ground. In the evening, the suspicion was confirmed. While he calmly read by the campfire, friends secretly peeked over his shoulder and saw only blank pages. 4 days of travel passed. The dense forest finally parted under a joyful shout. The young man froze beside his companion. Before them towered a gigantic tree of the hidden village of the High Elves. Elmina declared that she would go with the other elves to talk with the elder. The friend with the braid immediately stopped her. Strangers first need permission, so the people would have to wait outside. But the others quickly cut off that smart one and reminded her that she had actually been in exile for 1,000 years. Elmina smiled carefreely and advised her to stand with the people. After all, the law is the law. The horned giant suggested pulling their cart with wind magic, and the exiles could only sigh resignedly. The young mayor meanwhile blinked confusedly, trying to understand why their escort needed as many as 7 high elves. The elven women approached the tall wooden gate closely. They were joyfully greeted by acquaintances, who impatiently asked where they had been all this time. The tall guard threw open the gates. As soon as he noticed that person in the company, he immediately burst out shouting, while the girls calmly began to justify themselves. They proudly declared that this confused young man was the mayor of the neighboring settlement, and he was simply incredible. The boy shuddered from shock when Elmina joyfully grabbed his shoulders in front of the guard. The next moment, total chaos erupted. The elves began competing to praise human beer and wine, foam at the mouth demanding to immediately let the guests see the elder. The terrified boy was simply crushed by the crowd. All he could do was desperately fend off and beg everyone not to shout at the same time. The elf girl happily showed the victory sign. Permission to enter granted. While Ashto froze at the sight of the crowd of high elves around, the locals whispered in shock, recognizing their May. The boy froze as if hypnotized and stared in awe at the giant tree Yggdrasil. The girl slyly winked. The negotiations will go perfectly. The elder simply adores quality drinks. The girls assured, peach wine will definitely lift the elder's mood and then he will surely forgive the friend. They calmly walked through the cozy streets. Inside, they were greeted with a smile by the white-bearded elder. He began to speak but suddenly stopped, his gaze fixed on the awkward youths. May hastily apologized for the long absence. Ashto was stunned when he learned that the grandfather had secretly ordered the girls to watch over Elmina from the very beginning. Then the elf proudly introduced the boy as the founder of the new village, where their friend now lives. Dickbeck laughed heartily, gladly accepting the greetings from the friendly neighbor. He frankly admitted no one in the forest had any idea that an ordinary person could single-handedly build an entire settlement. Realizing how much the elder worried about Elmina, Ashto immediately guessed how to appease him. The old man was explained that the youth simply ran away to build a new village for fun, and they apologized for the hidden truth. Ashto added that now the girl lives in their settlement and helps everyone incredibly. The boy bowed respectfully and finally gave his name. As a sign of good intentions, the guests handed the surprised elf a small gift. The boy said it was a thank you for Elmina's invaluable contribution to the development of their home. The elder politely accepted the gift, sharply dismissing in his mind the wild guess about mythical heavenly peaches. But Ashto got a bottle and directly offered to taste their signature peach wine. The drink flowed into the glass, and the old man greedily grabbed sip after sip. Feeling the taste, he froze and ordered the servant to immediately bring his own cup. The old man's pupil twitched nervously. Ashto and the girls flinched confusedly at the loud exclamations that this was simply impossible. But the elder suddenly burst into tears and, hiding his face in his palms, admitted he was drinking wine from heavenly peaches for the first time in many years. An empty glass remained on the table. He would not confuse this aftertaste with anything else. The elder greedily pressed to the bottle. Choking with delight, he called this wine a gift of the Emerald Dragoness. Ashto dumbfoundedly poked him with a finger. The boy gasped and murmured that this was a product from his village, while the elf tearfully begged to reveal the source of the drink. Ashto tried to calm him, but the old man was ready to give everything for this wine, even offering rare herbs of the high elves himself. That is how they came to an agreement. The elf sharply voiced the conditions, her healing herbs in exchange for the peach wine of the people. Suddenly the old man sighed heavily and remembered his troublesome granddaughter Elmina. Ashto shook his hand with relief, rejoicing in the peaceful alliance. Then the old man tenderly proposed to unite the families and take his granddaughter, the drunkard, as a wife. Ashto automatically agreed, then shouted in confusion. The old man carelessly added that although the granddaughter was young, she was already fully capable of bearing children, and this finally bewildered the young man. The door opened and Elmina herself appeared on the threshold. She bowed her head guiltily, but the old man waved it off. The new wine instantly made him forget about the stolen alcohol supplies. Elmina blinked in confusion while the girl behind the door showed her a thumbs up. Finally, the elf happily beamed and promised to work diligently for the sake of her new husband. The girl sighed embarrassedly, recalling how much water had already flowed under the bridge for her grandfather. The old man leaned on the sweaty boy's back and slapped him right on the forehead. It was time for the granddaughter to become more sensible and marry Sir Ashto to relieve the burden from his shoulders. From the side, another girl cheerfully appeared, shining with a smile and shouting about wives. A commotion arose with shocked cries and excuses, and the huge horned Sir Ashto only crossed his arms in confusion, offended that everyone was staring at him. He hadn't uttered a word. The feast buzzed around the generously set table. Joyful exclamations sounded and glasses clinked. Night fell on the cozy wooden house at the edge of the forest. The elf women discussed Elmina's return with relief, while the children eagerly asked about the guests. The elder shamelessly proposed that Ashto marry his granddaughter or even consider polygamy, but the young man awkwardly yet firmly refused. They sincerely thanked each other for this unexpected meeting. Ashto recalled with interest the local giant tree, which turned out to be the legendary Yggdrasil. The young man smiled conciliatorily. While a whole roasted carcass was being brought to the table, Ashto arranged to inspect the shrine up close tomorrow. The elder Dickbeck's face instantly darkened. When asked about the tree's illness, he shook his head. The old man sighed heavily, predicting the swift death even of the mighty Yggdrasil. It turned out that deep underground a monster was lodged, relentlessly gnawing at the roots, and the elves simply could not reach it. Ashto muttered thoughtfully that ancient myths do not appear out of thin air, although there should still be 200 years left before their embodiment. As soon as he heard the monster's real name, the boy froze in amazement. It was Fenrir. The elder sighed gloomily. Their goddess guardian, the great she-wolf Fenrir, howls without stopping. From outside immediately came a loud, prolonged howl. The boy sincerely sympathized with the exhausted villagers. Every night the she-wolf tore at the rocks, blaming herself for the inability to drive away the monster. The young man pondered. The creature was lodged deep beneath the roots of the great tree, and excavations would simply destroy the shrine. Suddenly he remembered something and feverishly opened his book. A solution was found. With a confident smile, the boy asked Elder Dickbeck to entrust this matter to him. They set off towards the giant tree. In a moment, the group was already at the place. Up close, the mighty trunk was even more impressive, and the young man barely restrained himself from hanging over its study. He had just set out to look for the monster and suddenly froze. Before him lay Fenrir himself calmly, and Elmina was already joyfully rushing to him to greet. While the mighty goddess complained about her restless puppies, the boy stood red, dreaming of only one thing: to stroke this incredibly fluffy fur. The she-wolf finally noticed the strangers, and Elmina briskly introduced her to the elder and his companion. The rumors were confirmed. A monster really had taken root in the roots of Yggdrasil. Ashto shyly greeted the giant white wolf. The elf immediately got to work and directly asked the mighty Fenrir about his trouble. She happily pushed the boy in the back, urging him to act. The giant beast sighed dejectedly from his own helplessness, but the girl warmly promised help. Ashto squinted, concentrating. He decided to use a spell from the book, to turn mana into a repellent and soak the ground with it to smoke out the underground pest. Suddenly, something dripped onto the surprised Fenrir. Thick mana blood slowly dripped from the boy's staff. The wolf screamed wildly, pinching his nose from the unbearable stench. The team looked at each other in confusion. None of the people smelled anything. A thick drop fell to the ground with a splash. Ashto stared at his weapon in confusion. At that very moment, the space around him suddenly trembled. The boy suspected something and frowned in confusion. He carefully poked the ground with his stick, while the elf watched him dispassionately. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet rattled with a deafening roar, and they jumped back in panic. With a frantic scream, a giant centipede burst out. The monster convulsed wildly in spasms. Her armored body twisted chaotically into the ground, raising clouds of dust. From the terrifying snout, liquid flowed abundantly. The boy stunnedly realized that the monster was crying. Despite its frightening size, the creature did not attack. It was openly suffering from pain. Confidently forward stepped the horned warrior Balgild, ready to deal with the root pest with a single blow. No, wait, the youth desperately intercepted him, feeling that they were already making a mistake. The head of the giant insect trembled pitifully. Its tail also continuously, painfully twitched. A saving guess suddenly flashed in the boy's eyes. He hastily opened the magical guidebook and read the main rule. All forest inhabitants are friends, with whom it is enough just to have a kind conversation. The boy tensed completely. The giant centipede suddenly froze and spat saliva. The monster suddenly burst into tears, complaining about the acrid stench, and the youth was stunned to realize he understood it perfectly. The youth bluntly asked if this was the very throat of Yggdrasil's root, and the monster confirmed confusedly. The boy's shout made the monster hiccup fearfully. He promised to destroy the creature if it did not stop, and the giant instantly became shy, humbly begging for forgiveness. The young man calmly asked to stop chewing the roots, because it caused a lot of problems for the elves. The monster was stunned. The human knew its language, but the boy waved off the questions and ordered again not to touch the tree. The elder of the elves almost lost the power of speech when the young man casually relayed the monster's promise to him. The satisfied boy crossed his arms over his chest. While the creature whined pitifully about hunger, the elves behind exchanged amazed glances. The human was really having a conversation with the monster. The centipede admitted that it had been hiding underground from Fenrir, and then simply decided to snack on mana-rich roots. But it turned out that mana was not its only food, and the fiend was ready to devour anything. Realizing that the monster was omnivorous, the boy offered fruits and again made it salivate, this time from appetite. Suddenly, a brilliant idea clicked in the young man's head. Ashto sighed gloomily. He had not tasted fruits for 100 years due to fierce competition in the forest. The boy stubbornly considered himself a hopeless weakling and did not even realize the true state of affairs. Two companions awkwardly looked around his modest village. Suddenly, a giant centipede loomed over them and happily promised peace to work diligently. Ashto beamed with a smile, convincing the frightened girl, "You just need to get used to this cutie." He calmly introduced the monster as a new handyman, ignoring the shocked look of the elf. Approaching the beetle, the boy casually asked its name. It proudly thundered that it was called the Royal Centipede. Ashto instantly shortened this to the concise Mnozhka. The beast burst into tears of happiness over the received nickname, swearing through tears to forever remember this kindness. At farewell, the young man sincerely and warmly thanked the elder Dickbeck, the very one who wholeheartedly hoped for a strong alliance between their settlements. With a dull thud, a tightly bound wooden box fell to the ground. The old man confessed. Still in shock from what happened, the boy saved their Yggdrasil and tamed the fierce pest that was destroying it. In a small pot, a tiny sprout was green. Impressed by the mayor's talents, Dickbeck prepared a special gift for him. He handed Ashto a seedling and asked him to take it to his village, so Yggdrasil repaid its savior. It was a sprout of the tree of the world. It broke through the soil exactly where the young man generously nourished the earth with his mana. A white puppy nestled against his foot, a true pup of Fenrir. The boy froze in surprise. He sincerely thanked, carefully holding the pot with the sprout in his hands. The great she-wolf looked at him pleadingly. The pup had already chosen his master himself. She asked to take the puppy with him because the spirit guardian was vitally necessary for the growth of the Yggdrasil tree. The young man smiled and hugged the fluffy friend. The team comfortably settled on the cargo crates. The riding animal turned out to be a giant centipede. It cheerfully met the first task and shouted to the passengers to hold on tight. The insect dashed forward with a wild whistle. Leaving the old elf behind, he only admired the antics of this unpredictable boy. After a long journey, the company finally reached a familiar village. But their arrival caused a hysteria. The locals fell to the ground in horror before the giant centipede. The situation was diffused by a burly horned warrior. He calmly greeted the travelers on their return. In the commotion, the travelers managed to explain. The road took them 4 days, although the route was shortened. He reliably shielded the frightened girl with his body. The giant insect only blinked its eyes in confusion. The warrior snatched his sword with a clatter. The young man barely managed to shout and stop him. He quickly explained that the monster was tame, while the centipede itself nervously trembled with fear. The tension was instantly relieved by a basket of ripe fruits. The creature's eyes flashed with delight. The young man proposed a deal. Help the village in exchange for a daily feast, and the centipede greedily pounced on the food. Ordinary fruits became the best reward for her delivery. Soon all fears disappeared. The monster quickly befriended the villagers and peacefully rested in the square. Life improved. Trading fruits and alcohol brought the heroes whole stacks of rare books and healing herbs. Elves discussed the new duties of Mnoshka. Now he worked as a courier, transporting cargo to the settlement of the High Elves every 10 days. Meanwhile, the young man grabbed his head at the scale of his grandfather's creativity. 800,000 books in the warehouse forced him to urgently order the construction of a huge library. But another newcomer stood out in the village. The young man called the White Wolf Shiro in surprise, who had spent the whole day sitting by the tree. The plant grew right before their eyes thanks to the accelerated growth effect. The beast stubbornly settled under the roots. He would run here every time, even if he were allowed into the house. The boy looked into the reference book, scanning for information about the great tree Yggdrasil. He pondered, a branch of this tree was the third important component after the leaves of Arlon and Mandrake. The lines in the book confirmed, without it the elixir could not be brewed. The young man sighed heavily, looking at the trunk, because he did not want to break a living branch at all. Suddenly Shiro sharply rushed up the bark. The boy blinked in surprise as soon as he heard a rustle in the crown. In a moment, the wolf softly descended to the ground and proudly held the needed branch in his teeth. The young man accepted the gift and froze confusedly, stunned as he looked at the fruit in it. It was an apple, but as if carved from pure gold. Ashto looked carefully at the white wolf. The beast was small but did not look defenseless at all. The boy stared in surprise at the fruit he himself had brought. Could it be that Yggdrasil itself had begun to bear fruit? The girls exchanged sly glances and whispered an order to immediately eat Shiro's find secretly from everyone. The wolf barked happily and dashed toward the hut, calling the company to rest. In a moment, a plate with fresh slices was already on the table. One of the girls bit off a piece and was pleasantly surprised. The fruit turned out to be much sweeter and more sour than a regular apple. Her friend next to her even squinted, chewing contentedly with full cheeks. Ashto also tried it. He almost melted. It tasted like pure honey. One fruit fell into a critically small amount. The excited company demanded more. The plate was empty in a moment. Having had a snack, the trio moved on and looked at the new houses that were growing in their village almost every day. Suddenly, a cheerful elf blocked their way and joyfully teased Ashto, who had finally stopped being a recluse, making the boy awkwardly wave her off. Following her, two more elves strolled leisurely, Elmina and May. The girl raised a finger and proudly declared, Yggdrasil has become a sacred tree for their people, under which the high elves now constantly pray. Someone asked about the grape harvest, but it turned out the group had come here to pray to Yggdrasil. The boy asked in surprise about the fruit of life as soon as he learned about this ancient elven legend. The elf explained, if you sincerely appeal to the tree, it can bring this rare gift. She admitted that she herself had never seen the legendary fruit, which ripens only once, and only then did the trio behind her suddenly freeze in panic. The horned elf shuddered from their cold sweat, and the boy nervously squeezed out the question, what will happen if you just eat this fruit? Unaware of anything, the companion joyfully blurted out the truth. Everyone who tastes it will live forever. Seriously, a voice sounded against the backdrop of the majestic tree. Silence fell on the cobblestone square of the town. The young man fatefully asked the horned companion if everything would be all right with them, but heard only mysterious giggling. Greetings, she casually extended her hand. He walked down the street with an empty gaze, listening to the dry statement of fact. They had indeed eaten the fruits of Yggdrasil. She joyfully announced that from now on he had stepped beyond the human species and become a higher being. Long ago, higher elves appeared in the same way, and he had just broken through the ceiling of human potential. From his shock over a single fruit, she playfully winked. The body will age slowly, so youth is now eternal. The boy nervously exhaled, blaming himself for imposing elven longevity on people, for which they were completely unprepared. Suddenly a question burst out, sharply interrupting his anxious thoughts. Is it really so bad? He lowered his head guiltily and apologized, but the girl next to him only blinked in surprise. The friends carefully exchanged glances and assured him that there was absolutely nothing scary about a long life. From these simple words, he immediately relaxed, and a broad smile lit up his face. The girls were already dreaming with admiration about how, thanks to the new years, they would be able to spend much more time with everyone in the village. He exhaled with relief, realizing that they had just accidentally turned a new page in the history of humanity. The young man pressed his hand to his chest and felt as if a lever had been lifted from his soul, light and calm. And his companion jokingly finished him off with the fact. The elves themselves were ready to eat that fruit, so even more trouble from Yggdrasil awaited ahead. The joyful girls whispered incredible news. Their beast guardian had eaten the fruit of Yggdrasil and would now live a very long time. The news quickly spread among their own. The giant loudly rejoiced at the prospects, and the maid assured that the Silver Cat clan would faithfully serve them for many more years. Only the young man wandered confusedly through the village, not understanding why everyone took the true miracle so lightly. For the rest, longevity quickly became a simple routine. They chatted carefree and ate sandwiches on the shore. A few days later, the boy lazily stretched near the giant tree, when suddenly a familiar bark sounded. He sharply turned toward the panic screams. Someone was shrieking in horror, because the formidable Fenrir suddenly appeared. Frightened fairies scattered in hysteria in all directions. Someone hysterically demanded help and begged not to stand like a statue, while the young man could only call after them in confusion. The beast unflinchingly, step by step, walked along the path under the fairies' screams, leaving the boy in complete bewilderment. Understanding what was going on, he smiled warmly and stroked the fluffy muzzle that was nuzzling his hand. It was simply his old friend Shiro. A little later, the young man went to calm the fairies in the thickets, convincing them that the chase had long ended. One of the fugitives quietly fluttered out from behind the branches. She was still trembling and complaining bitterly that this terrible beast had almost eaten her. The rescued fairy girl fervently thanked him for the rescue and honestly said that without him, they would have met their end. The boy directly asked who they were, while his white wolf pup cautiously sniffed the uninvited guests. He extended his hand. The winged guest proudly declared that they were flower fairies, and sparks of dozens of her relatives flashed among the branches. Fearlessly perched on his finger, she explained, "Their flock is always looking for good mana, and this tree is simply overflowing with it." The boy blinked in confusion. He had never heard of flower fairies before. Thinking it over, he immediately realized the small creatures were attracted here by Yggdrasil itself. The fairy confirmed our intention to relocate, although she admitted that she did not expect to come across little Fenrir here. The young man asked how closely they were connected to the tree. Upon learning that he himself had grown this Yggdrasil, the tiny guest wanted to taste his mana, and this greatly embarrassed the young man. The fairy flock burst into joyful exclamations, and the boy smiled and allowed them to stay, only warning that this place was not quiet at all. The tiny palm confidently grabbed his finger and shook it firmly. The chief fairy smiled warmly and introduced herself as Philomonica. It turned out that these creatures once lived in the village of the High Elves, but left due to the fading mana, and now they have returned in unprecedented numbers. Phil happily promised to sew real miniature pillows and bedding for the new winged neighbors. The bearded man thoughtfully scratched his chin. For the fairies to stay in the village, they need their own houses, although they mostly feed on the tree's mana. Several days passed. The tree crowns were abundantly covered with tiny huts. The cat girls played carefree with the fairies. Phil noted with a smile how quickly everyone became friends. The little guest sat on the young man's shoulder and gently thanked him for his care. The girl laughed brightly and frankly admitted that she simply fed on his mana. She asked why Phil kept hovering nearby instead of going to Yggdrasil, and he answered evenly that he was fine here. The tiny fairy fluttered right in front of his face, and whispering enchantingly, spoke about the special, sweet depth of his energy. The work did not stand still. The young man enthusiastically examined the tall wooden frame of his future library. The craftsman awkwardly apologized that the work would take a little more time, but the boy just waved his hand. He was not going to rush them. Later, the bearded man awkwardly admitted that he felt uncomfortable burdening the girls from the Silver Cat clan with such heavy physical labor. Phil's expression darkened. He himself saw that the exhausted workers were more often ending up in the infirmary with injuries. The boy sighed worriedly after construction. They were also burdened with household chores and cooking. At the suggestion to find other helpers, the master only crossed his arms gloomily. All the hellhounds and ogres were already up to their ears in clearing territories. The young man thoughtfully ran through the endless list of tasks in his head, from farm work to weaving. He sighed, desperately longing for additional working hands. Suddenly, a villager threw himself at his feet at the doorstep, with a new trouble, declaring a problem. The boy sighed resignedly. "You can't reproduce people with magic." He froze exhaustedly. Meanwhile, far away in the valley, their settlement lay carefree like it was asleep. In the thickets above it, a stranger snarled fiercely, savoring the appetizing trace of mana. The horned savage stood on the edge of the cliff and looked at the village like a well-deserved reward for a long journey. He confidently sat down on a stone and looked at the local fighters with interest, while a squad of accomplices waited behind his back. Ashto looked at the jars on the table in surprise, and the little fairy Phil explained. This was their gratitude for the received mana. The boy tasted a little syrup, and his eyes widened from the incredible taste of the true fairy nectar. He squinted, stretching out the sweet pleasure. Suddenly, an idea struck him. A viscous drop slowly dripped from his finger back into the jar. While Phil talked about the processed berries, Ashto noted the thick texture and deep aftertaste. It was easy to swallow. The conclusion suggested itself. People will be completely delighted. With enthusiasm, the boy began eagerly listing options, spreading syrup on bread or even mixing it with wine. In the local tavern, he had already confirmed, this additive turns the cheapest swill into an elite drink. The girl nearby happily picked up the idea, praising the combination of nectar with baked goods. Meanwhile, her friend was happily munching on bread, fully agreeing with every word. The crash of the door interrupted the feast. A frightened elf appeared on the threshold and shouted that trouble had occurred. Ashto calmly ignored the panic and smiled, thanking Phil, glad that everyone liked it. But outside, it was no longer a joking matter. A huge crowd of unknown people was gathering near the village well. A horned giant with a predatory smile loomed over Ashto and asked if he was the elder here. The boy only nodded confusedly. The guest immediately assured that he had no intention to eat him and had come only to look at the village on the tip from his old friend. With a loud laugh, he slapped Ashto heavily on the back, and he almost fell down. After recovering a bit, the boy tentatively offered to give a tour. A commotion arose. Friends ran up and bombarded with panicked questions, although Ashto already felt the stranger posed no threat. Suddenly, the horned mentor interrupted the conversation and authoritatively ordered Vulcan not to bother her Ashto and to get lost. He just laughed, teasing her about that eternal hot temper, and said he had come just to play. At the mere mention of the guest's name, the girl with pigtails turned pale. The big guy grinned widely and proudly declared himself the fire dragon Vulcan. The tension quickly melted away in a loud feast, where drinks flowed like a river. The satisfied dragon sprawled at the table, and gesturing grandly, praised the spacious banquet hall before his followers. Ashto carefully watched the guests, recalling his pitiful knowledge about the unique nature of half-humans. Examining the silent retinue, the boy wondered if they might be lizards by any chance. Vulcan caught his gaze and casually waved it off. These were just his students devoted to a strict hierarchy. Vulcan calmly nodded to the lined-up guards, while the boy beside him muttered confusedly. The youth froze. The horned girl tore herself away from the food, and directly asked about the purpose of the visit. To this, Vulcan responded with a request. The boy almost choked when he learned that the demon had not washed for tens of thousands of years. Vulcan cheerfully raised his big thumb and threw his companions onto him for the time of bathing. He scratched his shoulder, quietly complaining about unbearable itching. The demon joyfully squeezed the youth in his arms, not noticing his nervous trembling. The girl quietly snorted with laughter. The boy turned pale with fear. Vulcan grinned widely and in a matter-of-fact tone stated that he would return in about 2,000 years. It turns out that deep underground flows a slippery stream of burning wood. The demon joyfully declared that only he was suitable for the bath, and this finally broke the youth. The youth stunnedly repeated the same 2,000 years, and the demon only shrugged in surprise. Does he really not know yet? Vulcan playfully suggested to the girl to bathe together, and immediately received a cold no. The horned strongman grinned widely and loudly drew the attention of his fighters. He declared without hesitation, from now on the entire squad is under Ashto's full command. Suddenly a sharp rumble thundered, and someone panicked shouting about fire. The boy blinked confusedly, commanding these monsters was already unbearable for him. The boss himself calmly moved to the door, leaving one of the lizards as the senior. As a farewell, he casually told the stunned youth that he would return in about 2,000 years. In a moment the ground shook, and a huge dragon swiftly flew from the yard into the sky. Its black silhouette sharply ascended and quickly vanished as a dot above the mountains. Ashto's companion froze with her mouth open. She finally realized that this strange uncle turned out to be a real legendary beast. This is how a whole tribe of rare scaly warriors temporarily joined their village. The lizards immediately got to work, quickly solving the problem of the shortage of labor. Ashto sincerely rejoiced at such help, but could not get used to the fact that the formidable monsters now politely called him uncle. The village was continuously developing, so the young mayor collapsed from exhaustion at his desk. His sleep was interrupted by the master, who brought the finished order. On the table gleamed a perfectly forged pot with a bulging belly. The boy joyfully snatched it from his hands and warmly thanked Mr. Radovan for the quick work. He sat on the floor and contentedly admired his new cookware made of genuine orichalcum. The gray-bearded gnome frowned sternly. In 9,000 years of life, he was forced for the first time to convert such a precious metal into kitchenware. This legendary ore was famous for its impenetrable strength and absorbed magic better than any Damascus steel. Radovan directly asked where the young man had gotten such a rare treasure at all. The boy barely smiled, recalling recent events. Then from the cracked earth, a fluffy mole suddenly jumped out wearing a tiny construction helmet. August had just reached the right place and sighed with relief after a long journey. The gnome stared in surprise at the funny little creature. Suddenly the beast spoke with a human voice, joyfully greeted August as an old friend, whom he had not seen for a long time. The young man froze in shock and barely whispered the name of his old acquaintance Ponta. The dwarf brought an unusual guest to Mayor Ashto Ponta from the tribe of Black Moles, who once helped him greatly in his homeland. Ashto could not resist and enchantedly squeezed the guest's soft cheeks, while he was delighted to meet the famous mayor. The mole respectfully took the boy's hands and proposed to establish trade between their settlements. He blinked in surprise. He was just about to ask for the same thing. The mole slyly squinted and admitted that his tribe was attracted by rumors about the local elite alcohol. The dwarf laughed at such frankness and reminded that black moles are the best miners in the world. The boy was confused. This was their first real trade offer and he had no idea what to do. The decision required serious discussion. The whole company moved to the negotiation table. While the dwarf tempted the guest with drinks, Ashto looked at the mole as if at a plush toy and dreamed of squeezing him once more. Ponta confidently stated that they could provide anything, and the girl with the braid sharply asked, "The most valuable deposits of ore." The dwarf confirmed that there were mines nearby, but due to continuous construction, they had no time to work in them at all. Then the maid noticed that moles perfectly sensed the condition of the soil and could greatly help agriculture. She happily suggested simply hiring these fluffy masters for the village. Mole Ponta awkwardly waved his paws, swooning from the praise. Alito quietly rejoiced that the new guest was liked by everyone and asked to tell the details of the deal. The decision was made quickly. The village accepts 20 black moles. For their work in the mines and fields, the animals were allowed to drink plenty, and every month whole barrels of liquor would be sent to them at home. In addition, Ponta promised to supply rare ores from his homeland. He handed over a list of minerals. The boy immediately remembered. For brewing the elixir, a special cauldron made of legendary orichalcum was needed. He thoughtfully considered the offer. The local soil was indeed rich in unique resources. His gaze suddenly froze on one of the lines. Surprised, Alito quickly waved off the inquiries of the concerned fairy. He smiled slyly, realizing that he had just come across yet another ingredient for elixirs. The deal was finally sealed with a warm handshake. When the first batch of orichalcum arrived, the mayor ordered the craftsmen to make a perfect cauldron, hoping that the remnants of the precious ore would be used for other village needs. But the local dwarf blacksmith handled the material his own way and proudly displayed a dazzlingly shining blade up front. Baptizing his work as the Sword of the Rainbow God and a potential national treasure, the bearded man forcibly handed the weapon to the bewildered Alito, and to his weak arguments that he was actually a mage, he straightforwardly advised to just hang this wonder on the wall. The young man was again showered with thanks and gifts, but he only awkwardly refused, muttering that it was rather he who should be thankful. Clouds calmly drifted over the roof of the manor. A heavy sigh sounded near the massive metal cauldron. The boy wearily leaned on the table. Although others' care still frightened him, they had already gathered a full 4 ingredients for the elixir. He looked contentedly at the glass jars with the loot and was sure, in a long life, sooner or later he would find the rest as well. There were still 4 items left on the list, and just from their epic names it was clear, obtaining them would be quite a challenge. Throwing his hands behind his head, the young man relaxedly fell onto the bed. There was plenty of time ahead deciphering elvish books and electing a leader for their sprawling village. Suddenly, a worried maid-cat appeared at the door. She reported about a visitor. The boy raised his head in surprise. The guest turned out to be one of the newcomers, completely unfamiliar to him. The girl nervously rubbed her cheek and said that this newcomer was in an extremely strange mood. The young man stood up with a confident smile regardless of the visitor's race. He was ready for the meeting. The strangers waited right at the forest entrance to the village, and this happened for the first time. Kurinji reported to the chief about the suspicious stranger near the gates, and he calmly acknowledged him as a guest. The guards respectfully greeted their young master. The stranger off-screen immediately recognized the elder and indulgently reprimanded the guards for their harshness. A refined mustached man in a dandy suit stepped forward to meet them. The Trinity froze perplexed, staring at the eccentric visitor. An awkward silence hung, and the air became heavy. Suspicious, the boy blurted out straightforwardly. The guest only slyly narrowed his eye. The next moment he sharply pulled the elder into an embrace and introduced himself as the demon trader Dmitri. The young man's face stretched from dull skepticism. Dmitri tightly squeezed him and intriguingly sniffed the unusual scent. The guards instantly boiled with such impudence, so the leader dryly ordered to expel the guest. The trader darted forward and hastily raised his hands, offering to stop and finally get down to business. "No, you are just suspicious," the boy cut off tiredly, ignoring the demon's outraged shouts. The demon trader theatrically pressed his hand to his chest, begging everyone to look into his honest eyes. He desperately blocked their way, protesting that they were driving away a tired traveler without any conversation. The young man only silently looked back. Suddenly the merchant leaned closer and his behavior sharply changed. The demon's face stretched into a predatory, terrifying snarl. The young man looked at this with absolute stone-cold disgust. He dryly ordered the suspicious guest to get home, while others forcibly pushed the demon away from the village. He turned his back and cut off. The chief ordered the stranger to be immediately expelled. Tired of this circus, the boy suggested simply having a snack and completely ignored the shouts behind. Meanwhile, in Estrella's house, there was Peace. The grateful fluffy mole sincerely wanted to thank her for the hospitality. He sat with a mouthful and joyfully praised the tasty cookies. The girl pondered and offered him a rare ore, but the guest immediately rejected the useless valuables. He only needed hugs, and this soft, warm lump instantly relieved everyone's tension after the encounter with the slippery demon. The tea party promised a rare moment of silence, and the idyll was broken by a tusked demon. Now, he nervously oozed sweat behind wooden bars. The mayor stared confusedly at the prisoner. The horned assistant reported. At first, this guy pretended to leave, but then tried to sneak through the forest stealthily. Seeing the mayor, the captive shouted for help, and could not understand how he had ended up in their hands at all. The demon angrily grabbed the bars and shouted that he came on business, but they were driving him out just because of his suspicious appearance. The girl, in a matter-of-fact tone, suggested simply drowning the prisoner in the river. At such a prospect, the merchant shouted and wildly shook the cage. Saving his skin, he pompously christened himself a representative of the favorite race of the mythical dragon of darkness. The boy calmly sipped tea and asked what could be suspicious about an ordinary merchant. A clawed hand clenched the bars tensely. The prisoner admitted that he belonged to the rare dark demons. The assistant slammed the bars with a bang, harshly reprimanding the insolent one. Trying to save face, he forced a strained smile and graciously allowed to talk to him, and this only aroused pity in the mayor. To avoid involving other races, the boy ordered to release this miserable, desperate man. Ashto had just inspected the magnificent newly built mansion for receptions. He had no idea that the very first meeting here would turn out under such circumstances. Nearby stood the horned mayor, and the maid from the Silver Cat clan were tensely exchanging glances. The young man noticed their anxiety and nodded reassuringly to the mayor. Inside, the building impressed with its scale, the elder dwarves were not called legendary masters for nothing. Waiting for them was an eccentric merchant in strict glasses, who immediately noticed that Ashto did not look like a serious businessman at all. The guest unfolded the blueprints of the future branch and asked if the dwarves could handle this project, to which he received a firm agreement. The deal was sealed with a strong handshake. The merchant was impeccably prepared. All branches were to be built according to a single strict template. Ashto approvingly rubbed his chin. The uniform space was perfectly suited for the flow exchange of magic and storage of supplies. After finishing business, the guest said goodbye and sharply turned towards the exit. Suddenly, from the swing of his cloak, such a gust of energy burst forth that Ashto instinctively covered his face with his hand. The air trail quietly settled on the floor. The demon cast magic again without a single word. The mayor jumped forward anxiously and openly doubted whether such a dangerous ally could be trusted at all. Ashto only sighed heavily. The tribe of dark demons possessed magic at a frightening level. Despite their own doubts, the strangers still decided to give him a chance. Perhaps he would really come in handy for the village. The demon met this optimism with dry irony. The boy cheerfully objected. A true trickster would not reveal all his cards at the very first meeting. With a slight smile, he turned around. Extending a plate with leftover food, he casually asked if his new acquaintances were hungry. A lot of preparation awaited ahead the visit of the strange demon trader, left behind a persistent breeze of suspicion. On the wooden signboard, a fresh inscription was visible. Branch of the store, Dimitri's house. Ashto silently froze. Standing in front of the new shop, he suddenly realized that he still had not come up with a name for his own village. At the threshold, he was already met by a horned demon. In a business suit, the establishment had officially opened. The merchant shrugged, sincerely impressed by the skill of the high dwarves who built such a massive structure in just a few days. On the impeccably clean counter inside, scales were already waiting. The demon, with a polite smile, unexpectedly handed the young man a wooden box. It turned out to be a generous payment for the construction sprouts of a rare healing herb from the outskirts of Beelzebub, which the guest carefully obtained especially for the local healer. Before Ashto could thank him, the merchant suddenly changed the subject and mentioned several requests that had come in immediately. The demon complained that frightened locals avoided his flyers, so he planned a visual presentation. The young man smirked inwardly. With such a predatory smile, it was no surprise. The merchant insisted that he brought only what the village could no longer do without. Ashto agreed to gather the residents, but first demanded to personally inspect the prepared goods. Seeing the merchandise, he blinked in surprise. The offered item indeed promised to be incredibly useful in the household. Smiling slyly, the demon sharply threw off the cloth and showed the boy his goods. A large building under a cloudy sky. Near the entrance, the locals were already crowding elves, humans, and sturdy dwarves. The demon nodded with satisfaction. Time to begin. The boy tensed. The mayor had summoned them for a reason, and this suspicious guy was clearly up to something. A muffled snap of fingers. The gray-bearded dwarves looked at each other with suspicion. The hall buzzed with surprise when the horned one rushed forward and introduced himself as Dimitri, a demon merchant from the city of Beelzebub. The boy shuddered at his unnatural voice. Dimitri then dramatically introduced Elizabeth, his busty assistant, in glasses. The merchant clapped his hands joyfully, inviting them to get down to business. The boy silently sweated from his predatory smile. The demon assured that his goods would definitely come in handy, but the stern dwarf crossed his arms over his chest. Their settlement already produced everything necessary on its own. Dimitri squinted slyly and explained that he had opened the shop here precisely because of their craft talents, promising generous pay for work. Dimitri urged the dwarves not to rush to conclusions first, to take a look at his goods. And instead of something unnecessary, he suddenly grabbed a pistol. The stunned gnomes gawked at the unseen weapon, not understanding what the hell it was. The merchant pulled out a strange metal device very similar to a pistol, with runic engraving. Instead of bullets, he loaded a whole magazine of ordinary nails into it. Showing the mechanism, one press and the magazine easily slipped out. Only aiming remained. The boy listened confusedly as they explained to him. This is not a weapon, but a revolutionary invention for construction. The elegant businessman ordered the assistant to hold the board, press the barrel, and pulled the trigger. The nail thunderously pierced the wood. Satisfied and smiling, the man lifted the tool still emitting smoke, and proudly called it the magic nail driver. He assured the surprised bearded man that this thing drives the fasteners in a moment, and ordinary hammers are already a thing of the distant past. The master gnomes felt the pierced board and nodded. The device really turned out to be sturdy and extremely convenient. And the show went on. The next item was a massive chainsaw. The engine growled fiercely as the girl barely dragged the heavy log to the middle of the room. One swing of the merchant and the saw cut through the thick tree like butter, without any need for an axe. The gnomes opened their mouths wide when the dealer promised to give both tools absolutely free, in honor of the opening of their branch. The boy watched this presentation with excitement, impressed by technologies he had never seen before. The vampire joyfully spread his arms and loudly presented goods for all existing races. Already outside, he thanked the young man for the cooperation. He admitted that he did not understand everything, but the crowd was still delighted. The boy looked away, honestly acknowledging the trading talent of his partner. Ashto immediately offered to exchange their goods for local resources. In honor of the opening, he splurged on 10 bottles of elite drink. The young man smiled contentedly. Everything went perfectly. They shook hands firmly. The village received a new impetus for development, although inevitable new challenges awaited them ahead. By the counter, Ashto again began to boast about his boundless assortment. From the list of toys, delicacies, and luxury, the listener's eyes even scattered. But as soon as the vampire slyly hinted at goods for personal life, the blushing young man sharply ordered him to be silent. The quiet street was torn by Elmina's joyful cry. Ashto only resignedly covered his eyes. The elf girl suddenly popped up right in front of his face. The boy jerked back, even growled for her to be quiet. She jumped onto his back at full speed, causing passers-by to look back at their mayor in surprise. With a wide smile, the girl asked if she could drink some more. She was answered with a categorical no. Ashto glared at her gloomily and immediately realized. Now another round of begging would begin. He sighed heavily and reminded her. Elmina was to blame herself. She had dried up all her supplies at once. The girl wailed plaintively while the boy sincerely protested. How could one drink a month's alcohol quota in a day at all? She continued to beg for at least one bottle, ignoring the looks of the peasant women. They had long been used to her hysterics. Ashto remembered how this drink lover was once expelled from her native village for stealing alcohol from the chief while she dreamily praised the local brew. Her loud pleas to empathize were shattered by a short and cold no. The boy cut in. Giving her more than the norm is simply unfair to the other residents. Then the elf girl playfully winked, as if she was ready to do a lot for the sake of a drink, but Ashto did not budge. In despair, she spat and switched to thoughts about the tasty chocolate from Dimitri's home. He forcibly pulled the stubborn girl along, and ordered her to wait for the salary while she cried out that she refused to live in a world without drinks and sweets. The boy licked his lips dreamily, recalling the taste of the dessert, while the elf girl scolded him in raised tones. He explained that it was an extremely popular chocolate made from cocoa beans, which was simply swept off the shelves of the local store. Showing a wooden carved amulet, the boy suggested the girl make something similar for exchange. She just puffed her cheeks in offense she had nothing to offer. The elf girl hesitated, looked away, and reluctantly admitted that she had already managed to make a few pieces. The boy even recoiled upon hearing how acquaintances called her works a real curse, and strictly ordered people not to show them. In his hand lay a creepy, twisted piece of wood. It smelled of horror. Their conversation was interrupted by a familiar maid. She ran out joyfully to meet them along with the local children. He muttered tiredly that he wouldn't refuse to trade chocolate or at least alcohol for his sufferings, but the elf quickly brought him back down to earth. Noticing the children's shining faces, he asked in surprise what exactly was making them so happy. The maid pressed the dreamed-of chocolate bars to her chest with great pride. A loud, shocked scream sounded above the rooftops of the houses. They stared at the girl, not believing their own eyes, and feverishly questioned what she had given in return. But she only smiled widely and showed them a whole pile of ordinary nuts gathered by the fairies. The beastman joyfully told about his success. The children together gathered nuts to trade them for treats. The elf praised them for their generosity, already dreaming of a hearty rest. Ashto sincerely rejoiced at the children's efforts and suggested eating the acquired chocolate together. And then the elf burst out. Through tears she indignantly blurted out why the children could have sweets but she could not. The boy only blinked tiredly. The satisfied beastman said goodbye with a smile. He barely managed to exhale with relief. But the companion tugged his sleeve, reminding him of a profitable scheme for kids. Her eyes flashed with excitement. She would also gather nuts for exchange. The boy sharply cut off, saying he was going home, but the girl clung to his clothes with a death grip. Ignoring any refusals, the elf forcibly pulled Ashto along with her to the hunt. Soon they were swallowed by dense forest thickets. The boy was annoyed that wandering such winding paths was pointless, but she was irresistibly drawn to the unknown. After several hours of futile wandering in the dark, Ashto openly groaned from fatigue, while the girl angrily demanded to keep going for the promised share. While she stubbornly rummaged under the leaves, the boy mentally gave up. If even a forest elf was powerless, then he, all the more, had no chance when suddenly something sticky suspiciously stirred near his feet. Elmina joyfully lifted the round find up and boasted about it to Ashto. The boy sharply turned around surprised. At that moment, a suspicious slurping sound came from above. Ashto tasted a rare berry of the black pomegranate one that you rarely see even in the settlement of the High Elves, and admitted that the taste was indeed not bad. While Ashto was rejoicing over the loot, a huge mass of transparent slime suddenly fell upon the girl. The boy screamed in horror, seeing how his companion desperately struggled in the sticky trap. He instantly grabbed the grimoire and feverishly began to turn the pages. While the slime mercilessly dissolved the girl's clothes, Ashto read that the creature's core was very valuable and needed to be preserved. The book delivered a harsh verdict. This monster devours fabric on beautiful girls but fears only fire. Ashto broke out in a sweat from panic. He did not possess fire magic at all and began to beg the grimoire for another way. But the alternative turned out to be even worse. The spell would suck the life out of the entire world, leaving only the two of them like the mythical Adam and Eve. In anger, he threw the useless book to the ground. Exhausted, Elmina barely stood on her feet, feeling the last scraps of fabric disappear. Having no choice, Ashto sharply stretched out his hand forward and commanded the grimoire to greedily absorb the monster right into its pages. The creature sucked in its roots, and Ashto finally pulled the unconscious Elmina to the ground. From somewhere emerged the horned Shella and with a sly smile, declared that artificial respiration would have to be done. Ashto panicked and grabbed the girl. She was not breathing. Shella carefully sat down nearby in the bushes while the boy stared at her in shock. Extremely pleased with herself, she nudged Ashto closer to his friend. Following her instructions, he carefully pinched Elmina's nose and tilted her head back. While the boy blushed and hesitated, Shella impatiently pressed on the back of his head. Their lips met. At that very moment, Elmina suddenly coughed and spat out a whole fountain of mucus right into the rescuer's face. She opened her eyes and blinked in confusion when Shella's cheerful voice was heard above her. Covered in filth, Ashto barely stood on his feet from nausea. They wearily sank to the ground, and Elmina exhaled heavily, trying to understand what kind of mucus that was. Then Elmina noticed that there was absolutely nothing left of her clothes, and she stunned the forest with a scream saved from trouble, and yet she was still dissatisfied. Sweet dreams about mountains of chocolate and resting on fluffy clouds vanished instantly. Ashto sharply returned to reality and now awkwardly justified his naked appearance before Elmina, who was hiding her burning face behind a cloak. The boy turned away displeased, rubbing his cheek. There was still a red slap mark burning. He reminded himself that the elf girl had almost died, so the loss of clothes and the crushed fruit of the black pomegranate were real trifles. Forgetting about the argument, Ashto lowered his hand into the sticky remains of the monster. A dark faceted crystal appeared in his palm, the core of that very slime. He lightly tossed the stone to attract the girl's attention. Elmina instantly estimated how much chocolate could be exchanged for such a rarity, and the boy satisfactorily confirmed the value of the find. While the elf girl admiringly examined the crystal, Ashto anxiously recalled the mysterious Shella. She had vanished as quickly as she had appeared. Glancing at his undressed companion, he sighed and suggested he would carry her on his back. Elmina stubbornly refused and briskly took a step forward, but immediately let out a painful cry. She stepped on something sharp. "So you won't walk barefoot through the forest," Ashto calmly stated, looking at her confused face. Eventually, the girl had to give in and obediently climb onto his back. Pressing against his back, she quietly apologized for the trouble. But as soon as the boy asked again, she hastily lied that she had said nothing. The gaze slid across the cloudless sky. From inside the neat shop came a sly giggle. Ashto handed Elizabeth a dark core of slime-lustrous clothing and asked if she could recognize it at a glance. The horned demoness in glasses fiercely bared her fangs, interested in the find. The boy was surprised by the unfamiliar magic, and she smugly touched the frame. The glasses had a built-in appraisal spell. She dismissively waved off his reaction. In the demon world, this was an ordinary, everyday occurrence. A clawed finger released the dark stone, analysis complete. The elf Elmina jumped up with delight upon hearing 200, and immediately demanded an exchange. But the appraiser held back the intrigue and took out a solid box from under the table, recalling the client's love of alcohol. She laid out the terms. The stone could indeed be exchanged for 200 servings of chocolate, but there was an alternative. The demoness grabbed a bottle of black blood, an extremely rare elite liqueur, which made Elmina's eyes shine. The elf girl almost toppled over the table, stunned, asking again if it was not a joke. While she was sweating from the hardest choice in her life, the boy next to her only sighed resignedly. He already knew the winner. With a broad, happy smile, the elf girl firmly chose chocolate. A short, agreeing hum was heard, and someone's relaxed fingers rested on the knee. The clerk behind the counter sternly warned that the goods are non-returnable, but the elf girl signed the agreement without hesitation. Ashto was even taken aback. The boy asked distrustfully again, but the girl only playfully waved it off. She pulled out a small treat, slid it over, and smiled warmly, offering Ashto to share the promised portion between the two of them. The idyll was abruptly interrupted by the clerk in glasses. She cut in dryly, and clearly, that eating in the store is forbidden. Her eerie gaze from between the shelves literally drilled through them. Suddenly, the girl's tone changed to businesslike. She informed Ashto that Dimitri is arriving tomorrow and is expecting to meet with him. The elf girl continued to smile carefree, while the boy frowned, thinking about what this man wanted from him again. The next day, in the spacious office, a polite thank you was given to Mayor Ashto for the visit. Elegant Dimitri authoritatively ordered his assistant Elizabeth to prepare drinks, not wishing to discuss matters on an empty stomach. The man with a sly smile immediately got to the point, and the boy calmly confirmed that he indeed had a request for him. Hot steam rose above the cup. For a moment, silence fell near the window. Dimitri offered the boy to try a strange drink called coffee, but Ashto stared suspiciously at the unknown black liquid. The boy carefully took a sip from the cup. The drink surprised him. It was just like ordinary human tea. A guess immediately flashed in his mind. This was coffee, a popular beverage in Beelzebub. The next moment he could not stand it and sharply spat out all the bitterness right in the demon's face. The young man shouted indignantly about deception, while the merchant calmly wiped his wet cheeks and justified the peculiar taste. The horned maid nearby advised adding milk with sugar, assuring that this drink quickly causes addiction. With the new ingredients, the coffee became noticeably milder, and the demon smiled contentedly, watching the guest's reaction. The merchant praised the drink that wards off sleep, and after that the boy sighed resignedly. Tonight he definitely would not close his eyes. The young man tried to steer the conversation towards trading raw materials, but the demon's gaze suddenly grew heavier. He had a completely different, much more important request. While Elizabeth was bored behind the counter, Ashto and Dimitri moved on to a business conversation. The young man inquired what exactly the interlocutor's request was. Dimitri set down his cup and calmly suggested hiring one of his men. Ashto was genuinely surprised by such a trivial matter. He expected something more significant, but the guest with a sly smile asked to place 4 more in the village. The conversation subtly shifted to the new library, where the high elves regularly sent stacks of books. Learning that the collection already numbered over 20,000 volumes, Dimitri stared in surprise. Quickly regaining his composure, he offered his own librarians his people had considerable interest in this knowledge. The young man froze in thought he himself did not know how to manage this mountain of texts. Dimitri fervently promised the new workers absolute obedience, and made Ashto nervously ask again if it really was only about working with books. Eventually, the young man gratefully accepted the help, and the guest immediately promised to take care of their housing. Suddenly, Ashto remembered one more detail. He asked about the race of the future subordinates, and Dimitri grinned with satisfaction they would be demons. The young man resignedly wiped the sweat from his cheek and wondered mentally if this deal would backfire on him. The tusked assistant assured Ashto that he vouched for the skills of the new workers. 4 absolutely identical elves lined up before the young man, politely thanking him for the permission to live and work in their village. The girls bowed perfectly in sync. Ashto was completely confused when the twins took turns naming their names. Aishit, Zesnam, Agrat, and Maharat. Their joyful greetings merged into one chorus. The assistant smiled and admitted, at first glance, it is almost impossible to distinguish the sisters. However, he immediately proposed his method. Pointing his finger at Agrat, she was just holding a romance novel in her hands. The other 2 also boasted about their literary preferences. Maharat read biographies and Aishit was passionate about science fiction. Akto skeptically grimaced at such a method of identification. The man was not embarrassed by this. He finished with an argument about the 4th sister, Zesnam, who loved comics. He boasted that he could see the difference with the naked eye, but the young man had no idea how quickly to distinguish them during work. Ashto sighed wearily. He no longer expected anyone normal to arrive. Understanding the scale of the problem with the quadruplets, the boy mentally transferred all the troubles to Elizabeth. In the end, they decided not to complicate things. The girls were simply offered to wear badges until everyone learned to match names with identical faces. Ashto wearily closed his eyes and muttered agreement, finally preparing to leave. But the man, with a sly smile, threw an unexpected request over his shoulder to take care of his daughters. After so many days of waiting, this moment finally came. What daughters? The young man froze in confusion. The sun brightly reflected in the stained glass windows of the newly built structure. The construction was officially completed. Ashto approached closer and silently raised his head. The facade rapidly rose high above the tree crowns. Before him stood a gigantic round 10-story tower. The young man shone with pride. Even the main royal library with its 30,000 volumes looked insignificant next to this giant. Inside stretched endless rows of massive shelves, each floor capable of holding 100,000 books. The space was arranged perfectly, with cozy sofas for reading and relaxation zones where one could unwind with a drink. Ashto triumphantly clenched his fist, only left to bring all the books here, although his bearded companion reasonably asked how many they actually had. Anyway, from now on, this monumental tower became the largest building in the entire village. The gnome anxiously asked if the floor would even withstand such a crazy weight, a full 20,000 books. Dickbeck confidently took the initiative, calming Mayor Ashto. The elves enthusiastically got to work, happy to finally get their first jobs as librarians. In 10 days, the girls flawlessly arranged all the volumes by genres. The old man froze in the middle of the renovated hall and exhaled in amazement. Finally, the huge room acquired a perfect, cozy appearance. Ashto barely held back tears. He carefully preserved every book given to him here. He greeted Dickbeck in a friendly manner, who came to congratulate the mayor on the long-awaited opening. The old man leisurely flipped through the pages, admiring the perfect order on the shelves. Then he turned around with a new request. Ashto remembered that most of these volumes were written by the old man himself, and Dickbeck was deeply moved. His books, which no one in the High Elf village had paid attention to, were now kept in impeccable condition. The mayor cautiously inquired if they had other genres, and the boy joyfully assured him there were still plenty of supplies. Dickbeck promised that he would now visit regularly and constantly replenish the collection. But suddenly he stopped and blinked in surprise. He asked in confusion how these 4 managed to handle it so easily. And the girls just smiled carefree. They simply manually checked the contents of all 20,000 books. The library was finally filled, and long-awaited days of peace came for Ashto. He leaned over the open folio and herbs, carefully studying the recipes. The new potion succeeded. A mixture of 3 plants removed poison and restored strength much more effectively than market analogs. The maid Silmeria quietly entered the room with a tray of hot tea. Ashto sincerely thanked her and the other girls for analyzing the manuscripts. It greatly advanced his medical research. He immediately noticed today's drink was completely different. A cautious sip. The taste pleasantly surprised the processing, completely transformed the usual tea leaves. Ashto praised the efforts of the Silver Cat tribe. They grew a soft variety and got rid of excess astringency. Suddenly he remembered, the herbal medicine guide already contained mentions of this tea. The puzzle came together. Silmiria's ears twitched joyfully at such a successful find. Ashto pushed away from the table and suggested taking a break to enjoy reading together in their new hall. The girl smiled gently and without hesitation volunteered to give him a tour herself. Shella flew in through the window shouting about an emergency so sharply that Ashto almost choked on his drink. The boy asked confusedly why such a hurry. He asked again about the trouble and the girl nodded with a smile in response. Ashto instantly froze. Shella added that the trouble had befallen the children. Under the tree sat two girls completely covered in blood, holding on to each other with their last strength. Shella explained that the girls were attacked by gargoyles and called out to Silmiria, "Quickly boil the water." The wounded were immediately carried into the house, and the boy resolutely rolled up his sleeves. Suddenly his gaze fixed on a strange detail. By the shape of the horns, he instantly recognized the unconscious girl as a half-dragon. A memory flashed in his head, he had definitely seen them before. But the reflections had to be discarded, now they had to be saved. The maid Silmiria brought hot water, and Ashto tore the fabric to reach the wound. Cutting away the blood-stained clothing remnants with scissors, he asked the girl to hold on just a little longer. Ashto explained how to properly dissolve the herbal decoction with monster liver powder, finishing the treatment. The wounds were dealt with. The boy wearily pulled on his jacket. The dragon girl warmly praised him for his work, and noted that the patients had lost too much blood. Looking at the sleeping ones, Ashto frowned. He had definitely seen these two somewhere. If they were dragon people, they should belong to the kingdom of the lords. He thoughtfully rubbed his chin, recalling the envoy's visit a few years ago. A clear image surfaced in his memory, two mysterious guests in dresses, past whom he had then walked in the courtyard. His horned companion interrupted his thoughts. She asked him to watch over the sick and went off on business. Ashudo mechanically nodded after her. And then the puzzle in his head came together. The royal sisters had arrived with the messenger. The boy slowly turned to the bed. He looked intently at the relaxed face on the pillow. The girl peacefully and barely noticeably smiled through her sleep. The boy looked up hopefully and quietly called Lorelei. In response, the horned figure in the chair only groaned heavily. Meanwhile, clouds were thickening over the tall castle. The boy kept questioning, making his interlocutor irritably beg him to be quiet. Lorelei, a frantic scream broke the silence. It was the Dragon King shouting, while his subordinates awkwardly discussed the disappearance of the girls after a simple walk. Hearing the suspicion about their escape to the dangerous Oberstein, the ruler panicked even more. One of the advisors wearily rubbed his temple. They would have to expand the search groups. But the king could no longer be stopped. He decisively prepared to fly to help personally. The man fell to the floor, choking on tears and loudly crying out for his relatives. This hysteria was instantly interrupted by a sharp slap on the head. The dragon girl sternly reminded Garland, a ruler should not abandon the throne, and took the rescue mission upon herself. She confidently headed for the exit and said, "No demons of Oberstein will stop her." But suddenly she froze sharply, a barely audible mysterious whisper reached her ears. Shella playfully winked and with a chuckle revealed her cards. His daughters were now with her. She was behind all the troubles, so it remained only to solve what connects Ashto with the two patients. Two dragons were carelessly soaring in the sky, not even suspecting the approaching danger. Almiria and Younghar stood before Lady Marsheligo. She greeted them with a calm smile and was surprised at how much the boy had grown. The men were not in the mood for pleasantries. They panicked, burst into shouting, and demanded an explanation of what she had done with their daughters. The woman only smoothly adjusted her clothing. Gar demanded to stop this farce, and Almiria tearfully begged not to kill the children instead. She playfully suggested first having some tea. Seeing their horror, the hostess hurriedly rushed to assure, "The girls are safe and unharmed, they are in the village." And then she abruptly stopped joking and declared that an accident had happened to them. Marsheligo, with a cheerful clap of her hands, created a tea set from a cloud of smoke, stubbornly continuing to stick to her line. Gar sharply interrupted her and suggested going to the village immediately. The woman calmly agreed. Minutes of travel in the darkness stretched on. Suddenly, Almiria and Gar froze in confusion on the spot. Before them rose a huge two-story house. Through the window, dim light spread inside the room. There lay motionless a horned girl, barely opening her exhausted eyes. The girl with horns slowly opened her eyes in a strange bed. "Am I alive?" she gasped in shock, and the young man next to her sighed with relief. Suddenly she grabbed his clothes sharply and panikedly demanded to say where Clarabelle was. The boy quietly calmed her down, assuring that the girl was fine and sleeping nearby. He wearily ran his hand over his forehead and finally put the puzzle together. Before him was Lorelei, the very sister who once came to the Estrie family with a messenger. Lorelei blinked in surprise, suddenly realizing that they had already met in the palace orangery. The young man awkwardly looked away and tried to brush it off, saying his appearance here was a long story. She leaned closer in surprise, not understanding why he stubbornly turned away from her. An awkward pause hung in the air. Lorelei embarrassedly pressed the blanket to her chest, realizing her nakedness, and the blushing boy sharply covered his face with his hands. On the table, the freshly brewed potion smoked. With a friendly smile, he handed her a cup of medicine to restore blood and promised that it tasted pleasant. The girl took a sip and relaxed, closing her eyes at the fragrant aroma. Suddenly, Lorelei quietly asked him to finally look at her, and the boy turned around confused. The girl with horns smiled quietly and flashed past him. Alito plunged into memories. 5 years ago, during their first meeting, he was in complete despair because of his talent for nature magic. At that time, the young man saw nothing but studying, and every day he disappeared into the royal greenhouse. He exhausted himself with science to prove his right to belong to the general's family. Everything changed as soon as Clarabelle and Lorelei arrived from the Dragon Lord. The girl recalled her surprise at how diligently he studied plants and made notes on parchment. She was immediately captivated by the sweet aroma of brewed herbs. With a laugh, she admitted that she did not believe it. Supposedly, this peaceful boy was the son of the famous family of battle mages Estrie. The girl gently noted how much he had changed since those busy times, and Alito only nodded. He really had to go through a lot. She settled more comfortably in bed. She was eager to find out what exactly brought him here. But Alito carefully pulled the blanket up and ordered her to rest first. The girl obediently wrapped herself up to her very chin and began to tell how she and Clarabelle went for a walk among the rocks. Disguised as dragons, they carefully flew over the water and gathered fruits. She recalled how she looked at Oberstein from above, from a bird's-eye view, using her unique gift of transformation of the royal lineage. And then a sudden flash, a harsh blow, and complete darkness. A gargoyle attacked from behind. The girl admitted that she had already resigned herself to death during the fall if not for the timely rescue by Lady Marcheligo. She bitterly scolded herself for Clarabelle having to go through all this, but Ashto gently asked her not to be so harsh on herself. He himself knew very well what kind of disaster this day almost turned into. The girl could not hold back tears and sincerely thanked him. Ashto gently placed his hand on her head, assuring her that the worst was behind, and now they all just needed to rest. Handing over a basket with clean clothes, he asked to change Clarabelle while she was still unconscious. Suddenly, a quiet moan was heard. Clarabelle opened her eyes, and her sister, with a joyful exclamation, threw herself around her neck. The little one cheerfully clenched her fists and assured that the lost wings would definitely grow back. The sister tightly held her close, crying with relief. Ashto gently stroked the rescued girl on the head, while the elder reminded her to thank her rescuers. Clarabelle shyly admitted that her back still ached a little, but a smile was already shining on her face. He peeked into the room where the little horned girl was already sitting on the bed, next to the elder friend. Rejoicing, the young man smiled warmly from the doorway and said that Clarabelle had finally woken up. But instead of the usual greeting, she shouted at the top of her lungs and demanded to know why he was hanging around in Oberstein, and not in great ballads, nearly deafening everyone present. The boy could only laugh awkwardly and admit she had the loudest voice in the entire palace orangery. The dragon sisters were gaining strength. Ashto looked them over and was surprised. The elixir and dragon blood had healed the severe wounds in just one day. Suddenly the girl regained consciousness and, covering her bare chest, blushed deeply, calling the boy a pervert. However, the misunderstanding was quickly resolved. Ashto warned that for safety, it would be better for them to stay in the village for a couple more days. With bloody bandages, he slapped the table. The older sister, Clarabelle, smiled softly. She just wanted to rest. But the younger one immediately demanded adventure and jumped up to the boy, demanding a tour. She was eager to see his creation with her own eyes. She declared that she was completely healthy now, as if a baby tooth had fallen out, and this completely puzzled the rescuer. He looked at Clarabelle and asked if everything was just as smooth with her. The boy seemed to grab her by the hand and led the sisters outside. Stepping over the threshold, the girls froze. Instead of the wild wastelands of Oberstein, a neat little town with cobblestone streets spread out before them, although Ashto modestly waved it off, saying, "A village is a village." Noticing tiny houses on the trees, the boy asked if they were birdhouses, then suddenly let out a surprised exclamation. Lorelei calmly explained that the elder dwarves were in charge of all the construction, and their engineering work caused genuine admiration. The conversation was interrupted by the appearance of a real fairy. Clarabelle gawked at her in silent shock. The tiny winged guest hovered in the air and innocently asked if this was their friend. At that moment, chaos began. Clarabelle joyfully rushed to catch the fairy with her bare hands, while Lorelei begged her to calm down. The boy smiled and explained that these were flower fairies, but Lorelei still could not believe in their existence. Suddenly, Clarabelle's eyes lit up. She remembered that these creatures collect forest honey and brew a special syrup. Everything came together. The tiny birdhouses turned out to be homes for fairies, of which there were about 30 in this village. The young man sighed wearily and swore he would no longer chase after anyone. Clarabelle tightly hugged the trunk, not letting others near it, and begged the irritated fairy to share the sweet treats. Later, the group discovered an amazing fact. The local hellhounds know how to sew clothes and make bags. Behind the door opened a spacious workshop of a real sewing factory filled with long rows of weaving looms. They were joyfully greeted by the local craftswoman Moody, genuinely surprised that Lorelei and Clarabelle were already allowed to go for a walk. On her work desk lay a fresh sketch of a dress, which she had just been contemplating the design of. The boy noticed with relief that the horned friend had fully recovered, and immediately looked at her companion Moody with surprise. It turned out the girl had come here simply for silence at home. She could not concentrate at all. Suddenly, a clear child's voice rang out and bluntly asked Moody if she had seen her little brother anywhere. The horned girl instantly became alert and cast an extremely suspicious glance at her. The sun quietly poured soft light on the cozy streets of the settlement. Wandering through the village, the young man was sincerely amazed by the local diversity. Elves, dwarves, and beastfolk calmly walked the same roads. The friend nodded and admitted that the local crowd of hellhounds, flower fairies, and demonic ogres was initially quite confusing. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by the boy's shocked exclamation. He noticed something strange near the farm. Under a tree, a giant mole in a work overall was snoring carelessly. The young man had to explain that this was a local resident, not a strange giant scarecrow. Endless fields stretched ahead all the way to the mountain ridge. The horned companion admired the vast scale of the rural lands. These lands were literally drowning in wheat, tea plantations, fruit orchards, and sprawling vineyards. And on the cotton fields grazed funny, fluffy animals that fully provided the village with fabric for clothing. The excursion ended near a large processing plant. The young man explained with a smile that the locals love to drink, so alcohol here is brewed with maximum enthusiasm. The horned girl told about trade with elves, and Ashto only sighed nervously. Things had become too complicated. He decided to lighten the mood and offered the guests to show the bathhouse and the library. Suddenly, a small spirit ran out to them with a basket of ripe grapes. While everyone was walking through the wheat field, Ashto explained that he had shaped this little gardener with his own magic. Clarabelle smiled tenderly. Then little brother, his mother. She laughed loudly, making the boy awkwardly ask for at least the role of the father. The sister glanced at the outskirts and honestly said that the village was simply wonderful. Ashto proudly replied, "This peace in Oberstein became possible only thanks to their joint work." Moved by what she saw, the girl promised to talk to her father and also help the settlement. Hearing the conversation about home, Clarabelle tightly hugged the spirit. With tears, she begged to stay with her brother a little longer. "Are we already leaving?" the sister asked confusedly. Ashto smiled warmly and assured that they wouldn't even have time to get bored. The parents might worry about their absence, so the boy offered to personally escort the girls home. At farewell, he promised Clarabelle she could visit him anytime on a safe road. Shella carefully declared that next time she would go straight to the Dragon Lord, not just to the village. Ashto was just thanking the giant beetle for the ride when suddenly, he was stunned to notice a girl right on his shelf. The dragon woman handed him a letter from Clarabelle and Lorelai's parents, and added that they were restless with worry. The older sister happily poked part of the message to the younger one. The dragon woman handed a separate letter to Ashto himself, which sincerely surprised him. The girls squealed with happiness as soon as the boy read the main condition. They were allowed to stay if Shella didn't mind. Ashto froze confusedly, trying to understand the connection between Shella and the Lord, but the sisters were already gone. Clarabelle enthusiastically confirmed the permission to stay a little longer, reading a greeting in the text, and at the same time to herself. The younger one rushed at the boy's neck with momentum, while he was surprisedly pulling another slip of paper out of the envelope. The smile instantly faded. On the sheet was a crossed-out desperate plea to return home and a promise not to burn anyone this time. He nervously sweated while the sisters were already planning entertainment in the library. Their move, due to excessive parental care, was becoming an inevitable reality. Before them stood a huge round tower with newly built village library, whose scale made the Horn sisters almost squeal. They entered a spacious hall with endless rows of towering shelves. One of the girls joyfully twirled around the room. She had never seen such beauty before. Her sister confirmed. She had always adored books until the mayor noticed the local librarian. He confidently called her Agrat, but the girl with a sweet smile objected. The employee playfully leaned toward him while the boy blinked in confusion. Another girl in a strict uniform approached from the side and calmly asked if they were looking for a book. The mayor explained about the tour. Suddenly she shouted sternly and demanded that some Agrat and Aishit stop mocking the mayor. The boy looked hopefully at his neighbor and called her Aishit, but missed again. Next to them emerged two more absolutely identical smiling faces. The guests gasped in surprise, and the mayor almost howled in despair. He exhaled heavily and calmed his shocked companion. These were simply four twin sisters. Two of them angrily reminded the sisters about the agreement to wear badges with their names. The jokers laughed cheerfully and explained who was who, leaving the exhausted mayor only to sigh resignedly. The little ones exchanged disappointed glances. Their game was exposed too quickly. Clarabelle clung to Lorelai's back in shock as soon as she saw four exactly identical faces before her. The boy asked if they would now stay to live in this village. Lorelai froze. A sudden thought pierced her, and because of it she became enlightened. She confessed awkwardly. Although they were brought here to recover, idling away whole days was simply unbearable. Leaning conspiratorially toward the boy, she asked for a favor. Raising the book, the girl joyfully said that she wanted to work in the library. He was almost stunned by such enthusiasm and immediately agreed. Four small clones chirped and joyfully welcomed the fifth colleague. With sly smiles, they offered her to become their leader. At that moment, the sisters began to look like adult women and respectfully bowed to the new leader. Hearing the sudden Miss Lorelai, the girl froze in confusion. The twins only smiled warmly in response. Lorelai's eyes flashed. The title of chief librarian was clearly to her liking. The boy looked confusedly as the girls got acquainted. They sweetly chatted and promised to teach each other all the subtleties. The horned guest warmly said goodbye to the trio of maids and headed home. The young man smiled crookedly, realizing no one would stop this restless girl anymore. Lorelai quickly settled into the new place. She headed the library, and the villagers immediately appreciated her elegant mantle. Silence reigned outside. Behind the massive carved doors hid true knowledge. Hundreds of old books were crammed on the shelves. A barely noticeable wind swayed the branches of the trees. Lorelai eagerly accepted new scrolls and paintings from the villagers, while the boy silently marveled at how easily the locals adapted to everything. After a few weeks, Mr. Gred visited the estate and thanked the boss for the time given, although the young man immediately brushed off unnecessary formalities. The boy did not hide his surprise at the sudden visit of the burly lizardman. Gred seriously asked for help to build a shed for molting. A clawed hand nervously clenched the fabric on the knee for a stern warrior. This was an extremely important and personal request. At such an unexpected statement, the young man blinked and stood confused in place. Molting, the boy asked in surprise. The salamander asked him to raise his head and promised to explain everything. The young man thoughtfully nodded, comparing them with dragons and reptiles. It turned out that salamanders shed their skin regularly, about 3 to 4 times a year. But the process itself caused discomfort. For them, going out during molting was as embarrassing as for people to walk naked. Moreover, during this period, they emit so much heat that any flammable objects nearby can ignite instantly. The boy immediately realized they needed safe brick sheds. The guest confirmed that simply hiding out in the forest wouldn't work, and asked for permission to build several fireproof huts. The boy asked if they would work together with the dwarves, and the salamander proudly replied that they could manage on their own. The young man smiled kindly, understanding that this would not bother Master August in the least. Without hesitation, he allowed them to build whatever they wanted and offered to allocate a plot on the outskirts of the village. Looking at the guest, the boy suddenly caught himself thinking. He had always considered salamanders too reserved. The guest seriously warned that the first molts would begin in a week or two. Then the boy happily promised to delegate this task primarily to the elder dwarves, which greatly surprised the modest salamander. The young man relaxed back on the pillows and recalled that despite the hierarchy, everyone in the village remained equal, after which he casually asked what the date of the next molt was. The interlocutor respectfully pressed his palms to the floor, humbly acknowledging the leader's authority. The lizardman in traditional attire silently straightened up. The boy leaned on the table and confidently stated that they were obliged to build new facilities for their rural friends. Boss, the subordinate exhaled with deep gratitude. The young man smiled carefreely and promised the salamanders unconditional help with any troubles. But the lizard suddenly broke into a sweat, nervously waved his hands, and remembered Augustus he knew nothing about their secret construction. In his imagination, the fierce face of the old man instantly appeared. He would tear their crooked shack to pieces and grind the lizard himself to dust. Throwing a brief thanks, the subordinate shot out the door like a bullet to find craftsmen, leaving the embarrassed boy blinking in the middle of the room. In front of Esh stood a brand new brick house. He sincerely thanked the gnomes for the lightning-fast work, but the old master grumbled, to stop throwing thanks every second. The boy smiled kindly and suggested the lizardman call his ladies for spawning faster. The lizardman stared in shock, and the old gnome reproachfully asked why he had not told anything until now. Esh stood, arms crossed on his chest with satisfaction. When the boy naively asked again about the birth of new life in the village, the lizardman awkwardly waved it off too delicate a topic. Later, during the harvest in the large greenhouse, a calm idyll prevailed. Only someone's heavy gaze gloomily drilled into him from behind the woven basket. Mandragora demonstratively turned away and snorted offendedly, leaving the boy with the plate in his hands. He looked at her in confusion, not understanding what exactly had spoiled her mood. Esh cautiously approached the girl and directly asked what was wrong. She only frowned even more. Lately, all raw leaves in the village were being taken too quickly. Suddenly, the lively little tree nearby joyfully shouted about donuts, and the boy was instantly enlightened. It all came down to sweets. The mixture of fried leaves made these donuts incredibly sweet and deep in flavor. The boy cheerfully tousled the leaves on Mandragora's head and called her home. She only frowned and silently stomped away. Meanwhile, special donuts became a real hit among elves, cats, and gnomes. The girls simply melted with pleasure, devouring the sweet pastries. The boy smiled awkwardly a moment, and he already figured out the reason for the children's jealousy. Only Arlon leaves were used for cooking. He unfolded the torn leaf and explained that the salty taste of Mandragora was not suitable for desserts. His gaze softened. He smiled warmly and assured his interlocutor that everything would be fine with Arlona. A full basket of fresh vegetables was already waiting for tomorrow's cooking. A quiet morning came. The boy gently called Mandragora, asking for a little help. But the little one was still sulking. She buried her face in the pillow in offense. He looked at the stairs and called her down to the kitchen. The girl timidly peeked out from behind the doorframe, hesitating to take a step. The mandrake girl looked at the kitchen table in surprise, cluttered with fresh vegetables and a package of herbs. The boy smiled warmly and noticed that today she had just stayed at home. At the unexpected proposal to cook together, the girl blinked confusedly, slightly blushing. The boy admitted that he wanted to cook something with mandrake leaves, and the girl anxiously asked if he was going to put her herself into the dish. Overflowing with emotions, the boy joyfully pressed her to himself in an embrace. But as soon as it came to chopping vegetables, he froze uncertainly with a knife in his hand. The boy looked anxiously at his friend and asked if she could manage at all. The girl quietly admitted that she was not very good with a blade. He panicked seriously and immediately rushed to support her. But in vain, the mandrake skillfully and quickly chopped the carrot, which caused his sincere admiration. Later, he inhaled the thick aroma from the frying pan with a blissful expression. Field garlic sizzled on the fire, mixed with dried mandrake leaves. He ordered her to finish the meat with vegetables, and he himself took on the casserole. And for the preparation of this dish, the boy unfolded a real magical grimoire. He fried the leftover spices separately so they wouldn't burn. Returning, the boy was surprised at how quickly the little mandrake dealt with the slicing. Vegetables, meat, fried garlic, and mandrake leaves flew into the cauldron, and he left everything to stew. Next went the onions, and when they browned, he generously poured water over the dish. The boy sharply sniffed. Everything cooked so quickly that he froze by the stove, not believing his eyes. At that very moment, both of them were overwhelmed by a wild, uncontrollable hunger attack. A thick wave of hot steam burst from under the lid. This smell simply clouded the mind. The aromatic trail burst out the window and stretched away from the house like a white ribbon. The ladle slowly scooped up the thick, rich broth. On the table steamed a deep bowl, a perfect stew with meat and vegetables. The boy sent the first spoonful to his mouth and melted into a blissful smile of delight. Looking contentedly at the table, he invited Mandragora to keep him company, and they began their dinner. Ashto swallowed the stew and exclaimed in surprise that Mandragora turned out to be surprisingly tasty. At that moment, it was as if he was thrown into heat. His face flared up, and a scream burst from his throat from the hellish spiciness. But the flame quickly subsided, leaving behind a rich taste of meat, vegetables, and spicy broth. Sitting at the table with Mandragora, the boy admitted he had never dreamed of cooking such a masterpiece from simple ingredients for the elixir. One of the dragon sisters peeked into the kitchen, curious about what their little brother had cooked this time. Ashto greeted the guest. Three girls peeked through the ajar door, drawn by the luxurious aroma from the kitchen. Ashto kindly offered them to join and taste the dish. In front of the guests, hot plates and fresh bread appeared in a moment. He proudly presented his creation, a special curry soup with mandrake leaves. From the very first spoonful, the girls blushed from the spiciness, but immediately admitted, "This taste causes true addiction." A complete frenzy began. People asked for seconds and begged to reveal the recipe. Ashto's culinary talent united everyone, and even Mandrake herself melted into a broad, satisfied smile. Ashto told the horned giant about a new source he accidentally came across during hunting. At first, the boy took it for an ordinary lake, but later it turned out it was a huge water vein. Remembering the big fish, he suggested fishing, and this idea immediately appealed to his interlocutor. Thus was born the plan for a small trip beyond the village. Somewhere nearby, a fluffy mole carefully rolled down a grassy slope. The news quickly spread and the blonde horned girl lit up, imagining fresh fish. Another lively resident immediately responded and offered to cook the catch for everyone. The problem of lacking fishing gear disappeared instantly. Ashto had already spotted fishing rods in the local shop. The sisters were simply planning to swim plenty in the clean water. Suddenly, a whole crowd of noisy villagers gathered around the boy, all demanding to be taken with him. Ashto sighed confusedly and explained that one cannot go with such a large crowd. And just then, a mole in overalls interrupted the conversation. He calmly remarked that forest monsters usually do not hunt near the watering place. At the words about danger, Ashto tensed after all. On the way to the village, he had seen only a beautiful and peaceful place there. The empty sunny yard froze in silence. The boy told little Ponty about the plans to rest by the water and asked him to scout the area. Suddenly, a huge back loomed over him, completely blocking the view. Turning around, he realized what a huge company they were about to lead on the hike. The squad set off along the forest path. Hearing an unfamiliar word, the blonde blinked confusedly. Noticing that Pontus was struggling, the young man picked him up in his arms. A light melody floated over the green hills. The tall companion blushed deeply, envying the baby, while her friend ironically advised, "Just ask to be held." While the girls cheerfully hummed, the boy seriously pondered defending the territory for the sake of their future offspring. But he quickly dismissed these thoughts and decided to postpone global plans for another day. The elf asked the horned Lorelei if she had ever gone fishing, and calmly stated that she usually just grabs fish with her jaws and swallows them whole. Then she smiled sweetly and added that this time she was relying on the help of friends. The elf joyfully suggested sharing the fishing gear so they could all fish together. The boy inquired about the distance to the spring, and she calmly said it would take about 2 hours to get there. Along the way, the girls walked side by side and laughed. Only an elf and a dragon could fish together. The boy noticeably lagged behind the group and muttered gloomily that they would definitely have arrived faster without him. But feeling the general uplifted mood, he decided not to chase after them and to conserve his strength. Finding themselves near the water, the girls gasped enchantingly. Before them stretched a spacious forest lake, thoroughly penetrated by sunlight. The shore was densely covered with greenery and looked incredibly picturesque. Meanwhile, the boy barely dragged his feet from exhaustion, while he was impatiently called to come closer faster. He stopped to catch his breath. But as soon as he looked at the sparkling water, he had to admit the place was truly wonderful. The next moment he collapsed powerless, groaning that he hadn't accounted for the weight of his fluffy companion Ponty, and the elf girl only mercilessly noted his weakness. After catching his breath, the boy walked along the shore and enjoyed the unusually fresh air. All the bodies of water he had seen before smelled of mustiness and fish, no matter how well they were cared for, but here the water remained crystal clear. Clarabelle joyfully commanded to unpack things and have fun, ignoring the sharp objection. She picked up her younger sister in her arms and warned her not to jump into the water after the transformation. And with a creepy smile, she said that they would simply eat her there. She was covered in cold sweat, and at that moment she remembered her mother's scary stories. One word echoed in her head. While Clarabelle advised her sister to first check the bottom, Ashto mentally evaluated this strict pedagogy. The whole company gathered on the shore of a wide forest spring. The elf girl spread out a blanket and invited everyone to lunch, giving the boy a long-awaited moment of peace. Suddenly, she remembered the islet in the middle of the water. Someone's hand waved to the side and called Ashto. The boy asked in surprise. In the middle of the water surface, there really was a small patch of land densely overgrown with greenery. Ashto instantly felt curiosity. The little fairy had already volunteered to fly out on a reconnaissance mission, but someone's hands sharply stopped her. Ashto stared into the distance, trying to make out a barely visible dot on the horizon. In an instant, his face lit up with a guess. There was a boat. The girl nearby timidly suggested checking the find together. The idea burst into the company so much that they began dreaming of building a real cruise liner. Eshto made a decision. They would ask August and other craftsmen to build a ship for them. He immediately asked the horned giant Balgold if it was safe around, and he confirmed there were no threats. The enthusiastic young man announced the upcoming expedition, greatly surprising the girls with his sudden energy. He admitted that he had only sailed on small boats, so far because his native lands had no access to the sea. He strictly forbade the little fairy Phil to fly there alone, and she obediently agreed to stick with the group. Only returning to the village and making a detailed plan of action remained. Suddenly, water splashed loudly behind his back. Eshto sharply turned toward the quiet plea for help. He stepped right up to the very shore and listened to the mysterious voice from the spring. It promised a new adventure. But silence fell around again, making him confusedly wonder if he had imagined it. The question about the huge liner suddenly cut through the silence of the village street. With burning eyes, he urged the dwarfs to build a ship for 20 people for the expedition to the spring, but heard only a categorical impossible. He wanted to start construction right now, but hit a dead end. Experienced masters gloomily examined the ship's blueprints, admitting that such a task was beyond their power. The elders shrugged. They had never lived near a large body of water and had no idea how to build large-scale ships. All they were capable of was an ordinary small boat. Hope faded. A heavy sigh, Ashto disappointedly trudged away. The dwarfs awkwardly apologized for letting the mayor down, but he just calmly waved it off. It was not their fault. As he walked down the street, the boy mentally accepted defeat. If August failed, no one in the village would build the ship. And suddenly, behind his back, a strange shadow silently slid by. A loud cough made Ashto turn around. Dimitri was standing before him, who immediately began theatrically complaining about fishing and a hard fate. He threw an offended reproach that the mayor could have noticed his mysterious appearance even before he had to fake a coughing fit. With a sly smile, Dimitri admitted that he was hiding in the bushes and accidentally overheard the entire conversation with the master. He dramatically waved his clawed hand. The secret was revealed, and Dimitri knew perfectly well about the dwarves' fiasco and Ashto's despair. Dimitri calmly assured the young man his shop had absolutely everything. He slyly squinted and warned that a real cruise liner would cost a lot. The boy blinked in surprise, and the merchant had already extended his hand ready to make a deal. On the street, the young man stammered about an installment plan, but Dimitri immediately cut him off. The demand to give 1,000 bottles of elite sake right now stunned the boy. The demon planned to make a crazy profit reselling alcohol in Beelzebub, and the ship cost exactly that amount. He said that for a dozen bottles, the dwarves would only gather a lifeboat, and these words suddenly gave the young man a brilliant idea. In the workshop before the dwarves, they unfolded a huge blueprint of a ship for 20 people. The young man proudly presented Dimitro's work, calling it first-class engineering. Next to the board lay a miniature wooden copy. The elder dwarf curiously twisted the model in his hands, which the boy had brought for clarity. The masters leaned over the papers, clicking their tongues at the demon's talent, and examined the plan of the sailboat cabins. Their eyes flashed with excitement. They had never built such large ships before, but these plans were more than enough for them. A hand decisively slapped the table. The deal was sealed with a brief, "All right, boss." The construction of the liner started exactly on schedule, and the boy noted with a smile the inexhaustible zeal of the master dwarfs. Above the tall wooden scaffolding, the continuous pounding of hammers thundered. The young man dryly thanked Dimitro for the drawings, and abruptly cut off the conversation as soon as he began to beg for extra drinks. The elf smugly folded his arms behind his back, completely satisfied with the perfect progress of the work. The little fairy joyfully asked again if they would all set sail together to the source, and heard a firm promise. Flying higher, Phil admired the massive foundation of the future ship with enthusiasm. And then she innocently asked if they would take. The stinky old man on board. Dimitri was so shocked by such impudence that he lost his speech. Comfortably perched on the boy's crown, the fairy bluntly finished off the elf with a straightforward statement. She simply did not like him. Quickly hiding his offense behind a businesslike tone, he assured, as soon as the slightest hitch arises, he will immediately call the elite shipbuilders from Beelzebub. The construction of a real ship required incredible precision, and turned out to be much more fragile than the paper sketches. However, the elf could only watch in admiration, as the dwarves perfectly interpreted his intricate drawings, even without outside help. At the end, Dimitri nervously asked not to forget about him after the construction was completed, and the boy indulgently agreed. The old man had already suffered enough humiliation today. 20 days passed, and over the construction site finally sounded the long-awaited "finally finished." Throwing back his head, the young man gazed in awe at the giant ship, designed by 100 demonic masters, sincerely rejoicing at the incredible scale of his creation. They froze before the giant wooden ship thanks to the hard work of the dwarves. The long-awaited construction was finally completed, and the vessel stood in all its beauty. Two beastmen enthusiastically began sewing sails for his new boat. As soon as the work was finished, the boy announced the departure. But suddenly a whole crowd grew before him, and he was clearly confused by such a number of eager joiners. The horned demon postponed the trip until next time, quieting down at someone's annoyance, and the old man didn't come at all due to business. The boy asked two mighty warriors to roll the boat on a cart all the way to the water. The strong men, playing, lifted a huge structure over their shoulders, and the young man developed a persistent feeling of déjà vu. The cat girl was already dreaming of bathing, but the stern horned companion ordered, "First check the spring for safety." Another girl was simply happy about the adventure and awaited interesting finds from the island. The young man gave the signal to move, and his friends were already preparing fishing gear right from the deck. The treetops parted, and ahead the endless water gleamed in the sun. The warriors dragged the cargo to the shore and asked for permission to stop. With a strained wheeze, they sharply dropped the heavy boat to the ground. The boy emerged from the thicket and froze enchanted. The body of water was so vast that the opposite shore was not visible. The huge vessel crashed into the water with a roar, raising a column of splashes, from which the lizard people disembarked calmly. The young man only managed to thank them relieved. He looked puzzled at the high side, but the gnome with a confident smile raised his big thumb and gave himself a boost. The ship held firmly and confidently on the water. The elf woman sharply commanded to chop trees for the pier, and the lizard men saluted instantly. Axes clattered, the work boiled with such furious speed that the boy even broke into a sweat from amazement, hearing that it would take only an hour. He dreamily imagined fishing from the deck, and the mole carefully asked him not to fall overboard. While the construction was boiling, the cat girl joyfully and carefree splashed in the shallow water. The young man briskly exchanged a few words with the mole, although it was only a trial launch. Both awaited it eagerly. The gnome proudly stood on the newly built wooden pier and sharply waved his hand, inviting the whole crew to board. The spacious deck could easily accommodate up to 24 people. The boy looked around with pleasure, assessing the wide deck of his new ship. The gnome loudly commanded to take places and act as in rehearsal, and the crew pulled the ropes in unison. Everyone, excitedly looking up, learned that this luxurious sail was woven by their companion with her own hands. A huge white canvas with a loud flapping unfolded on the mast, triumphantly catching the wind. The boy blinked in confusion, and in his thoughts admitted that he had never guessed about such hidden talents in his companion. The girl was glad that the sail was working properly and confessed, "It took a lot of effort to sweat over such a huge thing, but it was fun." Their large sailing ship gently rocked on the waves. The horned girl breathed in the sea air with delight, and was happy that sailing on the deck was a completely different experience than flying or swimming alone. The cat girls impatiently pressed against the side to see everything as closely as possible. The boy turned to the bearded gnome, and he suggested first mooring near a small island ahead. The friends burst onto the deck with ringing laughter, causing the young man to shout after them worriedly to be more careful. He thoughtfully looked at the outlines of the land. They were not yet ready for a full reconnaissance, but landing would at least give an idea of the island's scale. Leaning over the railings, the young man could not take his eyes off the unusually beautiful spring. Nearby, their small round companion was jumping in vain. Trembling plaintively, he could see nothing. The boy carefully picked up the little one in his arms and showed him the crystal-clear water down to the very bottom. He smiled relaxedly, openly enjoying the slow and calm sailing. Suddenly, the deck jerked wildly, almost knocking both off their feet from the frantic acceleration. The gnome at the helm snarled fiercely, and with a devastating growl tore the ship forward at maximum speed. The silence was broken by a prolonged moan. The huge ship thundered through the waves, throwing passengers across the deck amid curses for the overly harsh rowing. The crew helplessly sprawled on the planks, barely recovering from the wild rocking. The horned giant awkwardly apologized for the excessive force, and the exhausted young man trembled from overstrain. Suddenly, the boy looked around anxiously and asked about the girls, hoping that at least Clarabelle was safe. He froze in horror. High on the mast, firmly clutching the ropes, hung a small maid with cat ears. Master came calmly from above. She simply unclenched her fingers and easily flew down, flawless landing on his feet right in front of the boy, who fell onto the boards in shock. He waved his hands in panic, almost turning gray from such a breathtaking stunt. Meanwhile, the gnome sternly called the horned brutes to him. While the maid sincerely rejoiced at the quick trip, the young man could only nervously nod. The elf woman was also delighted with the journey, and the boy watched in surprise as the little gnome confidently scolded the huge demons like schoolchildren. Ashto made sure that his companions were unharmed. The girls barely stood on their feet from nausea, shuddering at the memories of that crazy speed. He jokingly offered to carry them on his back, but received a categorical refusal. Another woman passed by, carrying the dizzy little bear Pontu, who curled into a tight ball from the seasickness. Ashto leaned on the ship's railing and suddenly heard a quiet cry for help. He leaned over the sea in surprise and looked into the water. The voice pierced the silence again. Suddenly water burst out with a roar like a fountain right in front of them. From the waves emerged the figure of a girl, entirely woven from water, and she pleaded with folded hands. The boy recoiled in shock. The mysterious spirit begged with tears to be saved, otherwise everyone would simply be eaten. Ashto froze in confusion, trying to understand who exactly was asking him for protection. On the lake in Oberstein, very deep, the young man watched in fascination as a spirit emerged from the water. Meanwhile, in the luxurious family estate, Ludger awaited a far from peaceful vacation. The blonde aristocrat stepped over the threshold and briefly greeted the old maid Mirko. The gloomy, bearded Ludger strode down the corridor, grumbling irritably about his father's sudden summons. He burst open the door with a crash and encountered a calm blonde man who was already waiting for him. Ludger immediately attacked him with accusations of people disappearing, but the other only smirked arrogantly and suggested first discussing Ashto's exile. The bearded man ground his teeth helplessly. The blonde man suddenly darkened, cut off the conversation and walked away, leaving his interlocutor boiling with rage. Walking through the hall, he thought with admiration about the exile. He single-handedly took control of both the lands and the army. Ludger wearily rubbed his eyes. After Shelley's escape, he completely lost his peace and became obsessed with the topic of exile. The bearded man sighed bitterly and aloud dreamed of retirement and a quiet fruit garden, while his influence in the family steadily faded. Looking at this dead end, the old maid silently admitted, the decision to exile Ashto was a fatal mistake. A little later, the blonde commander was already standing before his officers and solemnly thanked them for the victory over the monsters. Dozens of soldiers listened attentively to his speech within the walls of the impregnable knight's castle. There was a wild buzz in the tavern. Someone was generously buying drinks for the joint effort, calling the soldiers to drink and party until collapse. The general proudly emphasized, no one died or was injured, and the damage to neighboring towns was minimized. There was no greater joy for him. At the table, Luna Maria wondered why Ludger never refused a drink, and the interlocutor explained. It was precisely for this humanity that the boy was adored. The girl twitched nervously as soon as her friend mentioned that many aristocrats dreamed of marrying into the free heir of the Estri family. Suddenly, a loud bang on the table rang out. Someone came up with a brilliant idea. Just take him to a brothel. Luna Maria nervously sipped from the mug and reluctantly agreed. The commander's indifference to women had truly crossed all boundaries. A sudden wave of beer splashed right in the blonde's face. Luna Maria sharply jumped up from her seat and categorically cut off. She would not allow dragging him into such unprincipled places. While the soldiers continued to make noise in the background, the boy sat aside and calmly listened to the argument. Completely soaked with alcohol, he naively asked if everything was all right with Luna Maria, and she dryly advised him not to worry and to think about others. An awkward silence fell over the table. The friend with the ponytail sighed heavily. He did not understand how to bring together a girl clueless about relationships and an impenetrable workaholic. They had been friends since childhood, and everyone had long seen Luna Maria's feelings, those that Ludger himself stubbornly refused to notice up close. Taking the initiative into his own hands, the friend slyly smiled and reminded the commander that from tomorrow he would officially go on leave by the king's order. The redhead wearily leaned back and barely caught his breath. He complained about the insane overload, and the commander Ludger calmly replied that he himself hadn't seen a vacation in 10 years. This greatly upset the young man. He burst out shouting and declared that because of constant work he had completely neglected his studies. Over a mug of drink, the conversation shifted away from rest, and the redhead directly asked when the general last had a proper walk around the city. Ludger was confused while his friend insisted on his point. As a man, leader, and eldest son of a noble family, he has every right to free time. It turned out that he had only seen the capital from horseback during service, and had no idea about new establishments or popular food. Remembering that Ludger could easily get lost in the streets, the young man suddenly turned to the girl nearby. He bluntly proposed to the puzzled Luna Maria to arrange a tour for this workaholic on her day off. The general awkwardly hid his face under the collar of his cloak, acknowledging the truth of this. He clumsily tried to justify the upcoming walk as a duty, Supposedly, to protect people, one must know how they live. The redhead smiled contentedly and turned back to his plate. He sincerely hoped that this small push would be enough to bring these two closer. Ludger finally dared and directly invited Lunamaria on a date. She blushed deeply and immediately agreed. The next day, she was already standing in the middle of a busy street in an elegant light dress with a hat, listening to someone calling her name. Hearing that the girl had just arrived herself, the boy sighed with relief. Her heart treacherously twitched. He caught his breath and apologetically apologized for being late. The girl was embarrassed by his appearance without armor, but in her thoughts she rejoiced. She had managed to carefully plan her outfit the night before. The boy awkwardly admitted that on the way out, he was intercepted by the senior maid Mirko, who categorically forbade him to go to the lady in military uniform. He confirmed, at first he had planned it that way, and the girl sincerely praised his unusual civilian look in response. Later the couple headed to the luxurious establishment that Gunkel praised so much. During tea with multi-tiered desserts, they recalled how deeply they had immersed themselves in work in recent years. The boy smiled relaxedly. He hadn't been to such stylish places for what felt like an eternity. The girl squinted and nodded quietly. Taking a sip of tea, she pondered his exhausting schedule. After the army, he dived headlong into affairs, trying to carve out at least a little time for Ashto. Lightning-fast sword strikes, magic, politics, he pushed himself to the limit to become a worthy elder son of the mighty Estri family. The girl guiltily clenched her hands. While he was so devotedly caring for the younger ones, she had completely neglected Moody. During the tea party, Lunamaria expressed hope that their acquaintances would make themselves known as soon as they started their own families, while Ludger only turned away displeased. Eventually he gave up, sighed quietly, and assumed that the fugitives were definitely safe near Ashto and were already enjoying life in their new home. Later they visited the armory workshop, where Lunamaria smiled and asked them not to rush. The young blacksmith's assistant admired the guests with enthusiasm, thinking aloud that such expensive swords would only suit the commander-in-chief. While the boy looked surprised at the unexpected arrival of the general, the girl was already examining a Damascus steel blade, noting the work unusual for royal craftsmen. Lunamaria, Ludger suddenly called out impressed. She turned around happily, and before the general's eyes gleamed an extremely revealing set of women's armor, essentially a metal bikini. The young assistant proudly beamed, immediately praising the sharp eye of the client. Ludger stared confusedly at the mannequin and seriously wondered what special magic could protect such exposed vital points. Suddenly, a bearded blacksmith peeked out from behind and slyly asked if the general was scrutinizing this armor so closely for his own girl. The general awkwardly hushed the blacksmith so that he wouldn't blurt out anything unnecessary, and the blacksmith only cryptically added something about the night battlefield. Instead, Ludger rubbed his chin and with a stone face said, "The lack of metal significantly reduces noise, so this is the ideal equipment for night raids." The blacksmith gladly showed the OK gesture and advised to immediately put this on the companion. A crazy boost to the soldiers' morale on the night battlefield is simply guaranteed. Ludger, with a slight smile, ordered a set of armor, and the satisfied blacksmith laughed loudly and hugged his exhausted assistant. Lunamaria blinked in confusion when the boy asked her to wear it as a gift for their shared day. The girl agreed to try this revealing armored bra, naively thinking that later it would go into mass production. Satisfied with the purchase, Ludger headed to the exit, leaving the blacksmith standing and marveling at the unpredictable tastes of customers. On the way to the manor, the boy sincerely thanked his companion for the tour and for the wonderful time spent. Hearing his name, he turned around in surprise. Lunamaria blushed deeply, hiding her eyes, and awkwardly offered to take him home. The boy nodded happily in response. Suddenly, the girl sharply reached for him and kissed him, blurting out words of gratitude on the go, and Ludger himself froze in shock. Stunned questioning rolled out lonely under the evening sky. Meanwhile, on the headquarters territory, two subordinates were perplexedly examining a huge box from the city armory. The boy naively decided that the general had ordered new standards of army protection, although his partner had already begun to sense something sinister. She threw off the lid and froze. Instead of military armor, inside lay a spicy metal bikini embroidered with chains. Realizing what the general intended to dress the soldiers in, the officer panicked, smashed the frames, and almost flew out the window. He sharply stood up and loudly pushed the chair away. A tired, forced smile froze on his face. A sharp jerk. He exhaled irritably and abruptly turned away. A swift step forward, and leaning out of the window, he fiercely barked, "What the hell have you been doing?" While the young man below nervously wiped sweat, mentally lamenting that being Cupid was not easy. The young man, along with his friends, leaned relaxedly on the ship's railing, enjoying the sea silence. Suddenly, a water maiden emerged from the waves, and the horned guardian instantly stood between her and the young man, shielding him from the unfamiliar monster. The stranger waved her hands in fear. She was not a monster, a water spirit undine named Mizuki. The young man calmed the spirit, gently explaining that they were only exploring the body of water, and the frightened guest nodded with tears. The distressed undine blurted out that her species faced complete extinction. Hearing this, the bearded captain gave the order to drop anchor. The sails froze. The water spirit desperately begged for rescue, until the stern giant ordered her to calm down and promised to listen. The crew surrounded the guest with curiosity, and she sincerely marveled at such a variety of races after all. Few ventured into these deserted waters. The young man thoughtfully said that this place could truly be considered a lake, and the undine immediately recalled the giant underwater hole stretching straight into the sea. Suddenly, the conversation was interrupted by a tiny flower fairy. She flew up joyfully and greeted them. The elf nearby froze in amazement. She had not met undines for a whole 1,000 years. When the young man's companion reminded the spirit of her request, she again fervently confirmed. They desperately needed their help. And she immediately became disheartened, fearing that the travelers would simply refuse to intervene. The mermaid said that their lake was connected to the sea, from where a huge predator had recently arrived. At first, they hoped that the monster would be satisfied with fish, but one day it devoured one of them. The young man tensed, listening, as since then the monster began relentlessly hunting them. Having tasted the mermaids, the beast could no longer stop. Washing her cheeks with tears, the girl confessed. She had lost a bunch of friends and awaited her own death every moment. The boy immediately understood the hint. The mermaids could not leave their pure waters, so they had no choice but to beg for rescue. He silently stared into the distance. The decision was obvious. The young man turned to the team and declared that they would take on this task. The blonde instantly became fired up with the idea of destroying the pest. The horned warrior also saw no reason to retreat, and the sorceress happily added that her ice would be perfect against the water creature. The mermaid burst into tears of happiness, sincerely thanking them for hope. The young man sharply turned to the townspeople. He ordered the frightened mayor and his assistant to stay away and wait out the battle in safety. The team went out into open waters on a large ship. The hunt for the monster began. The water spirit Mizuki briefly described the problem. It is a large, black, and slimy catfish. While the boy tried to imagine the fish, she warned about the monster's poisonous slime. He sighed wearily, as he had never seen a catfish in his life. The spirit cried over the polluted lake, forcing him to urgently calm her down. The elf Elmina intervened with a naive plan: just dive underwater and kill the creature. The boy gave the elf a heavy, extremely disappointed look. He dryly reminded her, the monster can swallow the spirit whole, so it can't be caught just like that. To show the true size of the fish, Mizuki pointed to the upper edge of the roof. She flew along the building and marked the other end. Tensing up, the young man sharply asked about the exact size. 100 meters, the length of a giant warship. The whole trio nervously broke out in sweat, finally burying the idea of fishing. Suddenly, the local mayor raised his big thumb and absolutely seriously approved this crazy plan. The boy panicked and objected, begging to find at least some adequate way. Mayor August stopped the boy and seriously said that their plan would have to be changed a little. He immediately pricked up his ears. The dwarf leaned closer and shared a new tactic first. They need to move to the central islet. The boy sincerely supported this idea with enthusiasm. He joyfully assured the team that now everything would definitely work out, and was even surprised how he himself hadn't thought of such a simple step. Calming the water maiden Mizuki, the young man looked hopefully at the senior comrades and asked if they could fulfill their part. For a moment, a tense silence hung. Her was interrupted by the confident voice of the horned strongman and his partner. They smiled confidently and ordered to fully rely on them. Meanwhile, deep underwater, silence reigned. Schools of small fish swam carefree. Suddenly, a sharp jerk tore through the water mass. In the impenetrable darkness, quick silhouettes flashed and bubbles of air swirled. From the black gloom emerged the eerie eye of a giant poisonous catfish. It had already gone hunting. The deadly monster relentlessly approached, throwing the team one-on-one with the question, would their plan work now? Ashto with his companion came ashore of the lake to finally solve the local problem. Suddenly, a massive dark shadow silently glided underwater. A heavy splash sounded. The boy shouted desperately for everyone to run, and the water spirits were stunned with horror. From the depths emerged a giant catfish. Mothers grabbed their children and quickly hid behind the stones. Once this monster lived in the sea, but managed to overcome the current and settled here, where there were no enemies but plenty of easy prey. The length of the monster reached hundreds of meters. The water around suddenly became poisoned, causing unbearable pain to the spirits. A murky purple liquid, which the monster continuously secreted, flowed onto her body, coloring it, and slowly turning the entire lake into her domain. The catfish deliberately infected the lake to weaken the victims before the decisive strike. A little girl spirit coughed and cried in the arms of her exhausted mother. A huge maw opened wide, ready to swallow them alive. Enough sharply cut through the air above the water. Ashto's companion stepped forward and authoritatively extended her hand, beckoning the monster towards herself. Mizuki hesitantly curled up on the top of the underwater cliff. But in a moment she straightened up and boldly challenged the giant fish, while her companions watched in shock from below. The boy desperately shouted for her to run, and as soon as the monster's shadow approached, Mizuki jumped back with a frightened scream. The mutant catfish tore through the water like a torpedo. The girl was mercilessly spun in the whirlpool, but through the panic she stubbornly held on to her plan. In the last second, she dived into a narrow gorge, where the giant jaws of the predator could no longer fit. "Now it's your turn," Mizuki shouted as a massive anchor chain rattled underwater. On the shore, the team was ready. The horned giant Balgold firmly grabbed the improvised fishing rod. With a furious roar, he pulled the chain towards himself, yanking the multi-ton monster out of the water. The fish helplessly flew over the shore, where two dragons were already waiting for it. The winged sisters instantly coordinated their attack. A powerful dark volley tore the predator's body apart right in the air. Immediately, the second dragoness bit into it with a scorching stream of flame. The prey was ready, and the young sorceress joyfully raised her staff to freeze the charred monster. The monster opened its jaws and spat out a dense stream of dazzling energy. The magical staff instantly stopped the strike with a sharp flash of lightning. Having received the order to act, the horned Balgold focusedly pressed to the ground. The fish-like creature helplessly stuck out inside the ice block. The warrior powerfully pushed off, raising a cloud of dust, and with a predatory jerk rushed forward. He flashed across the smooth surface. Swinging, Balgold glanced into the frightened eye of the monster and said that it was very unlucky to swim into their lakes. A bare fist with a crunch smashed the icy trap to pieces. Shards of ice flew in all directions under a loud, victorious shout. The young man happily raised his hands up and triumphed. Perfect teamwork worked to the fullest. Ashto triumphantly raised his hands, rejoicing in the killing of the giant catfish, although the elf nearby looked at him with open irony. The battlefield was strewn with fragments of rocks. The girl reprimanded him, reminding that he himself did nothing, but Ashto just carelessly waved it off. The unexpected question threw him off balance. He confusedly scratched his chin. He jumped onto a boulder and exclaimed with enthusiasm that defeating such a monster with almost a single blow was a real success. Master Shell crossed his arms over his chest and asked how the boy came up with the idea to harden roots under the fishing rod. Instead of answering, Ashto joyfully picked up his little wooden helper and checked if it was intact. The wooden figure was glowing with happiness, and the young man decided that such incredible strength was thanks to Shell's improvements. The dwarf nodded seriously. The local trees would simply have cracked under the weight of the catfish. The little familiar proudly puffed out his chest. The conversation was interrupted by the appearance of the fairy Phil and the great water spirit. The water spirit thanked them for the victory over the catfish, but immediately fell silent, remembering the lake itself. Ashto anxiously asked Mizuki about the injury, but she gently denied it. The two silently stared into the quiet dark water. The boy guessed that the water was poisoned because of the slime of the giant catfish they had just lured out. Tears flowed from the girl's eyes and she tried to smile, accepting the loss of her home. She joyfully spread her arms and exclaimed, "The lake is destroyed, but everyone remains safe." But the young man saw her true despair and bitter tears. He instantly made a decision. While the rest of the team discussed the way home, the boy pulled out his folio exactly for such cases. He opened the book to the needed page and declared that plants can sprout not only on land. Mizuki was stunned when the boy promised to personally save her lake. He focusedly raised his wand and, reciting a spell over the water, blessed Mother Earth. The girl looked confusedly at the black mud under her feet, not understanding how this would work. The young man sharply waved his wand, calling the magic of the forest trees of Lake Joko. A powerful flash of light burst from the tip of the wand. The glowing sphere gently dived into the poisoned darkness of the reservoir. The elf girl behind just squinted and quietly wondered why he was putting on so much pomp. Ashto stood on the shore of a dark body of water, where a cluster of magical light suddenly flared just above the water. He silently gazed into the glow. The elf nearby nervously denied it, muttering that she hadn't even tried to cast a spell. From the black water, a tiny green sprout was emerging. A sprout on the water. In a moment, the sprout sharply stretched, covered itself with leaves, and turned into a sturdy trunk amid the girl's admiring exclamations. A giant sprawling tree burst from the water, firmly gripping the murky current with its roots. While the companions joyfully praised Ashto, he realized with amazement, these trees simply absorb and cleanse all the dirt. The water instantly became crystal clear, and the girls burst with delight and rushed to swim. One of them, without hesitation, dived like a pike from the cliff. She swiftly plunged into the clean, transparent depths. Among the intertwined roots, a whole underwater world opened up. Friends swam carefree alongside a water dragon. Ashto suddenly smiled satisfied, finally understood the true essence of his spell. Mighty roots spread further and further, forming a real forest underwater. The white little dragon joyfully informed Ashto that the lake was beautiful, and the water spirits were finally happy. From the waves swiftly emerged Undina and squeezed the boy's hands with sincere gratitude. Ashto calmly and warmly smiled back at her. At that moment, shining water spheres burst into the air around the large ship. Ashto's companions froze in fascination, watching the magical dance of the Undines for the first time. The water spirits playfully jumped out of the lake and swirled above the waves under the sun's rays. The men on the deck appreciated the help. Thanks to the current created by the spirits, the heavy vessel moved perfectly smoothly without jerks. The water creatures swam close to the side, accompanying the crew. Meanwhile, the long-haired girl quietly called Mizuki. She smiled slyly. A cunning plan had already formed in her mind. Mizuki happily supported the idea and in a moment rushed to persuade others. The girls gathered together and began whispering conspiratorially. The spirits from the water immediately joyfully agreed to their prank. Ashto asked what they had planned, but instead received only a sly smile and a mysterious "you'll see." The girl happily waved her wand, giving the command to Mizuki. Fiery streaks whistled up into the night sky. The space exploded with a grand fireworks display, and from the lake, undines joyfully surfaced to meet the sparks. Everyone watched the flashes in fascination while the water spirits promised. From now on, they would help them with the boats at the first call. The water maiden gently invited them to return anytime. Ashto sincerely thanked them. He firmly shook the transparent hand of the spirit in farewell. Darkness. Already at home, the exhausted boy collapsed onto the table, listening to how the maid Silmeria showered him with praise. She herself had asked to go with him next time, and Ashto agreed with a smile. He decided to rest a little before starting to study the healing herbs. Lying with his eyes wide open, the boy felt relief. His idea had truly saved the lake. Meanwhile, far away, someone's fingers desperately dug into the dry earth of a neglected farm. An unfamiliar blonde youth looked at the withered crop with fear and feverishly thought about how to stop the new trouble. The young elder was happily inspecting his garden beds, pleased with the quick harvest. The elven herbs thrived wonderfully even without magic, but the peaceful idyll was abruptly interrupted by the cry of a frightened lizardman. In the living room, right on the carpet, a bloodied blonde youth collapsed. The assistant barely held him up. The lizardman blurted out that he found the boy barely alive just near the village entrance. The elder immediately commanded to start treatment. The guests turned pale before their eyes. The wounded man was urgently carried to a quiet house. The exhausted young man's body was treated and bandaged. The paleness was attributed to hunger, and the wounds were immediately set to be healed. To the conscious young man, a bowl of food was carefully handed. The maid Silmeria had just brought the saving portion and handed it directly into the master's hands. The weakened boy took the hot dish with trembling hands. The special herbal soup was meant to quickly disinfect the wounds and restore strength. When asked about the reward, the elder carelessly waved it off, advised to thank the lizard folk, and promised to take the guest home after recovery. He only blinked in surprise, realizing that this friendly savior was the true leader of the village. The bandaged young man sat on the bed, weakly clutching the bowl with both hands. The boy could not hide his surprise when the stranger introduced himself as Ashto and asked if the savior had heard the local rumors. While Ashto enthusiastically murmured about a true miracle, the young man only awkwardly hid his eyes. Suddenly, the wounded man sharply lunged forward with a loud plea. The boy froze in confusion. With despair in his eyes, Ashto shouted, begging to save his native village. He helplessly fell onto the bed and blamed himself for his powerlessness, while the rescuer awkwardly urged him to rise from his knees. Finally, the boy asked the guest to calm down and explain everything in order. Ashto confessed that he belonged to a tribe of werewolves, although he currently had a completely human appearance. He pressed his hand to his chest, seriously confirming his nature. Suddenly, a dull crack sounded, and in place of the youth's face, a huge wolf's maw unexpectedly opened. A heavy clawed paw struck the wooden floor. The boy froze in shock before the burly wolf, who calmly explained the difference between his kind and demonic dogs. The werewolf awkwardly scratched his neck and added that in beast form wounds heal much faster, but due to clumsiness he prefers to remain human. The dark-haired man silently digested the new facts about the true nature of battle wolves. The exhausted were-creature finally admitted his village was struck by plague and he came to beg for help. The source of the disease was the river, poisoned by bio-slime. The boy desperately pulled the blanket. He was the only survivor, but he was already collapsing from exhaustion and despair. Silence. Everyone who touched the poisoned water fell powerless, and now the entire settlement was slowly dying in their own homes. The harvest rotted, and the wolf physically could not bring clean water from outside to all the sick by himself. The dark-haired man calmly asked how the guest had even reached their camp. The clue was a giant fly insect with a bundle of things tied to its back. The young man looked compassionately at the boy who had nearly driven himself to the grave by continuously caring for the sick. He himself remembered that insect well. A few weeks ago it had babbled to him about an unknown race. Then the young man followed its trail, until suddenly a monster attacked the centipede. Putting aside the memories, he businesslike clarified the distance to the infected village. 3 days straight on foot through the dense forest. The boy thoughtfully clenched the fabric on his knee. The nearby source of water pollution simplified everything. The blonde sharply stepped forward, fervently promised help and drew a sincere thank you from him. He carefully arranged the wounded girl in bed and asked her to tell more about her village. The conversation continued on the bright streets of the settlement. The boy directly stated that he wanted to save 200 poisoned werewolf warriors, and the local giant immediately agreed to provide people. He unfolded his grimoire and confidently began to explain. They have a recipe for an antidote against toxic slime. They just need to brew the required amount. The blonde scratched her head confusedly with the knife handle. Curing the plague was not enough. They also needed to somehow restore the dead fields. The solution turned out to be ridiculously simple. The book advised simply to pour salt into the infected river. The giant grimly reminded, their settlement could not afford to feed neighbors for long until the poisoned land cleansed itself. The young man anxiously bit his lip, fully understanding. Restoring the soil naturally would take years. The girl nodded hopefully at the magical guidebook in his hands. Her eyes quickly scanned the plant magic section. A way to artificially revive the land was found instantly. They looked at each other in confusion, barely believing such luck. He enthusiastically slammed his palm on the cover. Now they had a full-fledged plan. They just needed to buy time for treatment. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head, admitting that he had completely forgotten about magic on the crops. But his comrades were already enthusiastically throwing out plans for tomorrow. They needed to destroy the bioslime and prepare supplies for the field kitchen. The boy only sighed wearily. New problems loomed ahead again. The elder leaned over the flasks and urgently prepared medicine to save the werewolf tribe. He gathered assistants and divided them into groups. The elves immediately rushed to gather healing herbs and vegetables for the field kitchen. There was not enough space in the boxes, so he strictly sifted out all the unnecessary, leaving only the vital supplies. 2 mighty ogres were already waiting for the order to set out. Thanks to their resistance to poison, they became the perfect vanguard. The ogres moved forward and cleared the village of slime while the elder finished the antidote. The next morning the cargo was already ready. But suddenly the plan faltered. The giant riding centipede could only set out at night, and panic broke out in the team due to the delay. The guide quickly extinguished the alarm, reminding that their demonic dogs would easily track the vanguard. But the worst was ahead. Barely 20 people could climb onto the centipede's back, and they needed to save as many as 200 sick. Kamasi would have to make several trips back and forth. The elder warned the maid-cat servants. From now on, they would have to forget about rest. Having handed over the defense of his native village to his younger sister, he finally set off to help. The young ogre stubbornly promised to make souvenirs from the demons encountered on the way for everyone, and Korinji were entrusted to watch over Norma. The girl squinted displeased and declared that she had serious questions about his abilities. The elf woman anxiously asked him to be careful and not catch the infection, but the boy just carelessly waved it off. The huge riding insect suddenly spoke and confidently promised to show everyone true speed. The last boxes were tightly tied with ropes on the shell. The boy commanded, "Move out," and the monster sharply took off. From the furious acceleration, the wind slapped their faces, and the girls screamed wildly. Night descended upon the earth. Finally, the company reached the quiet, snow-covered werewolf settlement. The boy collapsed weakly onto the frozen ground and nearly spat out his soul after this hellish journey. After recovering a bit, he reported to the local strongman. The plan with the salt water worked, and the dangerous bioslime completely dissolved. His gaze fixed on the elder's house. Light was burning inside, but there was dead silence. Realizing that the worst was behind him, the boy smiled with relief. The blonde woman raised the vial, and confirmed that they personally drank the water for testing, so now it was absolutely purified. Wasting no time, the boy ordered to unpack the things and immediately start treating the locals. The medicines were ready. The Silver Cat tribe completed the procedure and began distributing the drugs. The Horned Leader ordered a bonfire to be lit in the square so that people would feel safe, and it would serve as a landmark for those who could follow. The young man decisively threw the bag over his shoulder and declared that he would help everyone. He entrusted the cat girls with mass detoxification. They were to move to the next house immediately as soon as the patients felt better. In the half-darkness of the hut, people lay motionless, and from somewhere came a faint apology. Their condition was critical. The fever spared no one. The young man hastily unfolded a paper packet with medicine, understanding such a small child needed to be saved immediately. He carefully lifted the baby and began slowly pouring the healing solution into his mouth. The exhausted father barely opened his eyes, but the young man immediately calmed him. The mixture of antidote and restorative potion had already begun to work. The adults also began greedily drinking the saving broth, covered in sweat from the tension. The young man made sure that absolutely everyone in the room drank the medicine. Finally, he was able to breathe calmly. The patient's breathing evened out. The crisis passed. The child's face relaxed into a deep, healthy sleep. And outside, under the crescent moon, the saving bonfire was already brightly burning. He decisively knelt down, leaned on his knee, and commanded to move to the next house. The work was not yet finished. While fresh antidote flowed into the flask, the exhausted maids tended to the wounded with bandaged eyes. The boy sat down by his bed with the main news. The toxins were successfully removed from everyone. Over the gloomy stones of the wasteland, silence finally prevailed. He easily threw his hand behind his head and rejoiced. The werewolves turned out to be strong. There were no casualties. The blond young man sent 3 scouts to check the river, and the boy promised to fetch water from there. The maids immediately began to take care of the rest of the squad that had just arrived as reinforcements. Without wasting time, the boy gathered all the free helpers to light the stove for a communal dinner. Lying in bed, the wounded man marveled how with such a frail build his rescuer managed both to defend the village and chop firewood. The flame brightly engulfed the stove. As soon as someone asked about Mr. Wolf, he had already gone to his place. The wooden beams creaked. The horned beastman with a warm smile noted the boy's strong spirit. Entering the room with his gaze, he exclaimed the name of the elder Ashto in surprise and immediately apologized for the intrusion. To his concerned question, the tired girl answered with relief. All the villagers survived. He leaned over the wounded man and ordered, "Lie still while the examination continues." The antidote worked. All the patients in the room finally began to recover. The boy kindly addressed Mr. Wolf and asked him to rest and let go of all worries. He smiled quietly and reassuringly. The rescued man couldn't hold back. Tears of sincere gratitude rolled down his cheeks. The dawn sun rose over the mountains. Work boiled in the camp. Catgirls dressed as maids began cooking food in huge cauldrons outdoors. Those who had only minor injuries were already slowly getting back on their feet. The maids carefully distributed hot, fragrant broth to the people. While one of the men took a portion for his wife, the girls joyfully reported the northern side of the camp was already fed. The elder thanked Silmeria, and the maids from the Silver Cat's clan assured that they would manage both him and those who were injured. They handed him his own bowl of hot broth and earnestly asked him to finally rest. The boy held his bowl and looked around. After all the horror experienced, this place literally shone with life. Suddenly, he noticed a bizarre wooden house with strange stairs. He had never seen such an architectural style either in the villages or in the kingdom itself. Sitting on a log with a bowl of simple food, he wondered whether he should have taken Augustus with him. They had already solved the infection problem, only the soil needed to be restored with magic. Suddenly, someone called out to him. The boy looked around in surprise. A serious blonde man was standing before him. From the doorstep, he showered the youth with thanks for saving the village, so the boy embarrassedly asked to skip the formalities. The stranger bowed low and introduced himself as Wolf from the werewolf clan, the brother of Wolf. The conversation quickly turned to the problem of food supply. Wolf became embarrassed, ashamed to ask for a new favor after all that had already been done. Because of the consequences of the disease, their hunters would not be able to hunt for a long time, and winter was already approaching. The rice was saved, but the rest of the crop completely rotted from the infection. The werewolf timidly suggested establishing trade, and the boy agreed without any hesitation to allocate supplies from his village to them. Moreover, he promised to smoke the meat of the slain demon ogres to provide them with food for as long as 20 days. Wolf lost the power of speech as soon as the youth sincerely smiled and dismissed the question of payment until better times because he came here simply to help. The youth hesitantly asked if they would have enough for themselves, but upon hearing the boy's calm refusal, he froze in surprise. Overwhelmed with relief, he clasped his hands and almost bowed low with tears, exclaiming a sincere thank you. Turning around, he promised to take care of the smoked meat, and the boy joyfully beamed. Ahead awaited a loosened square. Looking at the ground illuminated by light, the hero was already imagining how he would sow it with rice unknown to this world. The demon girl calmly watched the pair of bears from a branch. Ashto froze in confusion. He came to inspect the fields, but stumbled upon a terrifying rot from it rose thick black smoke. The boy sank heavily by the water. One wrong step and the rice would be lost, and there was clearly a lack of knowledge to save it. The thickets looked more like a wild meadow, although here and there traces of mown grass appeared. Ashto turned around and decided to start experiments with the neighboring plot, postponing the rice for later. The magical grimoire suddenly opened in the air. Waving his wand, he began to recite the spell and nervously thought with each spoken word. "Soil restoration," exclaimed Ashto, and the ground before him suddenly exploded with black columns. The soil, along with the rotten crops, spun in a crazy whirl, making the boy jump back in surprise. The roar of the whirlwind did not resemble ordinary healing magic at all. Wolf and his companions panicked, covering their faces, trying to withstand the sudden tornado. But the storm began to subside just as quickly. The dust dispersed, leaving behind perfectly plowed, cleansed earth. The dark earth quietly slipped through the fingers. The soil was perfectly plowed. The young man exhaled with relief, while the men behind him were amazedly murmuring at the incredible speed of such work. The one-eyed man rubbed the loose earth in his palms, marveling at its unprecedented quality. He openly admired this instant magic. Suddenly, someone's hand reached out to the boy. He kindly thanked for the care, but strictly ordered the wounded not to overexert themselves until they recovered. He assured that the soil contamination had disappeared, so the clan could finally return to their usual farming. The one-eyed man closed his eyes, and once again fervently thanked on behalf of the entire werewolf clan. There were no problems with the water bodies, so everything was going according to plan. The boy only smiled awkwardly and waved his hand, brushing off the praise. Now they took on the rice fields, wondering if this method would work there too. While the young man went to restore the rest of the lands, the strong beastmen were already hauling a huge prey to the camp. Their wild endurance made itself known. The clan fighters were getting back on their feet with incredible speed. The girls closely watched the work while the cauldron with food bubbled on the fire. After 4 days, someone called Ashto. The young man sat by the home fire with the elder, and he laughed with joy. All the villagers survived. The man respectfully bowed his head and sincerely thanked for saving the tribe. He was ready to repay in any way. Ashto only smiled warmly. It was enough for him that no one died, so he asked everyone to just rest. Suddenly, the man remembered the rice, an unknown grain he had noticed in the fields. He asked for permission to inquire about this strange crop in more detail. He blinked. In the hustle, he himself had completely forgotten to ask about it. Hearing that rice was their main food, the young man surprisingly compared it to bread. Instead of long explanations, the elder suggested simply tasting it. Dinner was almost ready. Outside, preparations for the feast were already underway. And the silver cats, meanwhile, could not find a place for themselves in the impatient anticipation of the treat. The young man offered to help with the cooking and was firmly refused. He had already done too much, so today he was supposed to just rest. A stream of grains poured abundantly into the huge cauldron, and Ashto asked with interest whether this white mass would really soften after cooking. The fair-haired partner nodded joyfully to the master. "Come closer and look." Before them lay the main local product, rice. The boy thought aloud. The groats are washed right in the pot and then cooked on low heat. But all the subtleties of cooking still remained a mystery to him. Thick foam crawled out from under the heavy wooden lid. The water boiled, and it was time to reduce the heat. Nearby, the stove was lit in advance where the meat with vegetables and soup were already waiting without unnecessary explanations. The fair-haired one announced with a smile that he was ready, and Ashto impatiently rushed forward. The lid was removed, and a luxurious aroma of freshly cooked rice hit the air. A full bowl was immediately handed to the young man. He joyfully wished bon appetit. The partner advised simply to mix everything well. Ashto put a portion in his mouth and closed his eyes with pleasure. Light steam rose from the hot food. The blonde companion happily agreed, while the dark-haired young man openly swooned from the taste. He chewed and dreamily imagined how this rice would perfectly complement a bowl of spicy curry. Soft, sticky, with a sweet aftertaste, it flawlessly revealed salty dishes. The young man sincerely thanked for the treat, while the locals patiently taught his companion to handle chopsticks. With a smile, she asked for the recipe, and the maid with cat ears warmly praised the diligence of their clan. The host proudly puffed out his chest, Rice was the main treasure of his people, so he urged the guests not to be shy and to try everything. On the table steamed a luxurious banquet with roasted meat, appetizers, and full bowls. After a hearty dinner, the conversation subtly shifted to business, and the parties effortlessly agreed on a mutually beneficial exchange. A stately mustachioed man approached them and respectfully addressed the young man. Already outside, the boy asked the girl if she liked the food, and she nodded enthusiastically. Near the carts with huge barrels, the owners allowed taking as much rice as desired, but the young man refused the free handouts. He proposed an honest barter. In exchange for grain, he promised to supply fruits and wine which were lacking in these parts. A brief silence ensued. The young man relaxedly sipped tea and was beaming from the profitable deal, but suddenly the interlocutor placed a heavy hand on his wrist and unexpectedly praised his healing skill. The gray elder warmly thanked the hero for saving the village and called the boy by the name Freki. The young man in glasses politely bowed, but the old man unexpectedly asked to take him as an apprentice. Freki turned out to be a local prodigy. At 16, he was already the most talented pharmacist in the settlement. A short pause hung in the air. Ashto froze with his mouth open, digesting what he had heard. While the new acquaintance joyfully beamed, the puzzled hero only managed to utter a confused "what?", not expecting such a statement at all. Ashto, he asked in surprise, whether this young man really wanted to become his student, and instantly received an affirmative answer. He froze in confusion. The blond boy was glowing with respect, and passionately declared that he dreamed of becoming as outstanding a doctor as his new teacher. The young student joyfully boasted of a surprise for his village, while the horned giant carried huge bundles on his back. In the morning of the next day, the camp began packing supplies for the journey. Ashto looked amazed at a whole mountain of rice, until the local elder called him. The man firmly shook his hand and apologized for such a modest gratitude, although for Ashto this generous gift was already true happiness. Then the elder turned his gaze to the young companions. He asked them to work diligently and reminded them the doors of their settlement would always be open. Freki loudly exclaimed agreement as soon as the man ordered him and the silent Asina to help Master Ashto in everything. The elder clasped his hands pleadingly, asking to take care of the youth, and Ashto, embarrassed, promised to do his best. Already in the cart, Freki cheerfully called the teacher to himself. While he only sighed to himself, he had no idea how to behave with his first student in life. He was still amazed by Asina's unwavering determination. She herself volunteered to go with them. Ashto smiled and calmly assured that they would handle everything. Someone's boot heavily landed on the massive black carcass. The boy in the hood stared bewilderedly at the spectacle. Two respectable men in traditional attire bowed respectfully and offered their help. And in a moment, giant white wolves appeared before them. The boy found himself riding the beast along with a heavy chest, and with irony realized how exactly the elders decided to assist. Kicking up pillars of dust, the wolf dashed through the forest like a bullet. 3 girls in the manor's yard noticed a strange cloud of dust approaching. The elf immediately understood that it was the wolf Senti. Rushing, the travelers returned home unexpectedly quickly. As soon as the beast stopped, the young man helplessly fell onto the cobblestones right at the feet of the local maids. Ashto, that was the poor fellow's name, barely held back nausea after the frantic ride, while the concerned girls asked how he was feeling. Claribel and Lorelei ran out of the house joyfully. Ashto smiled crookedly and assured his sister that he was completely fine, just very dizzy. Here the girls noticed the elderly guests and with surprise found out they came to seek medical help precisely in Ashto. Forgetting all worries, the little ones rushed to their brother's neck with a joyful squeal. The newcomers were introduced to the village. Freki and Asina are to live here from now on. The young man with glasses respectfully bowed to Asina and, without crossing the threshold, asked to become an apprentice to the master of medicine. The girl blinked confusedly, while the guest enthusiastically poured out his dream to become a distinguished doctor. He is absolutely incapable of taking care of himself in everyday life. She revealed the main secret of her brother, and the true master awkwardly denied it. Asina proudly named her own name and declared that she came here exclusively to supervise him. She optimistically assured that everything would be fine, while the brother only sighed resignedly. The sister began to list his achievements: pharmacist qualification at 16, development of new medicines at 17, and the status of the youngest doctor in the kingdom. The apprentice gladly agreed and stated that the master underestimated himself too much. Asina sighed. Her brother never listened to others' opinions, and this repeatedly drove his teacher to despair. The young man froze in amazement. His idol had almost become a court physician at the same age he himself is now. Sincere and open, Freki immediately asked the girl to tell more about the mentor. Stars of boundless respect flashed in his eyes, and the master awkwardly muttered words of gratitude. He thoughtfully looked away. Asina was asked if she could manage on her own, and the girl confidently nodded. The young man suggested that the new students settle near the master's house. A brief pause. The boy with glasses cautiously reminded Asina that from now on they would live under the same roof. The girl proudly retorted that she did not need anyone's help with household chores. The brunette just laughed, took on the household duties himself, and ordered her to focus on the healer's training. The girl was gently asked not to be shy and to immediately speak up if difficulties arose. Despite all her pride, she was still a child. Asina quickly followed after the others, and the young man suddenly caught a thought. Freki really appealed to her very much. He smiled warmly, and now it was his concern as a teacher. Meanwhile, the bespectacled boy promised to do everything possible to properly raise his new ward. The heroes headed to the village, where a loud celebration was already buzzing in honor of their return. The boy in glasses almost jumped with enthusiasm, joyfully greeting his teacher. He had not fully woken up yet and sleepily waved off, as if to say the student got up too early. The boy suddenly approached, as if again reminding about yesterday's promise to take care of the greenhouse together. The teacher displeasedly recoiled from such pressure, and the young man awkwardly greeted someone off-screen. The invisible guest cheerfully praised his wild morning zeal. Suddenly, two tiny girls peeked out from under the mentor's cloak, while the boy incessantly chattered about breakfast plans. He kindly smiled at the little spirits Mandragora and Alron. The teacher indifferently waved his hand, "Don't pay attention to them." That young man joyfully hugged the little ones and firmly declared, from now on he would work together with them. The morning sun was already brightly reflecting off the glass roof of the greenhouse. They finally set off to work. Inside, the teacher took out a bowl and calmly called Shiro. The boy blinked in confusion, staring at the prepared food. At that very moment, a huge white wolf appeared nearby, and the young man jumped back in panic, shouting something about breakfast out of fear. The white wolf cub Shiro confidently stepped forward. Seeing him, Freki trembled with shock and barely managed to utter the name of the great Fenrir. He fell to his knees, not believing his luck. Freki sharply dropped to the floor before the little one, although the young man with a smile reminded him that it was just a puppy. The student continued to fervently bow to the guardian deity, while Shiro openly ignored him. Suddenly Freki jerked up and loudly introduced himself. The young man asked his name in surprise. Freki instantly became embarrassed and asked for a moment to return to human form. The young man smiled warmly and suggested getting started on the greenhouse. The work heated up. The little plant spirits busily fluttered nearby, happily receiving praise for their work. The young man noticed. In human form, Freki was still tensely glancing at the wolf cub. He gently asked if the apprentice remembered everything. The plan for the day was simple: breakfast, getting acquainted with the village, and only then serious training. Shiro smiled happily, walking alongside his friends. Upon learning that from now on he would have to play daily with Lord Fenrir himself, he sat down in shock. The young man calmed him down. He suggested calmly discussing the creation of the greenhouse and the cultivation of medicinal herbs. Asina reluctantly joined them, grumbling that she did not need the excursion at all. The girl froze upon hearing the polite greeting. She was quickly explained. When you know the craft of each inhabitant, it is much easier to remember their faces. Although everyone had already reintroduced themselves at the banquet, it was time to see how the village works. First, they showed the elder dwarves and the Salamander clan powerful builders who had personally erected every structure here. Next, the group was covered by the shadow of luxurious vines at the High Elves' farm. Asina looked at the greenery in awe, absorbing the scale of the fruit orchards and wheat fields with surprise. When the conversation turned to drinking, the young man awkwardly admitted that he knew nothing about alcohol. It turned out that the local elf brewing was not done by the elves themselves. They worked together with the dwarves. The next stop was a large weaving workshop, where women from the demonic dogs clan worked. The young man, with childlike delight, buried his face in the soft fleece, while Asina stared in shock at the wool of the giant royal sheep. The whole trio sighed with relief. The dark-haired man joyfully pointed at the bolts of fabric and praised the work of the local tailors. The eyeglass maker suggested examining everything, while the wolf girl shyly dreamed about something fluffy. By the fence, they greeted the mole miners, whose work area was considered too dangerous for guests. Next, they were shown a calm maid from the clan of Silver Cats. She was approached here with any problem. Suddenly, a gigantic ogre flashed nearby so large it didn't even fit into the field of view. Ahead appeared a spacious building of the communal bathhouse. The girl's eyes lit up with excitement, and the young man immediately let her go there in the evening. But he still had one special place left to show. The eyeglass maker literally shone with impressions, examining everything around. The dark-haired one slyly squinted and warned Freki, "This is only the beginning." The apprentice was already burning with impatience. Silence. Suddenly near the window, a network of cracks sharply pierced the deaf wall. While thoughts about the next destination were spinning in his head, someone was lurking behind the wall. From behind the doorframe, a man peeked out with a sly smile, raising a finger for his dramatic exit. However, the group simply walked past, leaving the shocked Dimitro shouting after them about his disastrously failed acquaintance. The trio froze in front of the gigantic multi-tiered building. Asht had brought the newcomers exactly to the place where all the village's wisdom was kept. From the endless rows of bookshelves, Freki was breathless, and the elder immediately advised him to study the archive for healing herbs. There were no statuses here, all readers were completely equal. The cat maid, calmly flipping pages in an armchair, confirmed the library doors were open to everyone. Asht smiled warmly and suggested to his friends to hold their study gatherings here. Their conversation was interrupted by a ringing voice joyfully calling the elder. From behind the shelves emerged 4 identical girls with books in their hands, eagerly offering to find any needed tome. Ash sighed wearily and looked at their perfectly, eerily synchronized line. He asked if they did it on purpose, but received only a sly smile in response. The elder introduced the newcomers to them and strictly ordered the librarians not to press the guests too much. And then he offered the confused Freki to borrow a few books to start with. A heavy folio slipped off the shelf and fell. While the boy was thoughtfully flipping through the pages, a stranger with horns approached Lorelei and asked where to find the necessary literature. Really? A sudden shocked exclamation broke the silence of the reading room. The girl with horns and the dark-haired young man with a smile watched their blonde friend, who was deeply immersed in reading. The dark-haired one advised him to also take an atlas of herbs. Serious training for a pharmacist was starting tomorrow. The librarians promised to carefully pack the selected books and reminded to sign at the checkout desk. The blonde one with glasses turned around joyfully. The girl was delighted with the idea and cheerfully picked it up, handing him new books. The dark-haired one was mentally glad that he pleased his friend. Later, the boys sat opposite each other in a cozy house. The blonde suddenly asked why Freki decided to become a pharmacist, and he noticeably faltered. Instead of answering, Freki changed the subject. He asked his friend to first tell his own story. The blonde sighed, then began to tell about his clan of werewolves, where everyone was a mighty warrior. He bitterly admitted, too weak for his kind, hunting and physical labor were incredibly difficult for him. While the brothers boasted about their prey, the family openly condemned his passion for studying. There was almost no literature in the village, so he reread the only guides on medicinal herbs every day, dreaming of someday escaping beyond the settlement. The peaceful life ended at the very moment when one of his brothers was brought back from hunting, covered in blood with severe wounds on his chest. Werewolf wounds usually heal on their own, but these were too severe. Available medicines did not help, and everyone fell into despair. Then the boy gathered herbs based on book knowledge and, relying on memory, brewed a potion, although his relatives did not believe in him at first. Long bandages slipped to the floor, and the elder brother, with a grateful smile, tousled the hair of the young man in glasses. That day, the family truly thanked him for the healing for the first time. The brother looked at him with warmth and pride. The news quickly reached the elder, who personally entrusted the boy to become the doctor for the entire village. Ashto listened attentively to the story about how long and hard the young man fought for recognition. The boy tightly clasped his hands on his knees, recalling that brief moment of long-awaited peace. But his voice suddenly broke off. During a terrible illness, he nearly died until they were saved by the master's sudden visit. At that time, his own status as a healer was worth nothing. In the midst of the epidemic, he could not save a single life. The young man abruptly stepped forward and fervently asked to become Ashto's apprentice to learn his skill. Ashto exhaled relaxedly, accepting this desperate stubbornness. Having finished speaking, he bowed his head low and quietly added that this was his whole story. A soft smile flashed across the master's face. Persistence would surely turn this boy into an outstanding healer. And also, his talent spoke for itself. Not everyone is capable of brewing a potion that heals such deep wounds on the first try. The teacher sharply commanded to start work, and Freki joyfully sprang up. He excitedly twisted a small jar of medicine in his hands. Freki carefully and attentively wrote down every word. The teacher praised the students' thirst for knowledge and instructed to always ask questions. The supplies of ingredients were almost exhausted, so they set off to find new ones. Freki became interested in one of the flasks, and the teacher explained that inside was an ointment for burns. They went out onto the sunlit street. The teacher immediately warned, "One aloe is not enough for this ointment, other herbs are needed." Freki tried to guess the recipe, and it turned out he was only half right. The boy confidently led the mentor to his farm. On the way, he admitted that he had deliberately hidden the garden beds from the children to quietly grow plants for experiments. Behind the wooden fence stretched a neat green canvas in rows. Suddenly the teacher stopped and pointed to a tall tree. It was exactly the one they needed. Freki suggested that they should collect leaves, but the teacher immediately objected. The blade of the knife gently cut into the bark. A thick liquid slowly oozed from the fresh cut. The blonde apprentice blinked in surprise. They were gathering not leaves at all for the recipe. Sticky sap dripped heavily into the bowl it hardened after drying. It was resin. The dark-haired apothecary explained that mixed with aloe and herbs, it perfectly seals wounds and speeds up healing. They looked respectfully at the mighty trunk, which had an incredible ability to regenerate. But the mentor strictly forbade. Taking too much the sap was like blood to the tree. Later, cut aloe stems, a mortar, and bottles with extracts were already waiting on the work table. The boy nervously clenched his fists, but the older companion calmed him with a warm smile. It was time to prepare the ointments. The master stepped back a step and fully entrusted the mixing process to his assistant. And soon a closed jar with fresh medicine was already standing on the table. The palm tightly gripped the cup, and the pestle patiently ground the mixture to uniformity. The thick liquid slowly filled the glass. The dark-haired young man instantly recognized the remedy. It was another medicine for burns. He sincerely praised his fair-haired apprentice for excellent work. The boy with glasses only laughed awkwardly. Soon they were already talking with Mr. Magnus, a burly bearded man who had burned himself again in the forge, and grumbled about the tedious treatment. The mentor sternly ordered the blacksmith not to take injuries lightly and to come for help immediately. The bearded man swallowed the fresh ointment with relief and joy. Suddenly the apprentice became shy and quietly confessed. This was not the master's work, but his first independent attempt. Then be proud of it, sharply sounded in response. Magnus friendly pressed the embarrassed boy to his chest, and scolding him for insecurity, firmly pulled him into an embrace. At these words, the young man's eyes shone with admiration. Koval warmly reminded, the boy is now also a full-fledged pharmacist. The door slammed loudly. As soon as Magnus stepped over the threshold, he waved his hand joyfully, boasting about the chance to be the first to test the new medicine, and the inspired apprentice called out to him cheerfully. Near the vials arranged on the table, a clear reminder sounded. Freki's work is not yet finished. Meanwhile, the young man calmly had breakfast, confirming to the maid the diligence of his apprentice. He sincerely praised the dish, and the girl smiled and admitted that this recipe was once passed on to her by Asina. A little embarrassed, she promised in return to show the little one some advanced techniques. The young man decided not to overload the child and left only the morning hours for training. The conversation shifted to Freki. He was asking with incredible enthusiasm about the work of the Silver Cat blacksmiths. Looking at the sunlit courtyard, the boy admitted that he would like to see Asina playing ordinary games with peers. Suddenly, the peaceful idyll was torn apart by someone's heavy, gloomy aura. The girl with animal ears, and behind her, a tense young man was practically vibrating with restrained displeasure. Both frowned sternly at the elder, and the air suddenly smelled of a new conflict. The boy and the cat girl happily ran up to Asina, pulling her to play. She curtly cut off, not playing. Her coldness had its reason. The boy sincerely offered to help with everything, but Asina refused even that. The children whined softly, but the girl had already turned away, remembering the pile of unfinished cleaning. The cat girl burst out in indignation over her continuous busyness, and Asina calmly replied, after housework she still has to study. The boy's plaintive request to spare even a minute did not work. She came to this village not for entertainment. Asina irritably scolded the little ones because, in her opinion, they laze around all day, not helping others. The children instantly frowned and spoke all at once, saying they also have their own duties. The cat girl lost her temper and reproached Asina for her callousness when suddenly, a strange rustle was heard from under the fence. The boy panicked, shouting, and rushed to separate the girls. All three instantly fell silent and sharply turned toward the suspicious sound. From behind the fence, a familiar voice suddenly sounded. The boy joyfully recognized his older brother. The boy sighed with relief. The she-wolf admitted that the kids were simply pestering her too much, so she got confused. The boy sighed with relief. The she-wolf admitted that the kids were simply pestering her too much, so she got confused. He kindly extended his hand to her, but Asina coldly withdrew and snapped. She has no intention to play. While the little ones panicked behind about a possible quarrel, the girl calmly assured, there is no conflict. She frowned and sternly explained that she cannot afford to waste time on games every day. Cooking, washing, cleaning household chores were overwhelming. The boy gently objected and reminded her. The children call her constantly only out of a desire to befriend her. Asina skeptically looked away, listening to the argument that even others do not study around the clock. Asina skeptically looked away, listening to the argument that even others do not study around the clock. He leaned closer and kindly suggested that she at least sometimes relax and have fun like an ordinary child. Asina's face instantly darkened with fierce offense. It turns out he still considers her a child. She clenched the fabric of her dress until her knuckles turned white, muttering hoarsely that now was not the time for games. Crying, she burst into a shout. She needed to work hard for her brother and finally become a worthy werewolf, not remain immature. The boy seemed to be struck by electricity. Her pain surfaced in his mind. How in her native village she was always despised as a child, and how she dreamed of earning the respect of adults through her labor. Throwing a brief apology, Asina sharply turned around and dashed away, leaving him to watch her in confusion. Bitterly saying that she was considered immature again, the girl cut him off and refused to listen to excuses. Bitterly saying that she was considered immature again, the girl cut him off and refused to listen to excuses. The door slammed shut with a bang. The boy scratched his cheek in confusion and realized he had accidentally hit the most painful spot. The next day, near the beds of the spacious greenhouse, they discussed the cause of yesterday's outburst. The blonde young man in glasses calmly explained that Asina really had not matured yet. In response to the objection that she was already a child, he immediately clarified. He meant her development as a werewolf. This race cannot freely change form from birth. Having transformed into a wolf for a moment, he added, training is needed for this. Most of it takes place already at 6 or 7 years old. Her deliberately mature manner of speech was only a desperate attempt to seem independent. Asini turned 10, but she still could only partially transform, and because of this, even children openly mocked her at home. The girl hoped to find a place here where everyone is busy with their own business and treats each other equally. It was precisely the desire to escape humiliation that forced her to leave her native village. He smiled faintly and confessed to the master that he simply wanted to give Asini a carefree life. The boy smiled warmly and quietly agreed. The interlocutor added that they just happened to have a girl of another race the same age, and it would be good if they became friends. Suddenly, a sharp sound made both of them quickly turn around. The slime boy and the white wolf pup were carelessly fooling around in the clearing. The young man in glasses smiled warmly, supporting the idea. Two friends burst out laughing and raced each other. Their goal was simple: to entertain Frecky's sister. The next day, the company gathered in the empty yard. The glasses wearer informed Asina that it was time to practice transformation, and the girl shyly hesitated. With a quiet pop, he transformed into a fluffy wolf, and admitted that at first he was also terribly embarrassed. The brother gently suggested conducting the training alone so she wouldn't be nervous. Their companion just good-naturedly waved his hand and asked them to pretend he wasn't there. The girl nervously clung to her shirt until they stopped persuading her. The wolf emphasized, they all learned to transform only through persistent attempts. She closed her eyes and resolutely clenched her palms, gathering her willpower. She closed her eyes and resolutely clenched her palms, gathering her willpower. Asina squeezed her eyes shut with all her might, tensed up, and let out a loud "Heya," while the boy in glasses watched her attentively. Poof! Suddenly fluffy ears popped up on the girl's head, and a tail fluffed out behind her. She instantly shrank back in embarrassment and pitifully tucked her tail. The dark-haired boy looked at her with curiosity, while the mentor tried to calm the girl. She was almost crying over another failure. Asina asked tearfully if she would remain an incomplete were creature forever, and the boy with glasses firmly ordered her not to let anyone laugh at her. Suddenly, a sharp shout sounded from behind the fence. A cheerful girl maid with cat ears ran out into the yard and rushed to Asina. Another eared boy appeared nearby. The kids were glowing with happiness as they looked at a real were creature. The dark-haired boy quietly whispered to his partner that he had deliberately arranged their appearance at this exact time. Asina was completely confused. Had thought she was only an inferior parody of beast people. But the children only joyfully squealed. Now they were all on the same team. The boy happily poked his finger at his cat ears and then at the maid's ears. They looked at Asina with such a sincere, warm smile that all her tension began to disappear. And Asina has wolf ears. The little one joyfully poked her with a finger, making the girl look around in surprise. And Asina has wolf ears. The little one joyfully poked her with a finger, making the girl look around in surprise. The tail involuntarily twitched at the delicious smell. The maid joyfully squealed, remembering the main thing. Inside were freshly baked donuts. The girl awkwardly offered the treat while the she-wolf silently tensed. Asina was overwhelmed with shame for the harsh words spoken yesterday. Asina was overwhelmed with shame for the harsh words spoken yesterday. She bitterly scolded herself, considering herself only a miserable, incomplete werewolf. But the new acquaintances laughed. They did not understand these formalities. They just sincerely wanted to be friends. The children looked at each other in confusion, not understanding why she reacted that way. They cheerfully sipped hibiscus tea. The young man in glasses smiled warmly and called Asina to follow him. The she-wolf froze in astonishment. Asina smiled softly, quietly said yes, and reached out to the extended hand towards her friends. The boy in glasses calmly said that for a start everything was going well, and his companion agreed with him. He said that the girl could not transform due to constant stress, so now she just needed to relax and be an ordinary child. Seeing her finally laughing carefree in the company of friends, he joyfully said that now everything would be fine, and that first sincere smile was the best proof of her growth. In the noisy square, Freki was unloading heavy barrels. A familiar merchant handed him a note as soon as he recognized the sender. The boy smiled warmly. Meanwhile, a quiet noon held near the manor. The little werewolf, after long games, was sound asleep under the tree, hugging a wolf cub. Freki carefully opened the door of the room and asked the teacher for a conversation about the village. The teacher and the little maid Mua had just been drinking tea and froze in surprise. No, nothing bad. The boy immediately waved his hands as soon as he saw their tension. He sat down nearby, while the teacher gently encouraged Mua not to be shy and to take desserts. The teacher asked the boy to sit first, and he, thanking, took the offered cup of tea. Freki caught his breath and told about the letter that arrived today. While the girl happily crunched on cookies, he explained that he constantly exchanges news with the locals through traders. But last time the boy accidentally mentioned Fenrir, and the elder immediately seized on that. Smiling awkwardly, Freki admitted, "Now the werewolves seek a meeting, and soon will send the teacher an official request." He just wanted to warn everything in advance, and the teacher reacted to this completely calmly. Suddenly there was a request to visit the settlement together with Fenrir, although for the boy this respected god was just little Shiro. The young man with glasses awkwardly apologized for the overly talkative tone, but the teacher just waved his hand. Let him have his own god, he would boast anyway. The interlocutor hurried to explain. The age of the deity does not matter, the main thing is the presence itself, even if now the mighty Fenrir looks like a child. He respectfully bowed and begged the teacher to bring the boy to the werewolf village at least once. The boy thought deeply. Sairo almost never left Yggdrasil. He only ran there to the orangery. Stepping outside with the little tree spirit, he unfolded the letter. What was written fully confirmed the recent rumors. The little spirit in his arms only joyfully demanded games, and the boy sighed. From everything said, Sairo obviously understood nothing. Having found a white wolf cub in the grass, he said directly that the werewolves really want to meet him. The companion spirit joyfully pounced on the fluffy friend at full speed. The boy sat down nearby, gently stroked Sairo, and suggested going to the village together. A ringing, happy bark became the best response. The little ones excitedly jumped at the thought of a fun trip, although the teacher sighed. They were going there not just to play. The wolf cub playfully bit into his cloak, and the boy finally gave in and went to prepare for the journey. Suddenly, an elf appeared at the door and flatly declared that she missed everything last time, so now she was definitely going with them. Unexpectedly, this task was passed to the elf Maju, leaving Ashto without work. Just then, Clarabelle climbed through the window and joyfully declared that she was also going to the village of Asini. She sweetly pouted, demanding that they give her time. Ashto tried to object, but the girl imploringly threw herself around his neck. He sighed and nodded in agreement, mentally comparing her to his younger sister Shelley. The elf girl squinted suspiciously. She was struck by a terrible suspicion: could this boy be a lolicon? Just then, the maid Mua appeared at the door, and the elf girl accused Ashto from the threshold of unhealthy joy from children's hugs. The next day, a carriage was already waiting in the square. Ashto looked over the crowd of companions and resignedly accepted. They were traveling again with the whole camp. A scuffle immediately broke out in the wagon, a noisy fight for a free spot. The boy stood confused outside near the wolf cub Siro and wondered how they would all fit in there. Meanwhile, Shelley fiercely tore Clarabelle away from her brother, shouting to defend her exclusive right to him. Suddenly, the cart jerked sharply, and from the strong jolt, the girls fell headlong onto the stunned Ashto. Someone anxiously noticed that there were already too many of them, but in response, an optimistic assurance sounded: if you go slowly, everything will be fine. The wild whistle of the wind tore through a desperate scream. Someone begged to stop this crazy gallop. The horned giant barely held himself in the saddle, horrified to realize, after a hearty meal, their monster transport had become frighteningly fast. As soon as they reached the village, the blonde beastwoman beamed with delight, while her companion was openly nauseous. Their master sprawled face down on the ground and groaned that he was not used to such speeds. Meanwhile, the tiny wolf cub Siro looked absolutely happy, joyfully licking the barely conscious horned one. Having recovered a little, the girls curiously scanned the unusual straw roofs of the local huts. A trio of locals came out to meet them, and the young man in glasses happily greeted the teacher. Tired Ashto stopped them with a gesture, asking for time to unload the cargo. Catching his breath, he greeted old acquaintances Wolf and Wolf, who respectfully called him Chief. Suddenly the locals stared at little Cyro, and froze in stunned shock. Before them stood the legendary Fenrir. Two brothers instantly fell to their knees, trembling as they pressed their foreheads to the ground before the tiny deity. The gaze slid over the simple wooden beams of the thatched roof. Ashto looked with surprise at the young man in glasses, who also turned to the wolf. It turned out that this was how their tribe expressed the highest respect to Fenrir. The guide respectfully invited the guests to follow him. The elder was already waiting for them. Ashto looked around. Not a trace remained of the former devastation. The village breathed tranquility. The epidemic had receded, the streets came alive, and the locals still wept with gratitude upon seeing their rescuers. As soon as the boy with Fenrir took a step, all the werewolves on both sides of the road instantly fell prostrate. Ashto smiled awkwardly. The blind reverence that arose spontaneously seemed a bit eerie to him. The road led them to a large wooden estate with a water mill. The boy hesitantly opened the door and quietly greeted. Inside, the elder was already waiting for them. Immediately, he sprawled on the floor in a deep bow. The girls quickly grew tired of the formality, and they happily asked permission to go play outside. The master was a little confused, but still called the little wolf cub Cyro to keep them company. All the children were sent out to the yard so they wouldn't be bored during the serious conversation. The group with loud laughter rushed west of the square to look for Asina. The elder leaned heavily on his knee, preparing for the main event. They huddled around the fire. The master delicately asked if Ashto wanted to remain in human form, and he firmly nodded. Out of respect for the guest, the old man himself took on a human form. Then his face turned to stone. "I had a serious request for Fenrir." The boy blinked confusedly, not understanding which Fenris was being referred to. They explained to him, "That is the name of the howl that the divine wolf gives to werewolves. In other words, the wolf blessing." Against the backdrop of the full moon, a prayer call sounded for God's blessing upon the divine wolf. Elmina eagerly told an ancient belief, "Whoever hears this howl will surely find happiness." The boy jokingly called her the oldest elf and immediately earned an irritated look. The gray elder by the fire explained that this very protection once helped the village to flourish. The boy was stroking his wolf cub, listening to the epidemic that had sown fear in the hearts of werewolves. People feared the return of trouble, so the wolf's voice was supposed to become a symbol of hope for them. Elmina quickly grasped the essence. The village simply desperately needed a holiday to raise the fighting spirit. Suddenly a sharp barking sounded, and it clearly confirmed it. The boy looked seriously at his fluffy companion Cyro, checking if he was ready to act. The wolf cub agreed, and the elder, moved to tears, almost cried with gratitude. The company without hesitation offered help in preparing for the holiday. Only one problem remained. Would this little fluffy miracle be able to produce anything resembling a majestic howl at all? The white wolf cub barked joyfully, squinting his eyes with satisfaction. The boy skeptically watched the little one, who was carefree jumping nearby. He only heard an ordinary bark and frankly doubted that this fluffball could handle even something. Under the full moon on the cliff top, a wolf howled. The ancient werewolf ritual was approaching. Ashto blinked confusedly, trying to understand his task. Together with the squad, he set off along the forest path to hunt. The memory again threw him back to the hut, where the elder ordered them to obtain a sacrifice for the sacred Fenrir. The boy asked hopefully about a rabbit or a boar, but paled at one word: manticore. The old man calmly finished him with the fact, "This creature swallows a sheep whole." Before his eyes appeared the image of a giant magical monster with a terrifying maw. In panic, Ashto begged to send all the village hunters after the monster, but instead received only a cheerful request to help. The boy froze in complete helplessness. While he trembled with fear, the elf girl rejoiced in the beauty of the forest and took everything as a joyful walk. While he trembled with fear, the elf girl rejoiced in the beauty of the forest and took everything as a joyful walk. Ashto grabbed his head and, horrified by the size of the future prey, could not relax, although his companion asked him to. The big guy with horns calmly assessed the route. The closer to the manticore's territory, the denser and more dangerous the forest became. These words only inflamed the blonde. She clenched her fist, burning with impatience before the real battle. Ashto nervously smiled and decided simply not to get in the way of the determined hunters. The boy was frankly surprised by their enthusiasm, until the elf girl reminded Mioa of the role of a regular support group. But the girls had already joyfully rushed forward, impatiently wanting to finally unleash the ice magic. Suddenly the blonde warrior stopped Ashto and ordered him to provide cover. He admitted the boy could destroy the enemies in an instant, but the tribe's traditions required sending their own to the vanguard. The squad delved into the thicket. The forest rapidly thickened. The dense foliage completely covered the sky. The trunks turned into a solid wall. A heavy shadow fell. Suddenly Mioa sharply twitched her ears. She instantly sensed a foreign presence. Why tense up? Through the dense crowns of trees around stood a deaf night darkness. In the thickets ahead someone clearly crouched. Someone waved a hand into the depths of the thicket. There lurked a huge creature. The blond youth immediately volunteered to go on reconnaissance. He sprang from the spot so sharply that he kicked up dust from under his feet, and half-wolf flashed between the trees. While the young mage was shockingly amazed at such speed, the tall horned wolf calmly checked the map. The girl with cat ears confirmed the fears. Ahead really lurked a manticore. The bushes sharply parted. The scouts softly landed on the path. Wolf ordered everyone to stay close, and the boy feverishly prepared his protective spells. Wolf reported that the monster was simply gigantic, and doubted whether their small group of people would withstand this fight. The horned warrior grimly weighed all the risks, but the cat girl only boldly smiled. The squad leader ordered to keep eyes on the monster and immediately called a tactical meeting. The squad leader ordered to keep eyes on the monster and immediately called a tactical meeting. The forest froze. From the darkness emerged a colossal manticore, snapping its fangs and arching the poisonous scorpion sting over its head. The girl mage, riding a dragon, rose above the forest and examined her giant winged companion. Suddenly in the thicket, a slobbering fanged maw snapped fiercely. From the shadows emerged a gigantic lion with empty white eyes, aiming at the uninvited guests. The girl reacted instantly and hurled a massive ice block at the monster. The beast did not even think to dodge. It lunged forward and caught the ice midair. One move fangs and the solid ice shattered into pieces. The predator fiercely spat out the fragments, and the rider, exhausted with despair, relentlessly commanded the dragon to retreat. A furious dash forward. The silhouettes dissolved from the furious speed. A frantic chase through the thickets began. The girl steered the mount towards the rescue target while the monster breathed down their neck. They burst into a clearing, and the lion suddenly dug into the ground. An ambush of armed werewolves was already waiting for him. The pack leader howled, calling the fighters to him, and the beast growled with a muffled roar. The wolf used magic. He wrapped his body with massive vines for armor, and the lion froze for a moment. But the predator quickly shook off the paralysis and sharply rushed to attack the new enemies. Hard thorny vines suddenly burst from the ground, gripping the giant beast with a deathly hold. The thorns mercilessly pierced the paw, firmly pinning the monster to the ground. The young man in the bushes tensely watched as the magic securely fixed their target. Manticore, the tall horned warrior, said coldly. His face was shrouded in a deep shadow, and from his swaying figure emanated a terrifying threat. The beast recoiled in panic when the warrior clenched his fist with a crunch. It was clear he regretted it. He was not fighting one-on-one. A lightning-fast lunge and a devastating storm of blows fell upon the manticore, tearing the air in two. The warrior calmly released a punch while his two companions were frozen in shock. A moment ago a formidable monster, now comically sprawled on its back in a deep knockout. Wolf Ralph, take care of this, he ordered the big guys matter-of-factly, and the frightened subordinates hurriedly nodded. Meanwhile, in the nearby bushes, the leaves rustled treacherously. The boy observer nervously exhaled, glancing at the swift end of the fight, and whispered to his companion Ashto. A sharp hiss came from the darkness to avoid revealing the ambush, but the goal was still achieved. The manticore was down, and the path to the long-awaited ritual was finally open. The horned big guy and the giant wolf came out to the village with fresh prey. The teacher and the young man just stood stunned. The woman nearby joyfully unfolded a huge piece of freshly acquired fur. The village buzzed. People tirelessly carried firewood and prepared supplies. The teacher silently watched this bustle. Excited voices buzzed around. Defeating the manticore was something incredible, exactly what they expected from the teacher. A familiar voice joyfully greeted him on his return. The young man in glasses came closer and asked where Cyro had gone. The teacher reassured, the wolf cub is now resting in the elder's house. Frecky sighed, at the hunt he was only a spectator. All the dirty work was done by the werewolves, their strength greatly impressed him. Instead, the teacher explained, all this time he was helping little Woody prepare for the night ritual. The fluffy baby happily stirred in the arms, and genuine smiles immediately appeared on both faces. From the side came the order to watch over Woody, and Frecky quickly reported. He ordered the teacher to gather strength until the evening, and the restless little boy happily volunteered to go as an assistant. The old water wheel slowly started turning. Meanwhile, in a quiet room on a stack of soft pillows, a white wolf cub curled up was snoring carefreely. The boy joyfully flew into the house and promised his white wolf Saikyou a mountain of meteorite after the ritual. He sat down by the fire and gently scratched his favorite. Having asked the wolf to howl beautifully during the upcoming ceremony, Saikyou only barked confusedly, making the owner tense. Had to learn by personal example. The boy howled diligently, not noticing at all how the elf girl froze in the doorway. He turned sharply. The girl forced a smile and burst into a scream, demanding some explanation for this absurd scene. A full moon flashed brightly in the night sky. Outside, a luxurious altar was already waiting. People gathered around it. Among the generous offerings stood a massive beast skull, fierce fangs and empty eye sockets. A bonfire flared up in the brazier. The boy approached the sanctuary and frankly froze, impressed by the scale of the preparations. The white wolf cub froze before the altar under the full moon, listening to the plays for mercy of the great god Fenrir. The werebeasts respectfully bowed down to the very ground. The boy and the elf girl tensely watched the result, worrying until the last moment. The wolf cub confidently jumped onto the stone pedestal. It sharply threw back its muzzle. A prolonged howl pierced the night. The beast's eye flashed fiercely. The boy and the elf girl froze in amazement. The werebeasts were pressed to the ground by this unexpected aura. The proud silhouette of the little wolf majestically outlined against the moon disk. The elf girl whispered enchantedly that Saikyou is the spitting image of Fenrir, and the boy quietly agreed. Glowing sparks flew into the starry sky. The boy finally relaxed and smiled warmly. Saikyou may be small, but he is still a true Fenrir. The boy finally relaxed and smiled warmly. Saikyou may be small, but he is still a true Fenrir. Later, against the backdrop of the mountain landscape, a solemn voice sounded. All present were sincerely thanked for gathering that day. Later, against the backdrop of the mountain landscape, a solemn voice sounded. All present were sincerely thanked for gathering that day. The elder of the werewolves respectfully bowed his head. The received blessing made their clan stronger, and Ashto only smiled warmly. A young warrior nearby assured, from now on the tribe would give all its strength for the youth. A huge mountain of gifts rose before Ashto, although the werewolves themselves considered such gratitude meager. The roofs of the peaceful settlement remained behind. The werewolf waved goodbye, and the youth abruptly sprang from his place. Only the wind whistled. The goal was a majestic bright tower. Its endless tiers sagged under the weight of thousands of books. The sharp ear suddenly twitched from the rumble. The horned girl stopped reading over a cup of tea. The door burst open. A breathless Ashto stood on the threshold. He was barely catching his breath, while his companion sincerely marveled at his sudden return. A real commotion broke out. Ashto was already suspected of theft. The elder confiscated the book entirely. At home, he had come across a letter with a stern demand to return the folio immediately. A real commotion broke out. Ashto was already suspected of theft. The elder confiscated the book and even blurted out about it to four sisters, so now he would have to go and sort out this mess. Ashto returned the book, apologizing for keeping it so long. Sitting on the sofa with a cup of coffee, the boy nervously asked how she liked the work. The girl hesitated uncertainly, flipping through the pages. She admitted that as a romance novel the story was not bad, but in places it was too explicit. Her cheeks flushed deeply, and Ashto was covered in cold sweat from embarrassment. Suddenly she tore her gaze away from the text. The girl sharply declared that it was too early for him as a minor to read such things, and finally shamed the boy. However, she immediately began to wonder how to count age in her 1,000-year life, while Ashto mentally prepared for a serious conversation with Audrey. Finally, they closed the book. Soon they left the estate together onto the street. It was getting dark, so both tiredly agreed it was time to head home. Ashto was sluggishly trailing nearby, completely exhausted. Suddenly, the companion asked if he had ever thought about marriage. The boy was confused, then admitted, with his almost immortal body, he only wants to live peacefully and help his native village for now. Ashto asked why the princess of the Dragon Kingdom still had no fiancé, and Lorelei briefly replied, none. She smiled resignedly. The selection conditions are too strict. No one dares. The boy looked up at the sky in surprise and asked again about these conditions. It turned out one just has to defeat her father in a duel, and Ashto nearly choked. Lorelei sighed. The people adore her father. He will rule for tens of thousands more years, so a wedding is not in her near future. They continued along the path, while Ashto panicked, realizing the absolute impossibility of victory over the kingdom's strongest warrior. Before his eyes appeared the terrifying sight of King Garland the Dragon Lord, a living legend, unmatched in the world. Suddenly Lorelei turned around and sharply asked if he could defeat her father. She paused and seriously called him by name. Then she playfully smiled in the sunlight and said she was just joking. Ashto froze in shock. Already at home, the boy paced back and forth, not understanding why on earth he had to challenge the king. His cheeks flushed deeply. Ashto, in despair, grabbed his head and muttered that for an ordinary person this was suicide, so Lorelei definitely was just joking with him. Exhausted, he barely whispered that he was going to sleep and collapsed into bed, leaving the mysterious book on the nightstand. As soon as silence fell in the room, the pages of the folio suddenly rustled sharply, turning by themselves. The book stopped at a glowing spread, revealing a hidden and extremely dangerous spell, forbidden plant magic. Ashto studied the old grimoire with magic to summon a giant tree serpent, supposedly impossible to defeat. He froze over the pages. Sweat appeared on his forehead. With such strength, he could even deal with the supreme dragon. Blaming it all on morning drowsiness, the boy closed the folio and went to wash up. Outside stood a spacious glass greenhouse. On the way, he sharply called out to the village elder. Ashto sat down next to the plump mole in overalls. He was already hurrying to the excavations. They exchanged greetings. The young man thanked him for the work. Thanks to the mole's efforts, many new dishes and weapons appeared in the village. The elder noted with satisfaction that the elven gnomes brilliantly processed the ore they found. Ashto inquired whether they had any problems with everyday life. The mole stunned everyone with the news. He told the relatives about the village, so now the entire tribe of black moles is planning to move here. Having learned that they were bribed with delicious food and unlimited sauna, the young man only laughed warmly. The boy agreed to accept the newcomers, but asked to know the limit. With a smile, he promised to immediately convene a meeting, and the mole showered him with thanks. The little animal enthusiastically blurted out that he would also move his wife and children here. Ponta waved cheerfully goodbye, and the elder was left blinking in confusion. After a few days, the silence near the house was broken by a loud shout. The boy was just working in the garden beds, and still nervously turned over that conversation about families in his head. Behind the door, a whole pack of moles was waiting for him, and Ponta immediately pressed a scroll into his hands. His gaze slid over the lines. It was an official request to expand the tribe of black moles. The fluffy delegation, businesslike, declared that they had come to discuss the relocation. Pause. Ponta began to explain. Priority is given to relatives of employees and about 20 more people. He immediately gave an argument. The newcomers would handle the excavations and fieldwork perfectly. The elder listened to this mathematics and mentally grayed. To the 20 current residents, the moles asked to add another 30. The boy finally froze and petrified. He found himself in a tight circle of joyful little animals. The moles bowed low and begged the elder to allow their families to move here. They looked at him with eyes shining with hope. The boy smiled warmly and assured that he was not against it at all. On the contrary, he said somewhat reproachfully that they had not brought their families from the very beginning and had made the children wait and be sad for so long. The touched moles with tears of gratitude rushed to hug him. A quiet corner in the yards, a wooden cart near the house, an empty cobblestone square with a well. A few more days passed, and so a whole column of tiny silhouettes stretched towards the settlement. The boy and his girlfriend went out to meet them. The tribe of black moles had finally arrived at their new home. One by one, the moles with bundles on their backs climbed out of the well onto the cobblestones. One by one, the moles with bundles on their backs climbed out of the well onto the cobblestones. One of the black immediately called the elder to introduce himself. The young man nodded confusedly in response, while the mole's wife sincerely thanked him for caring about her husband. The boy broke out in a sweat in his thoughts. To him, all members of this tribe looked the same. Meanwhile, the new residents openly rejoiced at the move and the opportunity to live here with the whole family. The crowd of fluffies joyfully surrounded the elder, promising to work tirelessly. The sister smiled as she watched her brother literally drown in a sea of overwhelming cuteness. The moles bowed synchronously and low, placing themselves at the young man's disposal. Suddenly, one of them spoke up and remembered the gift, a token of gratitude for the shelter. Found it. The mole solemnly handed the elder a small, neat box. The young man untied the ribbon as soon as he heard. It was a chance find from the outskirts of the mole village. The boy admired the beautiful red crystal, resembling a ruby, until the mole casually said, "This is the stone of the sage." In the soft white box lay a perfectly black stone. Until the mole casually said, "This is the stone of the sage." The mole joyfully extended the find. The boy almost choked. It was the legendary stone of the sage. He carefully picked up the artifact with 2 fingers. Shock froze in his eyes. The mole explained matter-of-factly that they were just digging for copper and stumbled upon ruins, although the boy had no idea how such a treasure could lie in the ground. The little animal carelessly gave the find away, and the confused youth barely managed to squeeze out a thank you. He was still hesitating whether to accept such a gift, but for the moles the magical stone was useless anyway. The boy smiled gently. Enchanted by the dark gleam, he suddenly realized, if alchemists so desire to obtain this thing, its true value is incredible. Already in his office, he focused on turning the stone, recalling its main purpose, the base for the elixir. Clouds peacefully drifted over the spacious estate. The young man unfolded the reference book and sighed skeptically. For this simple recipe, only a unicorn horn and ancient dragon scale were missing. His thoughts were interrupted by the maid with news about a guest. He turned around and froze. A dark silhouette stood in the doorway. Dmitri sat at the table and smiled contentedly, gathering first-class materials for his plan turned out to be surprisingly easy. Later, he visited the elder's estate, and the host greeted the rare guest at the threshold with strained politeness. The young man barely managed to open his mouth. The elder instantly interrupted him and spread a predatory smile, showering Dmitri with flattery about his wealth and talented craftsman. Then he smugly squinted, burst. Covered in cold sweat, the man bent pitifully and whimpered, begging for a favor. Suddenly his confidence burst. Covered in cold sweat, the man bent pitifully and whimpered, begging for a favor. Dmitri measured him with a cold look and was waiting for exactly this. Demons always show their true face through their behavior. The big-eared maid was intently studying the kitchen shelves. She confidently took the siphon, firmly deciding to brew the best coffee for her master. Thus began a new day for the mage Ashto, and a merchant came to him with another request. Hot dark liquid filled the cup. It was elite coffee of the Red Valley variety. The maid carefully placed the tray in front of Ashto and his guest, Dmitri. While the girl was awkwardly standing by the wall, Ashto cut off the chatter and directly asked about the purpose of the visit. While the girl was awkwardly standing by the wall, Ashto cut off the chatter and directly asked about the purpose of the visit. Dmitri did not deny it and reminded, besides the usual deliveries, they also have personal agreements. When the conversation suddenly touched on the wine Sento, the boy asked in surprise. He sipped the coffee evenly and listened as this drink went insanely viral in Belzevall. The pre-order queue stretched for as long as 20 years. From such a crazy figure, Ashto choked and almost spat out the drink. The guest meaningfully raised a finger. A shadow of anxiety fell on his face. Suddenly, an extremely unpleasant situation appeared. Dmitri complained about the meager volumes of supplies, and that the negotiations had not moved forward, gently leading the mage to the real purpose of his journey. The conversation turned to the mayor of Beelzebub, the head of the powerful Diabolos clan. The merchant nervously smiled and admitted that he had received a direct order from him. The mayor had somewhere tasted Sento wine, was delighted, and now demands regular supplies. Ashto immediately said that such volumes were excessive. Expanding trade just for one client would be unfair. Expanding trade just for one client would be unfair. After all, this wine was distributed to the peasants as payment for work, and the locals would never trade it for foreign riches. Sensing the inevitable refusal, the merchant burst into a panic scream. Ashto crossed his arms on his chest, disagreeing with such crazy deadlines. And then the guest put forward the main demand. The mayor ordered to personally deliver a production representative to him. The merchant burst into tears of despair and cried out about signing this cursed contract. Ashto sighed heavily, soothingly patted the hysteric on the head, and asked first to properly tell about the mayor. City of Demons. Ashto sighed heavily, soothingly patted the hysteric on the head, and asked first to properly tell about the mayor. Instead of an answer, he fell to his knees and began to cry, insisting that without this deal his company would simply be destroyed. The conversation was interrupted by a short pause. The boy put down the cup and dryly summarized what he had heard. The young man openly grimaced, realizing how selfish all this was. The previous deal was demonstratively broken only because of a delay in sweets. The young man openly grimaced, realizing how selfish all this was. The previous deal was demonstratively broken only because of a delay in sweets. The interlocutor darkened and added that that trading company was simply wiped out for a single violation. He wearily hid his face in his hands. They were left with no choice. The mayor headed the powerful Diabolos clan and held the entire economy of Beelzebub in his grip. Any resistance or contract termination meant instant and irreversible ruin for them. They were left with no choice. The mayor headed the powerful Diabolos clan and held the entire economy of Beelzebub in his grip. Any resistance or contract termination meant instant and irreversible ruin for them. The envoy literally beamed with joy as soon as he heard the agreement for a joint trip to Beelzebub. The young man only sighed wearily. The demon showered thanks and was already calculating how to negotiate more profitably during their acquaintance. But the boy was set firmly. Demanding a new batch every 3 days was true arbitrariness, and he would tell the mayor everything straight to his face. No matter how much he tried to hide pride in his signature wine, it didn't work. He involuntarily wondered what powerful person ruled this city of demons. Meanwhile, the envoy promptly suggested setting off tomorrow at dawn. After all, they were to go to the Diabolos clan, a rare kind of demons, whose leader managed to gather an entire city for his wards. After all, they were to go to the Diabolos clan, a rare kind of demons, whose leader managed to gather an entire city for his wards. The next morning the boy indeed appeared accompanied by two muscular giants. The messenger even recoiled. The fighters arrived in full combat gear as if they were going to war. On the way, the young man mentally checked the quotas for the distribution of wine among his peasants again. The numbers did not lie. After all the distributions, only miserable crumbs remained for trade. The problem was with the fruits themselves. They rotted within a day, so it was physically impossible to stockpile or increase production. The tall man opened the door and reported to Ashto that everything was ready. The boy sighed wearily. There was no way to increase production anymore, and if the partner stubbornly refused, he would have to force the point with strong arguments. On the way, Ashto calmed the head of the company, Dmitri. The village still needed their trade, and he immediately broke into grateful bows. Dmitri theatrically cried, swearing to remember this kindness until the end of his days, but Ashto only cast a skeptical glance. Crossing his arms, the young man mentally snorted at such impudence, but promised himself to settle everything without unnecessary problems. The drama was abruptly interrupted by the assistant in glasses, ordering everyone to stand on the magic circle. Near the complex seal on the ground, a horned demon was already waiting for them, the guide to the city of Beelzebub. The big guy suddenly grabbed Ashto in such a strong embrace that he almost crushed his face. The demon spun joyfully, holding his cheek against the embarrassed boy. Despite the crowding, Ashto stared in awe at the seal underfoot. He had never seen such complex magic before. The horned one continued to stomp. The boy wearily asked to speak more quietly, and the assistant calmly stated. The circle had become cramped. Dmitri stepped back and handed over further matters to Elizabeth. She bowed respectfully and asked the leader to be careful. Then the man with a sly smile turned to the tense Ashto. He confidently winked and declared that the boy could safely leave everything to the father. "Hey, father," the boy exclaimed in shock, just as a sharp snap of fingers raised a powerful magical whirlwind before the girl. The light of the magic circle faded, and Ash, along with two horned companions, found themselves in a new place, where they were immediately greeted by a demon butler. The master offered to rest in his office over a cup of tea, while the boy weakly held his head after the teleportation. Ash hesitantly approached the window. He froze with his mouth open. The usual peaceful life in nature now seemed like something from a completely different reality. Behind the glass, a completely different world unfolded, a night megapolis under a huge crescent moon. Glass skyscrapers stretched high into the sky. Rows of windows disappeared far below. This was the city of demons, Beelzebub. The boy looked at the streets in shock, not believing the speed of the strange metal boxes on the roads, and marveled at the crowds of devils surrounding him. His burly companion also noticeably tensed, muttering that such unprecedented prosperity made him feel eerie. Ash immediately asked the butler about the meeting time with the mayor. After all, he did not intend to leave his native village for long. On the table, tea was cooling alone. The butler smiled slyly and asked to wait a little longer until they prepared a magical carriage and drove directly to the city hall. The young man looked around the spacious salon in confusion and impatiently asked if people really called this a carriage. He looked out the window inside. It was stuffy outside and there was not a single tree around. Immediately, those strange iron boxes on which the earthlings traveled came to mind. His tall horned companion snorted disdainfully and called all this excessive interior pomp ordinary vulgarity. But the young man understood something else. The owner of the carriage turned out to be a truly outstanding merchant. Money was felt in every detail of the luxurious decoration here. Behind the glass, under a dense wall, buildings towered for them, children of the forest. It was frankly uncomfortable in this cramped city. Their conversation was interrupted by a man in a tailcoat. Preparations were finished, time to go. The horned one squeezed the boy's shoulder and mutely ordered the elder not to lose vigilance. The three of them pushed into the cramped elevator cabin. The metal doors closed quietly. The descent ended in a bright, spacious hall where distinguished guests slowly examined jewelry showcases. The guide proudly announced that this was the first floor of the Dmitri mansion, their main store. The merchant offered to look at unique goods, and the boy just stood stunned. For the first time in his life, he found himself in such a huge shop. The boy's gaze caught on a sign. Very soon, elite fruit wine would be available for sale. Around spread exquisite luxury, and every guest or employee was dressed impeccably. As soon as the crowd recognized Mr. Dimitro, it instantly turned into whispering, and glances suspiciously glanced at his strange companion. The men leisurely headed towards the exit. Dimitro reported about the carriage with a smile, and the young man blushed under the watchful eyes, realizing the status of his companion. Outside awaited a massive black limousine, a special model personally provided for the guest and his retinue. The horned giant grumbled that they could have walked, but Dimitro, with a soft yet cold smile, advised not to make a scene. The horned giant grumbled that they could have walked, but Dimitro, with a soft yet cold smile, advised not to make a scene. The car suddenly tore off from the spot, and a dazzling mist by the real transport powered by pure magic. The young man enchantedly pressed against the window, impressed by the real transport powered by pure magic. He exhaled heavily, slumped in the seat next to the horned one, and finally accepted that he had ended up in another world. On the way, he noted that the technologies here far surpassed the kingdom of Big Balak. The magical carriage replaced local legs. Soon the carriage approached a luxurious mansion towering over the night city. Now the boy silently sat on the carved sofa in the spacious hall, and two huge warriors stood frozen behind him like guards. Massive Gothic vaults of the town hall loomed overhead. Dimitri was sweating right now. The fate of his entire company was being decided. Ashto, indifferent, meanwhile examined the bizarre chandelier. The door handle clicked, and a brief apologetic voice sounded for the delay. The boy only smiled confidently. In response to the new wave of panicked pleas, Dimitri sought to crush his competitors. He expected to see a terrifying tyrant, since this influential merchant trembled before him. But a friendly young man appeared at the threshold, looking to be Ashto's peer. He firmly shook the boy's hand and introduced himself as Lucifer, mayor of Beelzebub, and head of the Devil's clan. The smiling youth greeted Ashto and mentally noted, his aura was quite atypical for devils. The guests themselves maintained a tense severity. The boy beside Horror raised his head and looked at the giant ogre. The big guy crossed his arms threateningly and pressed on the space with a heavy aura. The hanging silence was calmly broken by the host's voice. He asked not to worry about it. Ashto bowed reservedly and introduced the giant. It was Guido, his personal bodyguard and secretary. The boy remained confusedly silent. The young man spread his arms friendly, inviting the guests to drop hostility and sit down. Sitting on the sofa, the boy caught a thought. The stranger did not smell like Dimitri while Ashto was handing over his gift. The host almost glowed with joy. He examined the bottle and praised the drink. It turned out to be Sento, a special wine from their village. While the boy mentally wondered how quickly that guy switched to the friendly Kun, he remembered the recent conversation with Dimitri, admitting that such wonderful wine could not be found anywhere else. The young man smiled businesslike. In 3 days he plans to conclude 2 contracts with them, so the goods for the first installment must be ready. In response to the question about the problem, the young man showed the Sento fruit, the main ingredient of their wine. He nervously coughed and admitted that there were difficulties with the deliveries. The boy explained that mass production was impossible, and due to trade with other races, there were simply no free reserves left. The guest opposite only coldly grunted. Then the young man cut straight to the point. More than 1 bottle every 3 days he physically could not manage. Realizing that he had no personal stashes, the aristocrat relaxed, crossed his legs, and feigned sadness. The young man shrugged. At most 5 bottles per month, despite all the urgency for Dimitri's company. A heavy silence hung in the fireplace hall. The boy blinked confusedly, not understanding why the stern client had so abruptly given up without a fight. The guest suddenly quietly and completely unprofessionally snorted. In a moment he threw back his head and genuinely burst out laughing loudly. Holding his stomach, he apologized for his outburst and joked that the collapse of this deal definitely would not bankrupt anyone. The guest smiled broadly and admitted, the contract was just a clever pretext to simply talk. A friendly conversation was suddenly interrupted by a burly horned warrior like a stone boulder looming over the sofa. Dimitri only briefly grunted. Words were spoken about the importance of his company for the city, and Valgold froze in surprise. The merchant clapped his hands with satisfaction and frankly admitted that he had invented all the lies just to meet Ash. The young man glared at him gloomily, demanding an honest answer. Ash did not understand what the tales about bankruptcy had to do with it, and Dimitri explained. He deliberately pressed on pity to keep the boy from foolishness. Valgold sharply asked if Dimitri understood that the merchant was risking provoking his wrath, and he calmly confirmed. Ash added whether he was afraid of angering Mayor Lucifer as well, and the trickster instantly cut in that he had not even thought about it. Ash added whether he was afraid of angering Mayor Lucifer as well, and the trickster instantly cut in that he had not even thought about it. That was the last straw. An enraged Valgold grabbed the brash man by the throat with a roar, and the shocked Ash rushed to break them apart. That was the last straw. An enraged Valgold grabbed the brash man by the throat with a roar, and the shocked Asht rushed to break them apart. The tension was torn apart by an unexpected voice from the side. Mayor Lucifer suddenly admitted that he actually sympathized with the merchant. He calmly ordered not to be too harsh with Dmitri. He had always admired such fearless and greedy people. Lucifer cheerfully asked, did the merchant really believe that his cunning scheme would anger them? Ashto just listened in amazement. The young man exhaled in shock. It was a crazy risk for the company's future. But Dmitri only smiled warmly. He unquestionably believed in their characters. Ashto's sudden delivery to the village was explained by a banal saving of time. Mayor Lucifer was too busy even for official invitations. Now this eccentric man theatrically spread his arms and loudly spoke about a great dream to create the best trading company in Orvillestein, despite all the risks. Ashto blinked in confusion. He only had to put on a polite smile in response to such pressure. The boy sank helplessly onto the sofa and finally realized that he had gotten involved with an extremely influential figure. The mayor sharply covered the table with his palm. It was time to end misunderstandings and get down to business. Lucifer relaxedly extended a hand of friendship and immediately revealed the main trump card. It turned out that they both had the rare blessing of the divine dragon. The boy tensely asked how Lucifer knew about his connection with the green dragon. He comically panicked, trying clumsily to deny everything. The mayor only slightly smiled. He felt it immediately, because they both received a gift from the same mythical creatures. The man slowly pressed his hand to his chest. Behind his back grew the shadow of a gigantic maw. Lucifer turned out to be the bearer of the power of Nyx, the dragon of the night. The fingers calmly rested on the tie. The young man froze in place as soon as he heard the name of the deity as strong as his own patron. Lucifer leaned back on the sofa and vividly recalled how he personally developed the city of Beelzebub from a tiny village. Now the mayor's position drowned daily in paperwork routine. Suddenly he remembered the report about an unknown young man who gathered rare races around him and founded a new settlement. The mayor clearly remembered the day when this document was laid on his desk. He was struck by the furious speed of the village's development. Someone was step by step repeating his own path. Then he ordered this meeting to be held, and now he was finally convinced of his conclusions. We are the same, he sincerely and joyfully concluded. Words about the power of the green dragon thundered in his veins like thunder. The young man understood absolutely nothing. The elf sighed indulgently, and in a moment he shook the boy's hand, calling their meeting his greatest luck. He quickly mastered his emotions and assured that he did not intend to lure him by deception. The elf took out a bottle of sake. The drink was so wonderful that he wanted to trade directly. The elf took out a bottle of sake. The drink was so wonderful that he wanted to trade directly. The sudden question about the workforce caught the young man off guard. The trade condition was clear. Every fifth bottle would go personally to Mayor Lucifer. It remained to agree on the payments. The heard proposal hit with shock, then raised a nervous inquiry. Entirely. The young man calmly told about his private agricultural company. He generously took upon himself all the expenses for the workers' salaries. The boy cast a determined glance and confirmed he was giving away his enterprise entirely. The young man broke into a sweat and began waving his hands, insisting that he was by no means afraid of crop theft. The demon laid out the plan evenly. Teleportation magic would allow experienced farmers from Beelzebub to quickly get to work. He carelessly brushed off the risks and promised to personally instruct the workers. But this did not calm the young man. Exchanging a bottle of sake for the services of an entire company was an unequal trade, no matter how you look at it. The demon smiled warmly and reminded that his main goal in this deal was simply to become friends. His fingers clenched tensely. Lately, the development of Beelzebub had been frankly slowing down. He sincerely rejoiced that the young man finally dropped the formalities, while he panicked in his thoughts over the sudden declarations of friendship. In the silence of the room came a confession. It was simply interesting to watch this boy. The old monotonous routine had long bored the demon. Only a soft, expectant smile. The young man tensed and froze. A heavy sigh and he gave up, accepted the terms. The title page with a thank you announced the start. Concluded and ordered to immediately start on the papers. The title page with a thank you announced the start. A bizarre pattern flashed before his eyes. The young man nervously swallowed saliva, covered in cold sweat. The silence stretched endlessly. At a low table opposite him sat three huge ogres, looking confusedly at the table setting. The smiling horned demon chatted carefree about a joint dinner, while the boy regretted his choice of establishment in his thoughts. Being under the aim of three mountainous monsters was quite a trial. Glancing at the round woven cushion, he was struck by the idea of bringing several like it to his village. The demon in a suit was surprised by such a simple choice of dining place, but the boy deliberately avoided fancy restaurants with their stifling formality. Glancing at the round woven cushion, he was struck by the idea of bringing several like it to his village. Remembering the appetizing aromas of Pohnpei Trading Street, the company quickly bonded over their love for bustling places and hearty food. Over the generously laden table, cheerful glasses rang out loudly. The overall tension finally melted away in a friendly atmosphere. Fingers gripped the glass tightly when the conversation suddenly shifted to events from 20 years ago. Ashto asked with interest how exactly the mayor met Mr. Dado. Lucifer calmly said that it all started with an attack by a hired assassin, and this immediately stunned his interlocutor. With a smile, he explained, "New laws always generate dissatisfied people, and their hatred eventually turns into an attempt on life." Ashto could not believe that he was talking about this without a single drop of fear. Ashto could not believe that he was talking about this without a single drop of fear. Such attacks happened once every half-century, and each time the mayor easily repelled the enemies. But this demon fought so skillfully that Lucifer, instead of punishing him, simply hired him. Since then, the silent giant decided all the problems himself, significantly easing the mayor's life. While Lucifer hospitably invited to drink more, Ashto was struck by his boundless generosity. The boy took a sip, understanding. The mayor's strength is undoubtedly impressive, but his absolute fearlessness is much more surprising. The mayor looked him intently in the eyes and emphasized their similarity. Ashto's life. The young man was confused when he abruptly changed the subject. Suddenly in the thicket, a slobbering fanged maw snapped fiercely. However, he added, unlike him, Ashto had reliable protectors from the very beginning, and the boy had to agree with that. Under the light of the crescent moon, memories of life in the kingdom of Big Baroque surfaced in his mind. Someone from the company suddenly asked the tipsy Ashto to share stories from his past. He came to on a luxurious sofa under a reproachful voice, for the drinks consumed the night before. Nearby, the elder trembled on his knees, nervously inquiring whether he had done anything foolish while drunk. The boy delivered a message to Ashto from an acquaintance. The next drinking party would take place in his village. Ashto merely smiled warmly. Suddenly, behind the frightened elder's back, a horned giant loomed and declared that now he would treat. After the deal with Lucifer, the village instantly filled with new workers. The farm was expanded and the yield soared, so they were able to produce significantly more goods. Every morning, these specialists of Beelzebub's company arrived at work directly through a magical portal. The elf woman joyfully clenched her fist, anticipating even greater rivers of wine. Work boiled in the village. By the water, they began planting new trees. Suddenly, the elf woman blinked in confusion. What other accounting books? She naively asked again, isn't the Silver Cat's tribe in charge of all supplies? And with a smile admitted, she didn't know the exact figures, but the demons worked conscientiously. At such an answer, a vein swelled on the new accountant's forehead from anger. She curtly snapped, "This is outrageous negligence." Meanwhile, Lucifer was openly laughing at her report in his office, and ordered to send 2 more officials to the village. Heels stepped onto the teleportation circle. A cold gaze flashed from beneath the glasses. The tall administrator in a business suit and her 2 assistants arrived to enforce strict discipline. The girl in glasses stunned Ashto with the news. Lady Diana is Lucifer's own younger sister, and the women behind her are her personal subordinates. He awkwardly bowed, while Diana responded with a restrained, elegant bow. The boy flinched as the guest immediately demanded all account books, harvest records, and daily reports. She sternly adjusted her glasses and ordered the papers to be brought immediately. Ashto nervously looked away and began mumbling something indistinct. An awkward pause hung in the air, and the boy only sweat guiltily under her watchful gaze. Diana's aura darkened with anger. She bluntly asked if there were no reports at all, and Ashto fearfully squeezed out a pitiful yes. The girl sighed wearily, trying to pull herself together at least by noting that the primitive barter had not caused losses to the village. Diana unequivocally declared that from now on she would manage the entire industry herself. Her deadly gaze left no choice. The boy feverishly nodded, showing agreement. The girl was in no way like her brother. Her deadly gaze left no choice. The boy feverishly nodded, showing agreement. The girl was in no way like her brother. Later, the whole group came out to the spacious stone building of the workshop. Inside, they were joyfully greeted by Elmina. Diana quickly introduced herself as the new official from Beelzebub, and Ashto explained that this was where they made wine. Elmina, with a broad smile, happily introduced herself, and the boy nearby mentally noted her unchanging friendliness. The strict woman adjusted her glasses and sharply got down to business. She was interested in whether the elf really managed the garden and the workshop. While the everyday wine bottling was going on in the background, the boy asked Elmina confusedly what to do about the insufficient amount of the drink. The guest tried to inquire about the state of affairs, but the elf carelessly asked to wait until they finished their work. He froze, hearing that Elmina was going to throw several fruits into the jar at once. He reproached her for wastefulness. One was always enough for fermentation. The boy cautiously asked how many fruits she usually transferred into one container. At the question about inspections, the elf waved it off. She never burdened herself with such tedious calculations. The girl happily explained her logic. To the small fruit she always added one more so that the taste of the wine would not be too weak. Silent shock. The colleague in glasses calmly suggested conducting a review of her work. Elmina only proudly lifted her nose, praising her unparalleled intuition. In a few days, this intuition drove her to a hysterical breakdown right on the street with a dismissal order in her hands. She sobbed on the couch because of the cruelty of the world, and Ashto coldly refused to defend her. As it turned out, the elf was upset only because of the loss of free bonus wine, which she received for her position. Without her amateurish actions, production volumes instantly doubled. Now every fruit was used rationally. Responsibilities were quickly redistributed. Training of newcomers was entrusted to a girl named Maine. Chaos was replaced by perfect order. Now the team clearly collected harvest data, checked goods, and meticulously kept reports without any intuitive decisions. He thoughtfully rubbed his chin. The diligence of Diana and the other girls was truly impressive. He gave them 2 empty houses for living and office space, although the workspace would still need some remodeling. Nearby on the table lay Elmina, whining pitifully and mourning her lost wine. He only sighed heavily. There was no point in defending the elf girl, because her negligence in accounting was really unacceptable for their village. However, as soon as he offered a drop from his share, the girl's face instantly lit up with happiness. Having calmed the crier, he shifted his gaze to Meija and asked what brought her here. She cheerfully announced that the street onsen was finally ready. He blinked in confusion. He had completely forgotten about that promise. At the spot, the burly Frosky was already waiting and did not back down. The elder himself should be the first to try the hot springs. Amid the loud shouts of the gnome to have a proper steam bath, he awkwardly pulled back the fabric screen. The gnome proudly declared that this street bathhouse was the work of his hands, the best of the Eldar gnomes and an avid bather, and that its name was Rotenpro. The door slid aside. He relaxedly immersed himself in the hot water under the night sky. At first the idea of a street bath seemed strange, but now the atmosphere was perfect. He relaxedly immersed himself in the hot water under the night sky. At first the idea of a street bath seemed strange, but now the atmosphere was perfect. Ashto, with a satisfied smile, plunged into the hot spring. He scooped water with a wooden bucket and splashed it on his shoulder. Nearby, someone's foot silently stepped into the water. The boy noticed nothing, dreamily enjoying the night breeze. He relaxedly lifted his gaze. With a blissful sigh, Ashto closed his eyelids. She answered evenly that she had gone to see an old friend. Ashto shuddered and, desperately trying not to stare at her naked body, asked where Lady Giera had been all this time. Suddenly her words struck like thunder. Nyx woke up. Giera carefree talked about the habits of other mythical dragons. Supposedly, some bathe for millennia, while the rest are now sound asleep. Suddenly her words struck like thunder. Nyx woke up. The boy turned around stunned and remembered. Nyx is the real name of Lucifer. World upside down. Giera smiled slyly and clarified that she had awakened both him and all the other mighty dragons. Ashto froze in horror, shocked by how carelessly she throws out news capable of turning the whole world upside down. The boy nervously swallowed and cautiously specified the place for their future tea gathering. Meanwhile, the horned girl blissfully basked in the hot spring and dreamed aloud about gathering everyone together. Her carefree statement that the guests would come right here, to the bathhouse, made him sweat from embarrassment. Sierra blissfully basked in the new hot springs. Meanwhile, Ash thoughtfully looked at the house, unable to get yesterday's conversation out of his head. The young man was nervous, trying to figure out how much longer he would have to wait. Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted the thoughts at the table. The promise of Sierra to explain everything later resurfaced in memory, but this uncertainty only irritated him. A joyful Phil appeared on the windowsill and immediately pulled him to go for a walk. At the question about the route, the pixie thoughtfully twitched her antennae and chose a place farther away. She reminded him it was the fairies who looked after the children while he was away, so now he owed them. Her gaze suddenly became more serious. The time of separation was approaching. The fairy painfully clung to his ear and insisted that they would go only the 2 of them. Her gaze suddenly became more serious. The time of separation was approaching. Ash confusedly rubbed the back of his head, remembering that higher pixies reproduce exactly like that. Phil sighed wearily and explained, an extra crowd would only distract her from this process. She said that the new children would not stay in the village. They would form their own group and set off to travel the world, just as they themselves once did. Ash thoughtfully rubbed his chin, digesting the information about the division of higher pixies. Realizing how unique this experience was, he nervously swallowed. A long road lay ahead, so the heroes packed their things and set off the next morning. At dawn, the young man was already lurking in the middle of the empty cobblestone square. The road promised to be dangerous, so for the protection of the little fairy Phil and other companions, he decided to act in advance. With a flash of light, the Book of Knowledge of the Green Dragon appeared in his hands. Attention was drawn to the summoning ritual of the King of Trees. Humbaba, the name sounded fierce, although the text spoke of a very kind spirit. The young man pondered, would this magic be enough for reliable protection? His finger sharply stopped on the necessary line. Instead of hesitating, Ash briskly grabbed the wand time to test everything in practice. After all, he convinced himself, this giant is just an enhanced version of the usual wooden golem. The boy focused and spoke the first words of the ritual. Loudly declared himself the familiar of the green dragon. Come, King of Trees Humbaba, his command loudly cut through the silence. Underfoot, the ground flared with a magical circle, as Ash loudly declared himself the familiar of the green dragon. Wow, he exhaled in amazement. The boy froze, massive wooden trunks grew behind him. Wow, he exhaled in amazement. His gaze slowly slid upward. Before him stood a wooden golem, an immense living mountain of bark and leaves. Ola Humbaba, rumbled the giant, and the youth noted with relief his incredibly kind facial expression. Realizing the broken Ola Tamadachi, the boy finally relaxed. The monster immediately recognized him as a friend. He did not waste time and asked the giant to become their guide to the flower field. Humbaba naively asked what exactly was required of him, causing the youth to hesitate for a moment. But the golem decided everything himself. Huge wooden fingers unceremoniously lifted the boy with the word sit. The youth amusingly hung in the air. The giant good-naturedly squinted and assured he would definitely protect his little companion. Tapping himself on the giant's unusually soft leafy hair, the boy settled more comfortably and confidently pointed the way with his hand. Humbaba powerfully straightened up to his full height and shook the ground with his first heavy step. Ash comfortably settled on Humbaba and declared that he fully relied on him. This branch giant looked terrifying, but the other pixies were not afraid of him at all. He was actually quite a good-natured fellow. The wind barely fluttered the boy's hair until he heard a friendly greeting. Ash smiled sincerely and warmly in response. With a dull rumble that made the earth tremble, the giant moved forward through the thickets. The fairy joyfully fluttered ahead and shouted that she already saw the right place. The boy suddenly froze in surprise. From the height, he stared at the place the little guide was pointing to. Before them unfolded a wonderful valley, a crystal waterfall and a carpet of flowers above which magical butterflies circled. The place seemed perfect. There was enough mana and food here, but Ash couldn't hold back and asked why everyone had left. He stopped his gaze around the giant plants, and his heart was genuinely captivated by their old home. The answer slightly threw him off track. The fairies simply wanted to live in a different place. No enemies, no dangers here. Absolute idle always reigned. The fairy playfully winked and announced that the sun was already high, which meant it was the perfect time to show him something special. The boy froze in the middle of the flower-decorated glade when 3 higher pixies flew into the air and sharply commanded to begin. The winged fairies carefully circled above the glade. Ash froze in the middle of the blooming field, captivated by magical radiance. He intently watched the mystery of separation. The higher pixie Phil, with a slight smile, closed her eyes and immersed herself in magic. The process went as usual until something unpredictable happened. The boy twitched, stepped forward confusedly. Looking closer, he was stunned. The light was not coming from the flowers but from the bodies of the higher pixies themselves. At that very moment, Phil shot upward and rapidly grew, transforming into a girl almost the same height as Ash. Her eyes slowly opened. On the palm of the renewed pixie, a tiny newborn copy quietly slept. The little one sweetly yawned, and the elder Phil immediately decided to give her a name. She carefully warmed the tiny one in her hands and greeted herself with a warm smile. The girl joyfully named her new part Belmiria. Ash, the man and the winged girl calmly stood in the middle. The young man and the winged girl calmly stood in the middle of a flower field bathed in sunlight. The fairy smiled kindly and called herself Philharmonica, and the boy quietly expressed his gratitude in response. Suddenly the space flashed. A whole swarm of shining butterflies separated from the girl, and the young man just stood amazed. With ringing laughter and hurried farewells, the last tiny fairies took off into the sky and dissolved in it. With ringing laughter and hurried farewells, the last tiny fairies took off into the sky and dissolved in it. Conquered by this beauty, the boy admitted that words failed him, and turned to his invisible companion Asht. The Philharmonic promised to show the next division in 100 years, and the boy only smiled awkwardly. An ordinary person wouldn't live that long. She added that he was probably the first mortal to see their mystery, and the young man thanked again for this priceless experience. The young man watched the Hypixies flying off in all directions in search of tasty mana. At farewell, the winged creatures promised, someday they would definitely meet again. He smiled and slowly walked through the blooming field. Suddenly, his little companion sharply declared that she was hungry and demanded to return to the village immediately. Comfortably settled on the giant, the fairy asked what he planned to do with this monster among ordinary people. The mighty back of the giant rose before them like a rock. Sitting upright on the monster's head, the boy admitted that he simply hoped for their peaceful coexistence. He warmly leaned against his big friend. The fairy joyfully noted that with such size, the monster would become a wonderful entertainment for the local children. A funny, satisfied smile instantly spread across the giant's face. The boy exhaled with relief. The local kids were too clingy, so such a huge nanny would finally give him some peace. Relying on Humbaba, they reached home without incident, but the next morning a surprise awaited them. The young man froze in confusion, blinking rapidly. Right in front of him on a green leaf, a tiny stranger was sleeping sweetly, while his own fairy watched her in surprise. He froze in amazement before the gigantic glowing tree. On a branch, Philharmonica lounged lazily. The fairy was savoring mana, completely ignoring his shock at the unexpected meeting. To his indignation, the winged guest only greeted him carefree. Philharmonica sincerely did not understand why he was even surprised by their appearance in this place. The energy of Yggdrasil proved to be too sweet a temptation for the higher pixies. Other fairies waved to the people with broad smiles. The statement that they all decided to settle here made the boy howl painfully. He could only laugh nervously and finally come to terms with the situation. No one expected that their paths would cross again in just one day. Eventually, all this fuss spilled over to the local greenhouses. The number of new roommates instantly nearly doubled now. About 3 dozen fairies were fluttering around. His friend in glasses gladly greeted the winged neighbors, although in his thoughts he was already puzzling over where to build so many new houses for them.